Good morning. Happy Monday. Happy sunny Monday. It's good to be back. I'll tell you, I had a wonderful weekend. So we'll start off with that. Hopefully all of you did as well. A well-deserved, wonderful weekend. But the timing of the sun is now right when I go live, is right when it starts shining in my eyes. So I think I need to just block out my windows, because it's going to be about 10 minutes of just blindness until the sun moves. Good morning, Golden Mom. Oh, that was the wrong one. That looks really cool, though. It's a nice little rainbow pattern. Let me do a quick fix on this. Let's see. Let's mirror instead. There we go. Let's try that. Boom. And I fixed it. See, Mondays can be rough, but we got there. Good morning, Golden Mom. Welcome. Welcome. Thank you for being first in chat this morning. As being the first one in chat, you have the dubious honor of receiving as a prize for your timeliness the entire internet as a gift from us to you. And thank you for being first in chat. We'll go ahead and box that up and email it out to you. Please take care of it. If you are going to rename it, just let us know what you're going to call it, so we'll know what to call it when we're looking for it. Any problems with the internet today? Anything IP related? Even any tech support on your home PCs? Go ahead and give Golden Mom a quick shout out. She should be able to help you. So thank you. Appreciate you being here. Abby, Katrina, Ann, Carol, Pauline, Jay Hughes, Kara Green, Terry, Michelle, Carly. I think I might repeating a couple of them here. That guy, welcome. A little darker. Ooh, shiny. It is very shiny. Shiny in my eyes right now. Jill says, I thought I heard that court would continue tomorrow. Sweet. Told you sun shines on the righteous, says Abby. And the wicked, right? The righteous and the wicked, I think, is how the saying goes. Lindsay, good morning. Good to have you here. Joan, also Julie, and Terry's here as well. DMB, welcome. Yawn, sorry to wake you. Good to have you here, though. Go ahead and take your time waking up and just join us in chat when you're ready. Ferry, good to have you here. Michael Stevens says, good morning, chat from a cool 24 degrees in Williamsport, Maryland. That's a little chilly. I'm looking at the temperature outside right now is 38 here, so just a little bit above freezing. Also cool, though. Also cool. Tammy says, recovered like my sister just went for surgery. Oh, Tammy, our whole family's thoughts and prayers go out there. Wish everything goes well there. Abby says, hi, lovely peoples. Welcome to this amazing channel. Please hit the like button. I want to tell you one thing. 25 degrees, Joelle, and that's chilly there as well. 24, 25. That's downright cold. I mean, you're talking about jacket weather there for sure. Anyway, I wanted to show you a little bit, if I could, what I did this weekend that made the weekend just absolutely incredible. And it involved, I will say, a trip to the grocery store. And I made a discovery. If I can make this work. Here's the thing. I'm going to make my face go away as I switch scenes. Okay, that's the idea. Perfect. I made a discovery of the world's best pickles. This is, if you can't read the label, it's Sam's Choice is the brand. And I got this at a Walmart. But it is hot, spicy, maple bourbon, fresh pack pickle chips. And I can vouch, even though it says, I think it says like 24 fluid ounces or something on there. That is a single serving pack of pickles because I ate the entire jar in one day. Oh my goodness. You guys, dill pickles are good. Dill pickles are good. But these spicy maple bourbon pickles are unbelievable. The taste that happens in your mouth when you put one of these things in your mouth is phenomenal. It's like a bread and butter pickle, so there's a sweetness on the tip of the tongue. Then you have this heat that's on the back of the tongue. It's like geographically localized. And so there's like a whole flavor party going on in your mouth as you're eating these. The crunch is there, but they're also soft. And it's the most intense pickle experience I've ever had. And they are fantastic. I highly recommend them. I will be going back and buying out the rest of their supply when I return. But that's neither here nor there. I wanted to share that. Let's see. Couple people. Let's see. Is Tag in the room yet? Tag may be sleeping in right now. I know this because Tag was texting me quite a bit last night into the wee early hours of the morning regarding some crazy stuff out of El Paso, where a district attorney, an elected official, appears to be either derelict in her duties or possibly breaking some laws. And in the fact that she is not filing charges in a timely manner, and as a result, suspects are going free. Like hundreds, maybe thousands of suspects are going free. The only thing she seems to be filing in a timely manner is gag orders, so no one can talk to the press about the fact that suspects are going free. The biggest case that seems to be possibly affected by this is the Walmart shooter, which I believe is one of the largest, the highest profile mass shootings ever to go to trial. And that's coming up. And she's presiding over that. And she has just done a miserable job. Well, now there are charges against her. She has till the 14th of December to resign. On the 15th of December, a judge will remove her. And it's bizarre. It's crazy. So when Tag gets in, I'm sure she'll be talking a little bit about that, but I appreciate that. A couple others, you also sent me some great video. I watched one about a wannabe cop who was outfitting his vehicle in all the right gear and ended up meeting the cops and took a free ride down to the station. That was pretty good as well. All right, so today we have more of the serial killer trial. This is expected to, expect to go live in about 22 minutes, which will be good. I'm still looking at this picture of pickles, and I'm drooling on my microphone, so I need to hide that picture from myself. We'll get that zeroed out there. Okay, there we go. Let's see, what I miss? Brent, good morning, happy Monday, good to have you here. It's going to be a cool 30 degrees today, Southern Illinois. That is chilly. Monica says, good morning, y'all. 3-day work week here. Going on a cruise. Yay, Monica, what cruise are you headed to? Where will you be cruising? Border Patrol agent back in 2009 killed 4 and almost killed on another. Killed on Ladies of the Night. Yeah. Joan, did you ask for what? Okay, here we go. Thank you. That guy, first of all, thanks for trying to do a quick explanation. And he's exactly right. Joan, we're watching today the case of Juan David Ortiz, who's charged in Texas with 4 counts of murder and a few other charges relating to the fifth, the one that got away. Basically, he killed 4 women who worked as prostitutes. All of them had drug issues. His motives, his MO happened to be like, go buy them drugs, take them out in the desert and shoot them in the back of the head type thing. The fifth one, the one that got away, her name was Erica Payne. She ran to a police officer or a DPS officer and was able to get safe, and a little manhunt ensued. And that morning, they took him into custody, but not before he had killed 2 more people since her. So she wasn't actually the 5th that got away. She was the 3rd that got away, and the following 2 did not get away. Crazy case. It's bizarre. It seems to be the defense's whole stand seems to be that there's a that they think the state can't prove everything, that they can withhold, that the state made, or the police made enough mistakes, or there are enough possible discrepancies in some of the reports and things that evidence can get thrown out. And if the evidence gets thrown out or discounted, then there isn't enough for the charges. So he's not saying he didn't do it. He's saying he's not guilty, but it's not guilty because you can't prove it. Okay, so Lindsay, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about Juan David Ortiz, or Texas v. Juan David Ortiz, in the serial killer case, where most of these people were killed in a very short span of time. I think it was within a 2-week period altogether, maybe less. I'll have to look at the timeline. But there's a lot of body cam footage, not as much as we thought there would be, because one of the body cams actually fell off during a foot chase and then was run over by a semi-truck. But we have one other account of that same event from a different officer who didn't lose his body cam. We have a lot of security video, but the most remarkable part and just jaw-dropping part of this is how soon after the last murder he ran into the police. Just crazy. John Blake says, good morning, RA from Scotland. John, good to have you here. How is it over there in Scotland today? Hope you've had a wonderful day. I think you should be early afternoon by my count. Especially regarding a judge, says Lindsay. Are we talking about the district attorney, the one I started off with, just out of El Paso? I can give you her name if you guys want to research this one. Let's see. Gotta find tags. Text to me, just 1 second here. The burner phone is getting bombarded with texts and messages, and I have to say that that for a free service, it's almost at its limit. So I'm going to have to see what I can do to get it upgraded to higher quality. Let's see, this lady is out of El Paso. She's Governor Abbott received her and accepted her resignation last week. It's a district attorney out of El Paso. She's over the Walmart shooting. She's intimidated witnesses, apparently. She's texted or sent out emails pretending to be a witness when it wasn't. She's like gone around gag orders, just done crazy stuff. And the most remarkable, stunning part is just how many people seem to be going free because she isn't doing her job. Anyway, the one we're talking about, Wombat, has not gone to trial yet. Let's see. Last Poet, thanks for bringing this up. Are you anywhere near the county in North Carolina that had its power shot out by vandals/terrorists, Scott? I'm not. I'm over in Pitt County, which is eastern, and Moore County is particularly the county that got hit very hard by those power outages, which is bizarre. It's possible this could be a terrorist attack. It's possible it could be like a hate crime. Okay, I know this is a bit of a stretch here. But there was, that night in Moore County, there was a group, I guess you'd call them drag queens, that were doing an event at a location, and there was a group of protesters who were protesting their activity. And one of those protesters basically said, I know why the power's out, and it's because of this event type thing. But what happened is somebody went to a power substation, or two power substations, like ripped the gate off the fence, like completely took the fence down, and then went into these power substations and shot what the police are saying targetedly at equipment that took the power grid down in the county. Took it down, like 100,000 people without power, and it will be out of power till like Thursday. So, you know, the hospital there is running on a generator. They're hauling in fuel for that. People who have medical devices are calling, 911 on their cell phones because, everything's down. Everything's down. You can't even get a police scanner radio because the people who put the police scanner radio on the internet don't have power. So it's just bizarre. But they are actually they're central southern North Carolina. but I'm not there. But that does interest me. I've actually got friends in management of power companies, and I'm going to be talking to them. Might even bring them on here to discuss that issue, because it's scary how easily they were able to take down the grid for so many people. The light on your faces remind me of death from Seventh Seal. Well, the light is almost gone. It's on my chin now. Soon I'll be able to go full screen without blinding you. Just checking our feeds here. Still nothing. Okay. Let's see. Yes, a reminder said toxic for the artistic people. The invite image contest has begun. Please check your reminders and the particulars and submit your entries. Yes, go over to Discord if you have any artistic abilities whatsoever. Please provide your best effort to help them choose a new banner image for the Discord page. Okay, morning just coming in, says Katrina. She brought donuts and coffee for everyone. I didn't do it. I only had gun, purses, shirt, and blood on my boots. Right. This guy, there's so much evidence against him. It's overwhelming. And if they manage to get some evidence thrown out, it will be amazing. Particularly the evidence that I think they have the best chance of getting thrown out is not the 9-hour interrogation confession that we sat through. I think we watched most of it. It's not that. It's the search of the truck on the scene when he ran from it. It's possible they may not have had legal grounds to search the truck. And in the truck, they found the purses of 2 of the prostitutes. They found the shirt of the one who got away. They found the gun, the murder weapon that was linked to all the crimes. Just little bits of evidence like that aren't really important to the case. No, they're super important, right? And if these get thrown out, that could leave a hole in the prosecution's case. And it could have implications on the verdict for sure. Okay, so Lindsay says, "Oh, I know that much. I was meaning when you were talking about a judge facing accusations in a Walmart shooting. I'm from Texas, and I wasn't sure you were talking about the Walmart shooting here." Yes, Lindsay, we're talking about the El Paso. Let me see if I can pull it up here and I get a name for you. Let's just check here. This is...
Team coverage for you as KTSM has been reporting since last November on the controversies surrounding the district attorney's office. She'll be touching on some of those details pointed out there in that petition.
Yeah, but we're going to continue our team coverage on this story with KTSM 9 News reporter Carla Draxler, who joins us in the studio tonight with a timeline.
Andy and Natasha, well, starting late last year, we reported on the district attorney being under investigation for misuse of governmental resources. The Texas Ethics...
Okay, that's how it starts. That's how it starts. She uses government funds to buy T-shirts and stuff for her campaign, and then it goes on to
follow a developing story. El Paso attorney Justin Underwood filing new court documents this morning that alleges El Paso district attorney Ivan Rosales' office intimidated one of the Walmart shooting victims' family. Thank you for joining us tonight. I'm Stephanie Shields.
Okay, so it goes on to there. It's just bizarre. Hopefully that's enough information to get you on the right case. I just watched the videos last night, so I'm just getting up to speed on this, Lindsay. But it looks crazy. It looks absolutely crazy. Good morning, Tiffany Marie. Good to have you here. Still nothing from the courtroom yet out of Texas. MB says, "Good morning, Recovery Addict and friends. I'm on prep duty for our school's Taco Tuesday today. Just stopping by to say hi and have a great day." You know, it must be a big Taco Tuesday if you have to get ready for it on Monday. But that sounds phenomenal. I'm a big fan of Taco Tuesday. Let's see. I just saw a bit of that last night. Was hoping Recovery Addict would cover it, said Melody. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. You're talking about the which one? The power outage or the Texas one? Matthew, good morning. What's your schedule look like today? Are you going to be headed into court? Anything exciting you can give us some juicy details on without breaching any confidences? Scott's face in the sunlight is our sundial. Eyebrows at 758, eyes at 804, cheeks at 811. You know, what more do you need, CB? Appreciate the precision you offer with each of those benchmark moments in the stream. Hey, Shane, good to have you here. How is Ireland doing this morning? Joan says, "Recovery Addict, have you been covering the Twitter emails that Elon Musk started releasing?" Joan, yes and no. I personally follow them, but on this channel, we've made a decision not to follow a lot of the issues that are heavily political, just because it divides us. There's literally, if I were to do a poll right now, you'd find that it's going to be right between 50 and 60% of the people on one side and on the other. And when we're divided like that, it seems to be that that chat goes a little haywire. People get offended. Lots of words and names get thrown around. There's a lot to talk about, and I'd encourage you individually to follow that. But because this chat format is not the most effective forum for political discussions, we're not following those very closely here. But it is interesting, very interesting. I did notice that Mr. Beast, a local YouTuber, you might have heard of him. He has like more subscribers than anyone else on YouTube. He just tweeted. He said he's been in Antarctica for the last week, and what happened while I was gone, type thing. And he said he didn't have any signal because he was down in Antarctica, so he couldn't stay up to date. Well, Elon Musk tweeted to him, and he's like, Starlink covers Antarctica, right? He's like, well, now you tell me. But yeah, I know that's not the tweet that Elon Musk has sent that you were talking about. Interesting things, especially when it comes to suppression of stories, I think is what you're specifically interested in. And there's a lot there. It's a ton. The phone is going nuts this morning. We've got some pictures, got more pictures. Looks like Law and Crime is about ready to start their feed. Nobody else has turned on their cameras yet, but we're getting close. I think we're inside 10 minutes. Walmart El Paso shooting, that's the one we're talking about the district attorney on. There she is. That's her name, right? Yovan Rosales is the DA. Thank you, Patty, for putting that in there. I never would have spelled that correctly. I wonder what Matthew Harris's take on that is as well. On that DA, and I'm not sure if it's criminal, her failure to file things in a timely manner, but apparently many suspects have been released because charges were not filed in a timely manner. Whoa, loads of chats just updated. Let's see. The Texas DA. I will try to cover this as it moves forward. Right now, it's still, I don't think the court case has actually started. She pled the 5th. Maybe it has started because she was pleading the 5th. I don't know. I was hoping Word Cover Addict would mention the power station attacks. Can't laughter that. We mentioned them briefly because they are here in North Carolina, first of all. They're over in Moore County. I think at least 40,000 people are still without power and should be till Thursday because they can bring power back on a temporary basis, but the hardware that was damaged in the substations has to be replaced. And let me tell you, there is a huge weakness in our power grid when it comes to redundant, replacement items for power stations. I've had some in-depth discussions with this with some individuals in the know. And yeah, we're one big spark and explosion away from having power out for a long time for a lot of people. It's crazy. It's scary, and it's scary how easily people can gain access to that and cause that problem. The Aaron Dean trial is also being streamed today. Link to the stream in the Discord. I did see that come across. I think Law and Crime is covering that one as well, or no, I think that's Court TV. But we might want to see that one. That's is that the police officer that shot through the window at the babysitter with the gun? I think that's the case. KQD says 32.9 in Utah with just a skiff of snow on the sidewalk. Well, 32.9, it should be melting away, so you should be good. As long as you're not in the shadow. Those north-facing houses, they don't clear the snow very easily. Let's see. Nobody wants my money. Ferry, you've tried to give people money. You've tried, and just nobody will take it. I don't know what it is. I'm getting more Christmas tree pictures right now. My tree is up. The kids helped with that, and they did most of it. But Matthew Harris says, did you get my duck video? I was hoping you could pull a quack or two out without this for censoring naughty words. Matthew, I did get the duck video. I'll have to do a bit of tweaking. I was hoping you would actually convince the ducks to walk up to the camera, right to the microphone, and they just quack into the microphone. And apparently they were not even keen on being filmed, which maybe we can play that whole video maybe tomorrow. But I'll see if I can run it through a compressor, boost the audio, some noise reduction and everything. Maybe we'll get a good quack out of there. But I appreciate that. A for effort, I will tell you. chasing the ducks around. I'm sure that was you, right? So I think I heard your voice in the background. So thank you. I appreciate that. I imagine it's criminal if it's intentional. Yes, I believe so. I mean, the very least, she embezzled money for her own campaign, using taxpayer money for T-shirts. Wonder if she got some bribes to let some cases slip. Yeah. I mean, in some cases, when she did file things, she did it wrong, so it led to a mistrial. And was that intentional? And if there's a money link somewhere, the feds will be all over that. Rick Thomas says, my daughter lives in Moore County, North Carolina, Southern Pines. I'm waiting to hear from her. She is without power right now, Rick. Southern Pines is the area where the protest was taking place, and they definitely were hit by that power outage. So Rick, hope everything is well with her. It might be a little rough getting contact in and out of there for just a couple days. The governor actually, I forget who it was. Was it governor who declared a state of emergency and also a curfew in place, overnight curfew? There were reports of people looting type things, breaking in, stealing stuff while everyone's power is out. Hey, I specifically told them to quack for Scott. I heard that, Matthew Harris. We will definitely play the video, and hopefully I can get some quacks out of it in the edit room. CB Clark says, I still prefer cuss words over those gosh awful beeps, bleeps, quacks, whatever. When I see that mad crazy in jailhouse interviews and so much Fs, I still prefer those to ear-stabbing beeps. Right, we're going to get rid of the ear-stabbing, but if, CB Clark, what's going to happen is if I have to make a video that includes that swearing, obviously if it happens live and you hear it. I'm not going to try to put quacks over that. But if I make a video like a highlight reel or something, I probably will edit that just because I'm putting that out as my own production. And I don't want to represent that I'm trying to get everybody to swear. Recovery Addict, did you see the Murdoch trial is slated for January 23rd? Do you think the cops will cover this one? 23rd, Golden Girl, that's good news if it's 23rd. I thought it was the 30th. I thought it was starting the same day as Sarah Boone, which really has me in a pickle. See what I did there? Because I'd love to cover the Murdaugh trial. Just crazy. I was reading about that this morning, just staying up to date, and actually over on the Discord is where I was catching up on stuff. But we'll have to double check that. Check that date, the 23rd, because I'm pretty sure it was the 30th is where we're at. Will there be a Spanish-speaking duck for censoring Ortiz? We'll have to get a Spanish duck. I think the ducks that Matthew had were American ducks. They were English-speaking ducks because they were clearly saying quack, quack. I'm not sure what Spanish ducks say, but we'll have to find out. Okay, Law and Crime has given us the seal in the courtroom, which means that soon, hopefully very soon, we'll have live feed from KENS 5 or KSAT, which are our preferred sources on this one. Let's see. But not yet. Chandra says, she's calling out, do we have any first-time viewers in chat? Raise your hand so we can give you a proper welcome. Chandra, appreciate that. As always, we welcome everybody to this channel. I know there are several of you out there who, within the sound of my voice, who have never typed in chat, who have never approached the keyboard and put your keys to the page sort of thing and said, hi, how are you doing? Hello, first time or long time watcher, first time chatter, anything like that. El Quaco is what we need. I like that reference. But feel free. Just know that this group, especially this chat group, this community we have of fellow true crime addicts is extremely friendly. We welcome all sorts of people with all sorts of opinions, and as long as we have a civil discussion, we encourage you to post those opinions and share them. Even if you're in the minority, we welcome that. And I think that makes the whole discourse better when people participate. 30th for my research from Marta. That's what I thought, Toxic. I think that's correct. Now we do. There's actually a chance. There's a chance that things might change on the Sarah Boone issue, because on the 20th of this month we have a status hearing where the judge is basically going to say, "Hey, what's going on?" And he's going to bring up the fact that Sarah Boone keeps writing me letters about what a poor job her attorney is doing, and so that topic is probably going to be broached. She's going to say, hey, are you meeting with them? Are you preparing defense? Are you working together? And if they aren't, that's probably the first indication we might have that Sarah Boone's date may move, or that Sarah Boone's lawyer may change for the 7th time. To all first-time chatters, hey, I refuse to be civil. Ice and drinks is wrong. Morning peeps. Tag, we mentioned you earlier. I appreciate all the links you sent me regarding the El Paso DA. That is fascinating. I think need to do a little more research on that on my end, just to see what the dates of the trial are for the proceedings against her. But fascinating stuff. Thank you, Katrina. I got some more questions, and there's probably too much time. Tag says, I keep forgetting 9 o'clock my time isn't 9 o'clock Scott's time, so I'm always fashionably late. Well, Tag, if you click the bell, then YouTube will wake you up before me, and then you'll be here every time we start. Let's see. Toxic says, okay, we've reached our limit of 500 text channels, so new cases will be slowed down until trials and sentencing dates are completed. Same with new documents. We might need more boosters over there for you, Toxic. I know you guys are growing rapidly. Hopefully, a lot of our viewers here are participating and maybe want to contribute and give you a boost on the Discord page, because that would be awesome. Hey, Lexi. Lexi says, hello, Daily Watcher, first-time chatter, work from home, and love listening to your clean commentary for all the things crime and pickle sandwich related. Lexi, welcome. Good to have you here. I can't see from your shirt. Is that a location on your shirt, or I was wondering where you're watching from? What part of the country is home for you? But working from home is the best. I love it. One day I'll have to start doing that. Torso killer is due in court to plead guilty to new murders he committed via Zoom. I think he didn't commit them via Zoom, but he's going to appear in court via Zoom. Although committing a murder via Zoom has happened on several occasions. I've been nearly bored to death by people on Zoom calls before. It can happen. Tag says, I'm still researching into it. The questions by defense in the Walmart case was a bit confusing last night when I watched it at 5 a.m. this morning working out. Right, you might need to be a little more awake before you handle that. But that's awesome. Please let me know what you find out. Defense is moving for a mistrial. Of course they would. Okay. I'm hoping the Walmart shooter isn't the one that was let go before the mistrial. Tag, I don't think the Walmart shooter was let go. I think that has not come to trial yet. I think it's still pending from what I saw and read, but I might be wrong on that one. There seem to be too many Walmart shooters. Julie, good morning. Good to have you here. Ven, good morning as well. Ginger says, Lexi, I work from home too. Welcome, Lexi. This is like Hotel California. You can check in, but you can never leave. We're just getting a little bit of motion on the live stream, so I'm going to go ahead and jump to this guy right here. Make sure we have some audio as well. So far, no audio. We'll keep watching Ken's 5 for their feed. Ken's 5 does such a good job. It's up to the second. It's really good. Watching in the Kansas City area, cold and ready for spring. All right, Lexi. Well, good to have you. Hello to Kansas from North Carolina. KQD is putting looks like poetry in chat. 'Tis a pity that the case required. This is part number 2. I missed part 1. Oh, there it is. We make ourselves a place apart behind light words that tease and flout. But oh, the agitated heart till someone really find us out. Is that iambic pentameter? 'Tis pity that the case require, or so we say, that in the end we speak the literal to inspire the understanding of a friend. That is deep for a Monday, KQD. That is deep. I'm just waking up. Ann says, I'm still having issues with Wi-Fi. Go ahead and talk to Golden Mom this morning. She won the internet, and she should be able to help you with any Wi-Fi issue. I post a lot that don't get bounced by YouTube, so it'll be limited by chat from my end. We'll think of you, Ann. If you have something important, please give it a try. Hopefully we'll be able to hear from you. I made it a full week without smoking. Tiffany, congratulations. That is awesome. We are here cheering you on. That is incredible. That is a big deal. You can do this. I know that first week is hard, and it doesn't necessarily get super easier afterward. But just know that we're here supporting you and backing you up, and just super excited for each day. Way to go, Tiffany. You got lots of atta girls in chat. But so with all, from babes who play hide and seek to, it got cut off. The poetry reading by KQD is sponsored by, just kidding. Julie Morton says, first day in chat. I binge watched a couple of your videos this weekend. I love the support and great chat. Well, Julie, thank you for being here, and thanks for braving the waters of the chat room. We are a friendly group, and we just like to get to know who's out there. Mal says, yay, Tiffany. Mal, thanks for being there supporting Tiffany. Okay, in order to get more text channels, you have to become a community. In order to do that, we need 500 members. All right, so we're going to have to put the word out. Spread the word about, as the gavel drops, the Discord page that has everything true crime related on there that you could possibly want. I just shared this link on my Facebook. Let's see who joins us. Monica, if you see any friends, don't be shy. Just go ahead and shout them out and welcome them. I appreciate you sharing that there. This is a very friendly, happy place. Sam Terry says, recovery addict, recovery addiction. Just thought I'd let you know that manta rays have arrived in our bay city in Costa Rica. Is it a seasonal thing? Do they migrate? Because that's cool. They're big and amazing to watch, especially from the air. I love the clear water. The drone views of those rays are just incredible. You guys are the bestest ever, says Tiffany. Hey, Tiffany, we are so proud of you. Seriously, congratulations. You're doing an amazing job. Keep it up. Okay, there's like 5K in there. This is Monica. All right, bring them all. Bring them all. We can do this. Court is about to start. As usual, the judge is late this morning. Don't know why. But he better have an excuse. That's all I'm saying. Let's see. Maybe you just need to drop the Discord link once an hour with the mug link, says Tag. Yeah, we could probably do that for sure. I think I've got, that's the reason I have Toxic as a mod in here. So she can share that Discord link. And Abby does a great job, as requested, every once in a while, dropping the mug link. I don't have a mug with me right now. I do have water, plenty of water. Ooh, defendant's in the house. Same shirt and tie. Well, same shirt. That gray shirt is his go-to shirt. His hair is looking a little bit longer. I mean, he started off, I thought he was almost bald when we started, but maybe it grows fast. Let's wait and see. No defense in the Walmart case isn't in trial yet. They're trying to move the trial to Austin, knowing the gag order is still in effect, and news is very few. So yeah, not much information can be released when everyone's gagged. Now, the one thing that's important on a gag order is that doesn't affect the media. A gag order does not order the media not to share information. It orders the people who are participating in the case not to share information with the media, which in effect has the same result. But the media can still talk about it, and we can talk to people who aren't witnesses or who aren't participating in the case. It's just the people who are participating are not allowed to talk. So it does limit information that way. But we can still talk about it here. Okay. All right. Only press is local press. Yeah, Tag, I saw that. And that seems to be a big story, especially with it affecting that Walmart shooting. That should get more airtime than it's getting. Still tons of cheers for Tiffany. Tiffany, hope you feel all of our support. We're with you. You can do this. Okay. Toxic Orchid. Well done, Tiffany Marie. Today is back to day one for me. Well, Toxic, you can do this. Today is a great day to start, and we'll cheer you on every step of the way. That's exciting for you. This will be a day to remember. One day is better than none. Yep. I miss the punctuality of Judge Darrow. Totally. Speaking of Judge Darrow, up in Wisconsin, they had their Christmas parade, I think, yesterday. And the Dancing Grannies participated. The Waukesha Strong movement was in full force there. Which was just awesome. I haven't watched it yet, but I heard great things on the news. Tag, my mug was well used this weekend. I'm still getting over a respiratory infection, so warm lemon honey tea was my favorite beverage of all weekend when I wasn't sleeping it off. They work well for that. The mug is actually microwavable and dishwasher safe as well, so you can heat things up with it. We've used them for hot drinks quite a bit as colds have come and gone in the family here. Abby says, get your mug here. We do have one item of merchandise. I hope to expand that here soon. But the one item of merchandise we have for the channel is a mug that is a True Crime Addict mug. You can find it there at that link. Thank you, Abby, for that. This judge is late very often. I don't think it's any business because you can see next to Mr. Ortiz there, just to his left shoulder, who's got his lawyer with him. So if the lawyers were like in chambers or something, that seat would be empty. So it is the judge who's late for some reason. Cell phone guy is there. Yay. That's his preferred seat. I think he likes to be further back than he was before. I think it gives him a better vantage point of some of the displays. Cell phone guy. I know somebody in chat has a thing for cell phone guy. Is that you, Ginger? Because I don't know who he's talking to, but maybe to himself. Maybe to you. We don't know. The fact that his tie isn't straightened up proper bothers me. It's sort of a sloppy knot. It does need a bit of attention, but it does not appear to be a clip-on. I will give him that much. Judge Doro should have had her own float in the Waukesha Christmas parade. Right, she's going to be Supreme Court Justice Doro here soon enough. Okay. Ken's 5 has just brought in their feed. We're going to take that here live. Well, they've turned on their feed, but they haven't connected the camera. Okay, so we'll take that just as soon as it comes up. For some reason, all of my devices have linked again.
The Honorable Judge Oscar Hale Jr. presiding.
Good morning.
Is the judge's last name Junior?
Ready for the jury? State defense ready? Let's bring the jurors in, please.
He said the Honorable Judge Oscar Hale Jr. presiding. I didn't know he was a junior. That's interesting. All right, and here's the feed we want. Nope, that's not it. Let's take this one. Okay, we're going to get the 2 boxes set up, which enable us to... Oh, I don't need 5 turned on.
Don't forget your mic, Mr. Evans.
This clerk is not shy about talking. If she needs something, she just pipes up and lets you know.
Yes, too short though. I missed my 3-day weekends.
Little hot mic here as the clerk complains about the short weekend. The double Windsor makes you look guilty every time, Matthew. That's what it is. Now, I will apologize. I'm not sure if the person's here in chat, but one of the mugs got shipped out, and for some reason, the shipping was not updated on the website. So you paid for it, and it shipped out, and you got it. But then the website didn't show it had shipped. So I had to manually go update it and show that it had shipped, and then there was some panic. They're like, don't charge me for another mug. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm just trying to clear it off on my screen. So hopefully that didn't cause too many problems for you.
Good morning.
It was
Everyone
June.
had a good weekend.
We had a good weekend. Thank you,
Stay
Judge.
ready.
State's ready, Your Honor.
Defense ready. Okay.
Your Honor, this morning's examination will be conducted by ADA Rogelio Soto, and the state will call Brandon Stern as their first witness.
Brandon Stern.
Brandon Stern.
Brandon Stern. He was here before. Is that the big guard?
Yes, thank you.
I think it is. Yeah. We've got the tall guard. The tall guard, as we mentioned before. He is just super tall.
Good morning, sir. You're under the same oath you previously took, sir. You may take the witness stand, please.
He has some notes. I'm sure the defense has seen that, and they will be requesting a copy of those or want to look at those, which is their right if he uses them to refresh his recollection while he's up there. Yulissa, welcome. Happy Monday to you.
Is that good?
You may proceed. Yes.
For the record, Rogelio Soto for the state.
See if he does better
Deputy
today.
Stern, can you please state your complete name for the record?
My name is Brandon Stern.
And Deputy Stern, you've previously testified in this court, correct?
Yes.
If you can call it that. It was pretty
You
rough.
previously testified that you assisted in the investigations of this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
More so with the collection of evidence, correct?
Yes.
And you assisted the custodians of evidence, Investigator Ugarte and Investigator Nenke, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about the crime scene of Guiselda Hernandez.
Yes.
Did you assist in that crime scene?
Yes, I did.
That crime scene on September 15th of 2018?
Yes.
Okay. And where was that crime scene located at?
That was on IH-35 at the 22 mile marker.
Marker 22?
Yes.
Okay. And that day, when you were assisting, what roles were you performing?
Just evidence collection and assisting Investigator Ninke in evidence collection.
Okay. And
Yes, this
did
is
you all
the
recover
intern.
anything that day?
Yes, we did.
It's the first day
What
on the
did y'all
job,
recover?
basically, for him.
I believe it was 3 40 Smith & Wesson casings and bullet fragments.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Deputy Stern, I'm going to show you this envelope. I'm going to remove the items inside. Okay. Now, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 55 and 56. Okay? And I'm also going to show you these envelopes, okay?
Yes.
Now,
This
State
attorney's
55
doing a better job
56.
handling him.
When and where did you first see these items?
When we arrived on scene at the 22 mile marker there on IH-35.
Okay. And what did you do after you saw these items?
We marked them with tags and we photographed them.
Okay. And now, how do you know that these are the items that you recovered that day?
Because my name is on the packaging that they were put in.
Okay. Whose signature is that?
That's mine.
Okay. And that signature?
Yeah, that's also mine.
Okay. And do you recognize this packaging?
Yes.
And I know you said you recognize it because of your signature, but what else, if anything, allows you to recognize it that it's related to this case?
The date that it was collected and the time it was collected.
What about? He's pointing.
And the location where it was collected off. And a brief description of what was in the package.
Okay. And have these items been altered in any shape or form?
No.
Are they in the same or similar condition as to when they were collected?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, let the record reflect that I'm going to tender to defense what has been marked as State's Exhibit 55 and 56, the bullet fragments from mile marker 22.
I think-
We'll be offering it into evidence.
I think the defense is going to want to voir dire.
envelopes separately, or
Yes,
Him.
Your Honor.
are you going to label those separately, or only because I think 55 and 56 were previously identified, but without the envelopes? Or?
Correct, Your Honor. They just needed to be admitted, and we'll be marking the envelopes as 55A and 56A, Your Honor, for identification purposes.
This guy basically had taken a little police academy course and then started his job, and his first big crime scene was this case. So he was literally just a tag along, and it was not even mentioned in any of the police reports at gathering evidence. I think they're going to ask him questions just to see if they can introduce some doubt here before they just let this evidence in. DMB says, do not put evidence on the microphone, please. No, I think he actually smacked the microphone with the evidence bag, is what happened there, and it was loud. Hey, Lindsay, drive safely. We'll see you later. Thanks for being here. So this is important evidence, right? We've got actual bullet casings. These can be linked to the gun, and they will be matching the casings at another crime scene. Monica. I'm going to spit out my water. He reminds you of Mall Cop. He's very tall, huh?
The witness room and take him on Vordaer briefly.
Yep, there's Vordaer. I knew it. Okay.
Deputy Stern, just briefly.
Thank you,
I wasn't up here, but so it appears to me that State's Exhibit 55 was in envelope 55A, and State's Exhibit 56 was in envelope 56A. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and then 55, 55A, 56, and 56A were in this bigger envelope. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the other day I asked you, as far as the bullet fragments, they themselves, the ones inside 55 and 56, you can't identify them specifically as being the ones that you picked up out on that date. I mean, from looking at them,
Ooh, careful
just
here.
individually.
No, I wouldn't
Okay.
be able to.
And I understand. So then, but when who placed, let's say, 55 inside 55?
He doesn't know who.
Was it you or Ugarte or Nenke? Do you remember?
Who? I'm sorry.
Who specifically picked
Who
up?
placed this baggie inside
He has
this?
to be able to answer
Well,
this question.
who picked up the fragment, placed it inside this bag that's marked 55, and then who placed it inside 55?
He has to be confident here.
Do you recall?
No.
Okay. The same goes for 56 and 56A?
No.
Okay. And out at the scene, do you know, did you all make a diagram to show where these were? I mean, if you recall.
I don't believe so.
Okay. And then the other thing is, since when you say that your name is here, you see where it says in print investigator, INV Stern, INV Stern.
Yes.
And what is that supposed to indicate to you?
They indicate that I found these and I placed them in the bag.
Okay. And then since then, there's all these markings. You see that, like here, there's a 103118 and like initials. These weren't there when you placed them in here, right?
No, sir, they were not.
So since the date that you collected them, these have been opened, I would imagine, and then placed back in here. Is that accurate?
I would say yes.
Okay. Now this red evidence tape on each one of them, is that Webb County or is that someone else's also?
I believe that's Webb County. We do have evidence tape that's red like that.
Okay, but these markings, were they there, the ones over the evidence tape when you placed 55 and 56 into 55A and 56A?
No.
No. Okay. Judge, we would submit that at this time they're not relevant. They're still subject to the chain, and so they're premature until we find out where they went, who opened them, who took them out, and the like. So our objection is that relevance and chain of custody.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, Investigator Stern, he's marked these bags. He's marked them that he was the one that placed them in there. These are for record-keeping purposes, Your Honor. It's marked where the location, where it was. He's already testified that he worked hand in hand with both Investigator Nenke and Investigator Ugarte in the collection of evidence at these scenes, Your Honor. He's able to identify his signature. It's linked to both bullet fragments that were located there, Your Honor. We've established the chain. He's a sponsoring witness. He has personal knowledge. He's seen them. He identified them. He remembers that those were the bullet fragments that were recovered that day, Judge.
If I may, Your Honor, at least the way I understand it, we're going through the chain, and at some point, the last person that opened them and did whatever, that's when they become admissible. I understand that they have to show the chain and identify them, but they're not admissible at this time.
Well, as far as admissibility,
That's the
and the
judge's
chain, I think there are two
determination.
different issues. I'm going to overrule the relevance objection. I'm not going to comment on the chain. That goes to the weight for the jury. I will, as far as admissibility for the jury's consideration, exhibits 55, 56, 55A and 56A are admitted into evidence at this time.
Okay, they got in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Oh, that was close. That was tough. Are we done with this witness? Jury is in the courtroom. That's correct. For such a tiny man, the new ADA has loud footsteps. It's the boots, I think. Is he wearing cowboy boots? With metal taps, like metal heels? The jury is definitely there. 100%. Jury's present. Right. So Matthew's brought up a point here. The judge determines whether or not the evidence is admissible in court. The weight of that evidence is determined by the jury.
Your Honor, if we could have a brief moment, Judge.
Another brief moment, because you just had a brief moment without asking for it. Okay. So Tag's bringing up just some updates about that case out of El Paso, where the DA was being accused of letting criminals go free and messing up on their cases on purpose. She pretended to be another witness and threatened a witness. Right? She sent an email pretending to be the witness's son or something. Just bizarre stuff out of that case. It'd be crazy to follow that. Right. The defense sees red meat when this guy jumps on the stand, and I'm not making a joke about his size or body mass. But he clearly is not experienced.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as states 167, 168, and 169. Okay?
Yes.
Do you recognize these photos?
Yes.
These are crime scene photos.
I was there when they were taken.
Okay, and is 167 a true and accurate depiction of what it portrays to be?
Yes.
Same question with 168. Is it a true and accurate depiction of what it portrays to be?
Yes.
Same with State's Exhibit 169. Is it a true and accurate depiction of what it portrays to be?
Yes.
Let the record reflect, Your Honor.
Defense is going to do voir dire again.
Defense what has been marked as State's Exhibit.
And they're going to ask him who took the photograph.
68 and 69.
Do you know exactly who took the photo?
And we offer it into evidence.
And he's not going to answer. He's not going to know. And then the defense is going to protest and say, hey, you can't do this. I think these are the pictures that show those shell casings on the ground and possibly also
167, 168, 169.
The body. What's the matter, JD? Evidence not going your way? Right. It's they're conferring over this. They're going to ask. I think they'll do another voir dire here, just because he's such an easy target. Such an easy target.
Yes, sir.
Yep. First, they're going to do a discussion at the bench. So let's keep an eye on that. Okay. That's exciting. Okay. Dance between the prosecution and defense is interested in each trial. Love that. Yeah, and this is a dance. They are not willing dance partners, but it is definitely a dance. Young DA needs a better fade on that haircut. We'll get him a message, Katrina. He'll get right on that, I'm sure. Tag says, check El Paso local news for that information about the DA. The young DA needs to slow down when speaking with the judge. Speaking fast diminishes credibility and causes him to appear less confident. He has great arguments, just needs to be confident. Matthew, did he miss anything in that questioning? Should he have brought up the weakest part of his argument, which is, whether or not the witness knows which person took those photographs, which investigator? Because we know it wasn't Brandon Stern that took the photos. His first day on the job.
So 167. State's Exhibits 167 and 168 at this time are admitted.
So one of the pictures was not.
Thank you, Your Honor.
They're still having trouble getting one of the photographs in. I wonder which one was not admitted.
Your Honor, at this time, State will withdraw State's Exhibit 169.
This is crazy.
Your Honor.
You may.
Why can't the state get the photograph in? The photographer isn't relevant when determining authentication and admissibility. So why would this photo not be allowed in? It seems to be, from the questioning, I think it was all the same crime scene, right? Is it missing some information in the photograph? Is it doesn't show exactly where it was?
Deputy Stern, so I'm showing you what's already been admitted as States Exhibit 167 and 168. Can you please describe to the jury what these photos entail?
These are three different, two different pictures with three different 40 Smith & Wesson caliber casings.
Okay. And where were these photos taken at?
On the crime scene at IH-35 with a 22 mile marker.
Okay. And I'm just, for permission to publish to the jury on?
Some of these might have blood and gore in these. It looks like this one doesn't.
168. And what is that item there that's identified?
That's a 40 Smith & Wesson casing.
Okay. And I'll show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 167.
These pictures are awful with the
What
glare.
does this photo appear to show?
Two casings of 40 Smith & Wesson.
Okay, and how are they identified there?
They're identified with orange paint.
And why do y'all do that?
So when we take pictures, they stand out a little bit easier.
Okay. Thank you. Pass the witness, Your Honor. Nothing. No questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Our tall witness has left the stand for the second time. Let's see if he's actually released or if he's going to be held in waiting.
I believe up here is what she has, right?
Jose Ugarte, Your Honor. Ugarte.
Don't forget your mic, counsel.
That mic does not benefit us at all. It only goes to the court clerk.
For the record, State is calling Investigator Jose Ugarte.
Oh, okay.
So the court clerk says, hey, turn on your mic, and they turn on the mic, and it sounds the same to us because they're using a different audio system. Someone just walked into court, and the bailiff shoot him back out again. What you thinking, Mr. Ortiz? A giant comet in the night sky. Is that something from the news or just a random comment there, Omar?
Good morning, sir. Morning, sir. You have not been previously sworn, correct? Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're going to give during this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, you may take the witness stand, please.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Thank you.
He does talk fast.
Investigator Ugarte, can you please state your name for the record?
Jose Manuel Ugarte,
Okay, and where are you currently employed?
at Texas A&M International University Police Department.
This
Okay,
guy talks
How long have you been a
faster.
police officer for?
Since 1994, approximately 28 years.
Okay. And have you always been employed by the Texas A&M International University Police Department?
No, sir.
Okay, where were you employed prior to that?
At the Webb County Sheriff Department,
Okay. And prior to that?
Laredo Police Department.
Okay. Were you involved in any service prior to that?
Was a medical specialist in the U.S. Army.
Okay. So, I want to take you back. I want to go back to the month of September 2018. At that time, whom were you employed by?
At the Webb County Sheriff Department.
Okay. And during that time at the Webb County Sheriff's Office, what position did you have?
Was a crime scene investigator and as also assisted in the for the evidence.
In the evidence?
Evidence room.
Okay. And assisting in the evidence room, what did you do?
And in the evidence room,
Yes.
I assisted investigator Nenke on property storing evidence.
He's super nervous. I think
Did
he
you
has
serve
a
as
tick
a
as well.
custodian of evidence?
Yes, sir.
That might show up
Alright.
when he was nervous. Yeah.
Now, did you receive any trainings or certifications in regards to evidence collection?
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay, can you please describe that?
On the evidence collection,
All right. Thanks, Olnar.
I took numerous classes with multiple instructors while I was in the police department.
Okay. And now, in 2018, for purposes of clarification, who were the custodians of evidence at that time?
That'll be myself and Investigator Nenke.
Okay. Now, is it safe to say that you two worked hand in hand sometimes in processing scenes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you describe to us how you would go about in the collection of evidence at these scenes?
I would go to the scene and I would look for evidence, and once the evidence was
Identified.
Was
identified, I started. I took photographs and picked up the evidence, and then it was taken to the Wake County Sheriff office to be logged into our system.
Okay. And now, after you log it in, how do you go about keeping the evidence organized?
It's given they're given a tag number.
Okay. And what does that tag number? What's the purpose of that tag number?
To show where the item came from.
This guy is so nervous.
Now, do you know why you're here today?
I'm getting nervous for him.
Yes, sir.
Do you know where you are today?
Why are you here today?
For some incidents that occurred on September of 2018.
Okay. Did you assist in the investigation of this case in 2018?
Yes, I did, sir.
How did you assist in the investigation of this case?
I was assigned to the Texas Ranger, and he directed me to process the scene.
So, an investigator Ugarte, if you could please explain to the jury, who went about assisting you in processing these scenes?
On the several crime scenes, it was Investigator Nenke and Investigator Stern. Investigator Stern only assisted me on one crime scene.
Okay. Now, I want to take you back to the date of September 3rd of 2018. Okay. Can you explain to the jury what you did that day in regards to this case?
When I got to on that day when I got to the scene, I processed the scene by taking photographs, collecting evidence, and taking the evidence to our office so it could be logged in.
I'm not sure if he has a medical condition that causes like a stammer.
And this was the crime
if it's
scene that
just
took place on
super
Jeffers
nervous.
Road?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. And this is the crime scene of Mendoza Ramirez?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you said you discovered casings at this scene.
That is correct. I discovered two.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Ugarte. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked
Good morning,
as
Tom.
State's Exhibit 41 and 42.
So far, we've got some bullet casings that have been admitted into evidence using the very tall and somewhat girthy intern investigator.
Now-
and now we have one of the main investigators who's been recalled from Texas
I'm showing you
A&M
41 and 42.
to come and testify.
Do you recognize these items?
Not recalled,
yes, I
but
do,
he's
sir.
been
Okay.
summoned.
When and where did you first see these items?
September the 3rd, 2018,
Okay.
by Jeffers Road.
Okay, and what did you do once you discovered these items?
They were properly collected and taken to the Wake County Sheriff's office so it could be logged into our system.
All right, and now, how do you know that these are the items that you recovered that day?
A case number, my initials, and my handwriting.
Okay, and are those your initials right there on these two items?
That is correct, sir.
Have these items been altered in any shape or form?
No, sir.
Are they in the same or similar condition as to when they were recovered?
Yes, sir.
How did these items get to the courtroom here today?
They were brought in by Sergeant Castillo, which happens to be the custodian of evidence at the West County Sheriff's Office.
Your Honor, let the record reflect I'm tendering to defense what has been marked as State's Exhibit 41 and 42 for inspection, and we offer them into evidence.
Think they're going to try to ask him a question or two? If it's just a speech impediment, I think he's doing a great job. Yeah, here comes Dyer for sure. Let's see. Yep, bingo. Good call, Matthew.
I previously met you at a hearing, right?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Okay, with regards again to State's Exhibit 41 and 42, I see that, let's see, your initials are somewhere here?
Over here, sir. Right there.
Okay, and they're here too, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you can tell that these items have been reopened and resealed, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, since the date back on the 3rd, I would imagine, of 18, September the 3rd of 18, that you logged them into the, evidence room.
Yes, sir.
They since have left. Have they not?
To the DPS lab.
Okay, and did you take them to the DPS lab?
More likely I did.
Okay, but you don't know that for a fact.
No, I need to check the lab submittals.
Okay, and then someone at the lab took them out, did whatever they do with them, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and right now I know that these are not open. You don't know what this lab person put back in here from your personal knowledge right now.
That is correct. Yes,
okay. Again, Your Honor, our
That's
objection is that right now
it's a weak argument.
They're not relevant, and the chain of custody, the complete chain of custody, has not been established.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, this objection only serves to confuse the jury, Your Honor.
Well, Your Honor, I'm going to object to sidebar remarks by the prosecutor
That's the court in response to the objection.
attacking the defendant over the shoulder of the counsel.
Okay.
Requesting this trial, Your Honor.
Overruled. Denied.
Your Honor, he's the sponsoring witness. He recovered these items. As to where they went afterwards, we're establishing the first link in the chain, Your Honor. He's able to identify these items. His initials are on the items. He recovered the items. There's a description on these evidence bags made by Investigator Ugarte, Your Honor. He has personal knowledge. He was there that day. He describes how he went about in collecting these items, Your Honor.
May we approach this so I can make a point to the court outside the presence of the jury, Your Honor?
Sidebar. Okay. So Matthew, tell us about this mistake. Who made the mistake and what was it? Was it the ADA in saying that this argument only serves to confuse the jury, or was it the defense in arguing that because he's not aware of the entire chain of custody, he doesn't know what the lab did? Ooh, everyone's going up there. Team huddle. Team huddle. Hey, Brenda, you know, it's an important part of our judicial system that the underlying principle is that it's better that a guilty person goes free than an innocent person goes to jail. And because of that, every defendant has the right to, you know, their day in court to defend themselves against the charges, and the burden of proof is not on them.
At this time.
So it did get admitted. See, ADA made a sidebar comment about his impression as to what the objection was intended to do. Objection should be confined to a discussion of the admissibility of the evidence. So I think the judge sort of chided him on it, but also overruled him. That's my understanding. So he shouldn't have said this is to confuse the jury.
You said that you assisted at the scene on Jeffrey's Road. And what other functions did you serve at that
They're going to move for a mistrial because of that?
Collecting...
This particular witness, I think, needs more direct questions instead of open-ended questions. I don't think this witness will do well in story form responses. As close as possible, he almost needs to be led. you know, obviously you can't lead the witness,
Now-
but he needs very, very specific yes and no scenarios to answer.
All right.
The case
Can
is
you
a-
please explain to the jury
Hang on.
what this is right here, please?
Envelope containing a
one Smith & Wesson 40 caliber
40 caliber
casing.
casing.
Okay, and where was this this casing located?
Who's running the vacuum in the
It
courtroom?
was located at 500 Jeffries Road.
You guys hearing that? Is somebody like
500
mixing up a
Jeffries Road?
daiquiri or something?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and this caliber, it's what caliber of casing is it?
40 caliber.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's been previously marked and admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 41. Okay, there's the State's Exhibit number 41.
Sounds
Now,
like we're going to have witnesses from
same
the crime
question.
lab as
Can you
well
please
have to testify that
read to
that's
the jury
the
what this
casing that
says?
they pulled out and they recognize it because of their marks.
500 Jeffries Road, one Smith & Wesson 40 caliber casing.
Okay. And the 500 Jeffries Road, that is in relation to the
Smoothie
crime
machine
scene.
in the background.
Melissa, correct?
Yes, sir.
Place your orders now.
Thank you.
Evidence did get admitted. Yes. So slowly, the defense is losing. I mean, there's a picture here, a picture there that they've been able to exclude. We saw this morning the state withdrew
Now,
one item
let's-
when they weren't able to get it entered.
Let's move on.
But,
I'd like to go in sequential order. Did you assist at the next crime scene involved in this case?
It wasn't me, I promise.
On 255, yes, sir, I did.
Okay, and that's the crime scene of Claudine Luera?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what tasks did you take on that day at the crime scene of Claudine Luera?
I assisted the Texas Ranger in by collecting evidence, and in the process of collecting evidence, I collected a tire cast, some cell phones, 2 casings, a purse, a metal pipe, and after collecting that evidence, and sometimes she's also, after collecting the evidence, they were taken to our office so it could be logged into our system and properly stored.
Okay.
Did you take photos?
as well?
Yes, sir.
All right. Permission to approach, Your Honor? Okay. So,
Well said, KQD.
Investigator Ugarte, I'm going to show you this envelope here. So, I'm going to remove the contents.
Gonna smack the microphone.
I'm going to show you what has been marked previously as State's Exhibit 50 and 51. Okay? I'm going to show them to you right now. Right? Okay. When and where did you first see these items?
September 8th, September 13, 2018.
September 3rd, 2018?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What about State's Exhibit 50?
Same date.
September 13th, 2018?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did you do once you recovered these items?
Once I recovered them, I took them to our office so it could be logged into our system and given a tag number.
Okay, and how do you know that these are the items that you recovered that day?
My handwriting, my initials,
Okay.
and the case number.
And that's your name over the tape, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Sorry, your initials.
Yes.
Okay. And these items haven't been altered in any shape or form?
No, sir.
Are they in the same or a similar condition as to when they were recovered?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, let the record reflect that I will be tendering to defense what has been marked as State's Exhibit 51 and 52. Sorry, 50 and 51. I apologize, Your Honor. 50 and 51 for inspection.
Are you going to mark any of those envelopes also?
Yes, Your Honor, I'll mark the envelope. We'll mark it as 58.
People for the ethical treatment of audio equipment. New group. You are the honorary president, BMB. Right. Let's see. There were 4 victims and 2 purses found in the truck. So I'm guessing one of the purses. I know in testimony one of the victims had a purse over the shoulder when they were shot.
We would object to relevance at this time, and that the lack of chain of custody.
Same objections.
Objections overruled at this time. State's exhibits 50, 51, and you're offering 58?
And 58, Your Honor.
Yes, they'll be admitted into evidence.
Okay. All 3 of those got in as well. I think that it's the outer bag and the 2 inner bags are getting admitted. We're going to publish. Can we give him a tolly to calm his nerves? Ask Ortiz if he has any extras.
While this is getting warmed up, you said you also performed another task at the crime scene?
Yes, I did, sir.
What task was that?
Tire cast.
A tire cast?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you this box. Okay. Do you recognize? And we're going to be marking this box as 63A, State's Exhibit 63A, for identification purposes, Your Honor. I'm showing you this box. Do you recognize this box?
Yes, I do, sir.
Okay. How do you recognize this box?
My initials, case number, tag.
Okay.
It looks like an Amazon box.
All right. Now,
It's fragile.
I'm going to show you the packaging. Do you recognize the packaging?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize this packaging?
It was packaged by at the DPS crime lab.
Okay. And now, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 63. When and where did you recover this item?
On the same date, September 13, 2018.
September 13, 2018?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
what did you do in the recovery of this item?
After recovering the item?
What did you do at the scene how did you recover this item?
Oh, I make some plaster and I pour into the tire mark that was there on the ground.
Okay. And now, why did you do a tire cast?
It was my
job.
But does that mean that there must have been something to take an impression of?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The tire mark.
Has this item been altered in any shape or form?
No, sir.
Is it in a similar condition as to when it was recovered by you?
Yes, sir.
Welcome, Weather Watch. Good to have you back.
Your Honor,
Happy Monday.
Let the reflect. I'm tendering to defense the box, which will be marked as State's Exhibit 63A, and the tire cast, which has already been marked as State's Exhibit 63 for inspection, and we offer it into evidence.
Okay, so it's a little bit painful. I think he does have a stuttering condition, but they are getting evidence in, which is the whole purpose of this witness and this little phase of the trial right here. So we're gaining ground here. This is a good thing for prosecution. The defense has objected to everything so far, or had either a sidebar or an open objection in court, and everything has been overruled with the exception of one photograph this morning, which the state
Objection,
withdrew.
Your Honor, that 63 and 63A are not relevant at this time until they're tied in by some expert, technician, whatever the case might be, and also that it violates the chain of custody, that the chain of custody has not been established.
He made it.
Objections are noted,
This is the first link.
Overruled at this time. State's exhibits, you're offering them 63, 63A, right? Will be admitted into evidence at this time.
Tom, the burner phone is open right now. It is a little bit laggy for some reason.
So, I'm going to show you.
But the
now
line is
permission
open.
to
Go ahead
push
and
on
send
the
something if you
Your
need to.
Honor. State's Exhibit 50. Okay. Can you please read to the jury what this item entails?
.40 caliber Smith & Wesson casing.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you, and just for purposes
Where was
of
it gathered?
record, can you please explain to the jury where this item was located?
1 mile east of FM 255.
Okay, and I'm going to ask
From 83 North.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask you the same question about State's Exhibit 51. All right. Are you able to identify State's Exhibit 51? I know it's already been admitted, but how do you identify it?
Case number and what I wrote in the envelope.
Okay, and what did you write on this envelope? Will you please read it to the jury?
.40 caliber Smith & Wesson spent casing.
Okay. And where was this item located?
1 mile east of on FM 255 from 83 North.
All right. Okay, now I'm going to show you what's been already admitted to evidence. It's Exhibit 63.
DMB, you're probably right. Probably was just blurry.
Do you recognize this item?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sorry, I said yes because you nodded, but if you could just give a response for purposes of the record.
Yes, sir.
So, this is the tire cast.
This is just like, this is awful. It's broken.
This is the tire cast that you performed that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what's the purpose of a tire cast?
To compare to you know, if we find a suspect's vehicle, we'll compare the tire mark that was left in the scene to his to the tires belonging to his vehicle.
Okay. And you prepared this tire cast, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
That just looks like a pile of rocks. I cannot see a tread on that. I'm sure there is one, but just like dirt and mud and plaster.
This is one for you. Okay. All right. So.
Tire's in court. It's right underneath the chat. If I move this, look.
What did you do after you prepared the tire cast?
Yeah, the tire was right there in the middle of the room.
I took it to my office to be logged in and be given a tag number.
Okay, and after being placed in property, what happened to the tire cast after that?
After being placed in property, it was taken on a later date to the TPS crime lab.
Okay. Now, what procedures do you do in sending off something to the DPS lab?
I submit a lab submittal, but before I do that, I call the DPS lab and I asked them if I could take the items.
And how was it delivered? Was it mailed? Was it hand delivered?
It was hand delivered.
It was hand delivered?
Yes, sir.
By who?
It had either been probably myself or Investigator Lenke.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about the next time you were activated on this case. Was that on September 15th of 2018?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Okay. Was that the crime scene of Juan Ortiz?
Yes, sir.
And do you know where that crime scene was located at?
I'm on marker 15 on Highway 35.
All right. And what tasks did you perform at that crime scene?
To assist the Texas Ranger on processing the scene.
Okay. Did you recover any items as well?
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor? All right. I'm going to show you two photos that have previously been marked as State's Exhibit 31 and 32. I'll start with 31. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
I took the photo.
Okay, and is it a true and accurate depiction of what it portrays to be?
That is correct, sir.
All right. Same thing with State's Exhibit 32. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
Because I also took the photo.
Okay, and is it a true and accurate depiction of what it portrays to be?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let the record reflect I am tendering to defense what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 31 and 32 for inspection will be offered into evidence, Your Honor.
Can you approach on 31 already in?
The other DA doesn't say that. the
They
head
were
guy,
previously admitted, Your Honor.
the DA, he doesn't say, I'm giving to the defense, let the record reflect, I'm handing them these. He just walks over and hands them to him.
So they were admitted.
Maybe I
the issue
missed
was
it,
about
but-
publishing. You're going to
Yes,
want
sir.
to publish, you may publish now. Yes.
Oh, bless you.
At this time, Your Honor, we would just like to announce that we were going to be showing some sensitive photos.
Okay,
for
heads up.
purposes of media or
We're going
family
to try
in the
not to
room.
show these.
Permission to publish? Okay.
Camera guy.
Investigator Ugarte, I'm showing you
Has
what's
his
been
picture
marked
up.
as State's Exhibit 31. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you please explain what's happening in this photo?
The medical examiner person is right there, and
Medical examiner
I took
person.
photos of I was taking photos of the tattoos.
Okay, and why is the medical examiner person there?
Because they're the only ones that are allowed to touch the body.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 32 now. Can you please explain to the jury what we're seeing here?
A picture of the tattoo.
A picture of the tattoo?
Yes, sir. And body.
And
He mumbles a lot.
this is the body of Janelle Ortiz?
Yes, sir.
And why are you taking a picture of the tattoo area?
It's part of the investigation to take photo of the tattoos for of any deceased persons that we encounter, so they could be identified later on.
Perfect. All right.
Little Miss, I'm okay with it as well. But YouTube's terms of service sometimes you can get in trouble with, so I have to be careful not to show stuff that that suddenly they might ban me for.
Now,
Even though other channels seem to get away with it, I'm pretty sure I would be caught.
Mr. to approach, Your Honor. I'm showing you an envelope that has been marked previously. It's going to be State's Exhibit 39. Here. Okay. Here. And now. Okay. Now. You said aside from taking photos, you were also processing the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Morning, Charlie. Welcome.
Thank you. All right, I am removing what has been marked previously as State's Exhibit 58. Okay. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, sir.
When and where did you recover this item?
May I?
Yes.
September 15, 2018. And mile marker 15.
Okay.
IX35.
On age 35?
Yes, sir.
Mile marker 15?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did you do in recovering this item?
After recovering the item,
Or once you came across it, what did you do?
I secured the evidence and then I took it to the West Palm Sheriff's office,
I bagged
to
it
the
and
office,
tagged
so it could be logged in and given a tag number.
Okay, and how do you know that this is the item that you recovered that day?
Handwriting case number.
Okay, and can you please identify what is that?
Yeah. My name?
That's your name?
Yes, sir.
So that's your signature?
Yes.
Okay, and has this item been altered in any shape or form?
No, sir.
Is it in the same or similar condition as to when it was recovered?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, and how did this item get to the courtroom here today?
The custodian of evidence, Robert Castillo.
Okay.
Ottoman.
It was his coworker
Your
back
Honor,
in
let
the
the
day.
record reflect I'm tendering what's the bag that's been marked as State's Exhibit 39, which included an
We all just got
envelope
COVID.
tendering to defense State's Exhibit 58 for inspection, and we offered it into evidence.
Okay, it is 2018. Yeah, it's been 4 years since these murders. It's been a long time getting this to trial. Big ol' Gesundheit. Same objections. It's going to be relevance, chain of custody.
Witness on voir dire, just briefly,
may.
Your Honor.
We've got a full voir dire.
The
Nice.
video got the, with regards to State's Exhibit number 58, and just for purposes of the chain of custody and identification, I know that you're telling this jury and us and the judge that there's a casing in here. Is that what your testimony is?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but right now, right here, presently, right now, from your personal knowledge, do you know, because I can't see the casing, can you?
No, I can't, sir.
Okay, so there's probably a casing in there, but from your personal knowledge, do you know for a fact, right this very minute, that there's a casing in here, the one that you recovered from the crime scene, from your personal knowledge?
That's the weak
at this
argument.
moment in time?
But,
Not a guess. Do you know for a fact?
no, sir.
Okay. Again, Your Honor, objection is relevance, lack of personal knowledge, speculation.
Chain of custody.
And chain of custody. Your Honor.
Yep. So the chain of custody on there.
Just so the court will know.
This is a weak argument.
Your Honor, we would have the same response, Judge. He recovers this item, and he's a sponsoring witness. His signature's on it. He itemized it, collected it, and he was at the scene and processed it, Judge.
Objections noted. Objections are overruled. State's Exhibits 39 and 58 are admitted into evidence at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish on the OMO? Thank you. Okay. Investigator Ugarte, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 58.
Do you call this the OMO? On the OMO? Permission to publish on the OMO?
Okay. Now, if you could please what helps you identify the markings of what's inside of this Exhibit 58?
My knowledge of the English language. And the glare.
What,
The glare looks very familiar.
Or if you could just please read what this says.
spent casing.
Okay, and where was it located at?
Mile marker 15, IH 35.
Okay. And that's your signature right there?
Yes, sir.
And you do that when you process the scene? You put your signatures on items?
Sometimes I do, yes, sir.
Why not open the bag? They're waiting because I think they will call the lab tech that did the actual examination of the evidence, and then they'll say this is how it was when I opened it. I'm the next person. They're the next person in that chain of custody.
All right. Now, let's go back to, or I guess, what was there a vehicle that was located in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On September 15th, did you process this vehicle?
Yes, I did, sir.
Where did you process this vehicle?
At the Webb County Sheriff's Substation, which is located at 7209 H. Saunders, also known as 7209 Highway 59.
Okay. And how did the vehicle get to the substation that day?
It was transported by a record company.
Okay.
This man has a tick with his neck that makes it look like his heart's trying to jump out of his shirt.
Once it arrived, I was advised by I was instructed by the Texas Ranger to collect the handgun that was inside the vehicle.
Okay. Now,
I think we're going to have a more vigorous argument from the defense to keep the handgun out. This is an important piece of evidence.
Aside from collecting the evidence inside the truck, what else did you do with the truck?
I took photos.
You took
I took photos, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, permission to approach, Your Honor? Thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 154, 155, 156.
There would be an objection if the witness did ask the
7.
defense attorney something, they would say objection because it's argumentative or
158.
non-responsive, and it would be stricken from the record. But
State's
we
Exhibit
want him to do that. We want him to hit
159.
back. It's not going to happen, though.
State's Exhibit 160. Okay. I'll also show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 161. State's Exhibit 162. State's Exhibit 163. 164. State's Exhibit 165. Okay. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, sir, I do.
How do you recognize these photos?
I took the photos.
You took the photos?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and are they a true and accurate depiction, each one, of what it portrays to be?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. Your Honor, let the record reflect surrendering to defense what has been marked as State's Exhibit 154 through 165 for inspection, and we offer them into evidence.
We're going to have the same objections, possibly another voir dire, but it's going to be relevance. It's going to be chain of custody. Oh, no, on these. Oh, wait, there were photographs. So instead, we're going to look for anything blurry.
Just a minute, Your Honor. Yes.
When he says, "May we have just a minute," that's key for the ADA to step away so they can discuss it without him hearing. All right, let's go all the way back, Tag. You know, we need to talk to everyone who entered the building to see if they opened and messed with any of the evidence.
This exhibits. Yes.
We're going to approach. I think you see the defense or the prosecution following the exact same pattern now with all this evidence. Now that they're getting evidence admitted that before was objected to and they had to wait on. So they're following the exact same pattern with every single witness and getting stuff in. So I anticipate these will be admitted as well, but we don't know what they're talking about up at the bench. So maybe not. Maybe some of these pictures will be withheld. Yeah, the whole truck search is the big question, the elephant in the room. It's really the only thing left, really, that's looming that we're not sure how it's going to turn out. Has the tire been admitted in evidence yet? I think they had the guy that said they took the tire from the truck, right? So it may be in evidence. But I'm pretty sure it was brought in before it was admitted and just sort of sat in the courtroom for a day or two. The jury's like, why is there a tire here? Jenna, hey, it's Monday. Jenna, I think I got a text from you. I'm pretty sure. My recollection is a bit foggy. I did. Yes, you went to the car wash in 29 degrees and made your car an icicle. But now you have a very clean, frozen car. Yes, I eventually mentioned it was me. Yep, that's the standard operating procedure when you do text the burner phone. Please include your YouTube name so I can add you to my list of contacts. That way, every time you send me something, I'll know who it is. It's easier to dig it up when you say, hey, I sent you something.
We're offering the exhibits at this time then. It's exhibits 154 through 165 are admitted into evidence at this time.
Permission to publish, Your Honor, on the AMO?
You may.
Thank you. Rest of your web, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 154.
Ooh, we got the truck.
Can you please explain to the jury what this is?
That's a pickup truck that was recovered.
That was the truck that was recovered?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where is the truck at right now in this photo?
Underneath the carport at the Weapon Sheriff's Office substation.
Okay. And that's where you processed this vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 155. Can you please explain to the jury what this is?
Same vehicle.
Okay, and what do we see here?
This is a vehicle being taped up.
Okay, but this is the front of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 156.
Aha, we're getting to the gun.
Can you please explain to the jury what this photo entails?
The driver's side door panel.
Okay. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Can you please identify what comes out in this photo?
That's the handle, the back of the H&K
Looks like the weapon.
P2000.
Okay, and by weapon you mean a firearm?
Yes, sir.
And that was a
Handgun.
firearm that was recovered?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 157. Can you please explain to the jury what this photo entails?
Magazine.
A magazine? What else do we see?
Looks like 2 magazines. Is somebody coaching him?
No, you said a magazine, but
Yes.
these 2 items, what are they? Or how many magazines do you see?
Somebody's coaching the ADA.
I believe 2 of them.
Okay, and aside from the magazines, what else do you see?
What is this gun right
Handgun.
here?
The handgun?
Oh man, this is painful.
Now I'm showing you State's Exhibit 158. Can you explain to the jury what this marking is?
It was placed there to mark the handgun.
Okay. And what purpose does it serve?
That's an evidence marker.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 159. Okay. Can you please explain to the jury what we see here?
A person floor mat.
A purse on the floor mat?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is taken of the same vehicle?
Yeah, that is correct, sir.
Okay. And this is on the passenger side, correct?
That is correct, sir.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 160. Okay. Can you explain to the jury what we see here?
Those are Tollies.
The rear seat of the vehicle, the same vehicle. Some beer cans and a makeup bag.
All right.
And
Now, how many beer
purse.
cans do you see here?
3, sir.
3?
Yes, sir.
And these are not regular beer cans, correct?
I believe they're like 16 ounces.
Okay. Are they referred to as tall
they're
boys?
big. I believe so. Yes, sir.
Okay. And this item down here, what was that you recovered from there when you took the photo?
I believe it was a makeup bag.
Okay. And this item, and these were the other items that were covered, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 161.
Be nice, Ted. Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Never mind, it's all appropriate. Did the ADA just say, "Are you
Please
okay?"
explain
to
to
him?
the jury what these items are.
2 magazines.
Magazines?
Yes, sir.
Is there any? Now, these dots on the back of the magazine, they range in the amount of ammunition that's located in the magazine, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. And these 2 items here at the top of the magazine, what are those?
The live rounds.
Live rounds?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So these items were loaded.
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 162. Can you please explain to the jury what's in this photo?
A magazine with some live rounds.
Okay, and how many live rounds do we see here?
If he counts out loud.
8.
Okay. And these were the magazines that were recovered from Mr. Ortiz's vehicle.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 163.
He's hard to watch, but they are getting the evidence in.
Can you please explain to the jury what we see here?
An HK 40 caliber handgun.
Okay. And aside from the handgun, what else do we see?
Magazine.
A magazine?
Yes, sir, on the side.
Okay. And this magazine was in relation to this firearm?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 164. What do you see here?
With the handgun with one live round.
Okay. That's one live round.
Yes, sir.
For those that aren't familiar with
Where was that
handguns
round
like this,
located?
In the chamber.
In the chamber of the weapon?
the gun in
Yes,
that
sir.
condition is
So that must
basically
mean that
half cocked.
the weapon was ready
the
to
top
fire
slide
if it
is
needed
pulled
to.
all the way
That's
back
correct,
and
sir.
locked in that
All right.
position. When you're
So it was
firing,
topped off?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
ooh, he does not like that. He said, "Nope, there wasn't one in the chamber. Nope, nope, nope." He's not a big fan of that. When you fire the last round in the magazine, that top slide will lock back, so you can drop the clip out with your thumb button, and then put the next clip in, and then release the slide and be ready to fire again. But it's also locked back in that position to keep it safe. So when they found it, it wasn't in that condition. They're saying when they found it, it had one in the chamber.
Okay. Investigator, what about
Which Ortiz said no. He was shaking his head over that one.
So, permission to approach again, Your Honor?
I know, and I use the wrong word all the time. What's in the bag? Lunch? I think that's number 3 or 4. He sneezed all over the evidence.
I'm going to mark these 2 items.
I think we have the firearm.
170.
Nope,
171.
these are the magazines. And we saw some of those reactions also at the very beginning when Erica was testifying. He was shaking his head almost just as vigorously as he did there.
All right.
I smell Whataburger.
So you processed the vehicle.
Yes, sir.
I just showed you photos of the weapon from the vehicle. Did you process the weapon in this case?
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay. Now, I'm showing you what we will identify as State's Exhibit 35A.
That is the firearm.
So we'll mark it as State's Exhibit 35A for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do, sir.
How do you recognize this?
My handwriting, tag number, case number.
Okay. And when and where was this item recovered?
September 15, 2018 at the Wake County Sheriff's Office substation.
Okay. And what did you do once you recovered it?
Touch the face again.
I took it to my office so it could be logged into our system and be given a tag number.
Okay.
They put the firearm in a spare pizza box they had at the station.
I'm going to show you
the contents.
What's inside of the box. I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 36. Okay? State's Exhibit 36.
You can see from the picture on the box that it's a picture.
Do you
right
recognize
here.
this item?
Yes, I do, sir.
How do you recognize this item?
Your Honor, we'd ask that it not be published until it's submitted to evidence. Objection.
Your Honor, I'll publish it in the box then. But
Okay,
I'm just doing it for separation purposes because there's multiple items in this box, Your Honor.
That's fine. Just you can put the box a certain way. So.
Okay. So
there's a picture of the
do you
gun on
recognize
top of the
Exhibit
box.
36?
Yes, sir.
When and where did you recover this item?
September 15,
Jury
2018
has no
at the
clue
Whitman
what it
Sheriff's
is.
Office substation.
Okay. Is there anything unique that identifies this item?
Serial number.
Serial number?
Yes, sir.
Where's the serial number located?
It's underneath the gun.
Okay. And if you want to review it, is that the same serial number that is located at the top of this box?
Yes, sir.
I don't think we're going to have a Dean Cummings
And this item,
moment.
aside from being made safe for purposes of court, has not been altered in any shape or form.
That is correct.
And it is in the same or similar condition as to when it was recovered.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 37. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, sir.
When and where did you recover this item?
Same date. Also, it was inside the
This was inside of the
handgun.
firearm?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. What did you do once you recovered this item?
I made it safe.
Okay. How do you know that this is the item that you recovered?
Because it was placed inside the box when I recovered.
Okay. And has this item been altered in any shape or form?
No, sir.
Is it any similar or similar-like condition as to when you recovered it?
That is correct.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you same question for State's Exhibit 38. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 38?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize this item?
My initials, handwriting.
Okay.
The jury sees the
And
top of the
when and
box,
where
which
was that
has a
item
gun on
recovered?
it.
On
It's
the
clearly it's a
15th
gun
of,
evidence box.
September.
It's like
Or
got
at the
a
sheriff's office.
pre-published form where
Sheriff's
people can
substation.
write the serial number and everything,
And,
number of number of
what did you do once
magazines,
you
whatever.
recovered it?
I took it to my office. It was given a tag number also and placed in the proper
So
room
they have not
afterwards.
shown the jury the firearm
And
itself.
Did you alter? Has this item been altered, or
Careful.
have these items been altered in any shape or
He
form?
might
No, sir.
sneeze here in just a
Okay,
minute.
and are they in the same or similar condition as to when they were recovered?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm also going to show you this bag that we will be marking for identification purposes as 170. 170.
I warned you. I warned you.
So this item will be marked as 170A for identification purposes. Do you recognize this bag?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize this bag?
My handwriting.
Okay. Is that your name right there?
That is correct, sir. Yeah. That
Okay.
is my name.
When and where did you recover these items?
September the 15th, 2018, at White County Sheriff's Office substation.
Okay. And have these items been altered in any shape or form?
No, sir.
Are they in the same or similar condition as when you recovered them?
That is correct, sir.
All right. I'm going to hand it to you.
Okay, so
State's Exhibit 170.
so here's what we've got.
171A.
We have
Sorry,
two
170 and 171.
two loaded magazines
These are the items that were entailed in this.
and the
bag.
firearm,
Yes, sir.
which they say has been made
And
safe
these
for
are the items
purposes
that you
of
recovered
court,
that
but
day.
all that
That's
means
correct.
is they've
You
locked the
recovered these
slide
items
back.
from
I
the
do not see
vehicle?
any.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You
and
know, there
they
may be a
haven't been
zip
altered
tie
in
in
any
there,
shape or
but I
form.
doubt it.
No, sir.
And
And they're about to
the same or similar
hand
condition as to when you
all the
recovered them.
bullets and the firearm to the defense table within arm's reach of the defendant, who has
Your Honor, let the record
expressed
reflect I am
regret
tendering
for not
the
using this
defense
on himself
for
before.
inspection. State's Exhibits.
We approach him.
Maybe we approach. Yeah, don't take it over to the defendant, please. He's like, oh man. I don't know. When he held it up, I didn't see any restrictive device on that firearm, on the handgun. In the Dean Cummings case out of Arizona, they had just a zip tie on the AR style rifle, which, in order to demonstrate the events as they occurred during the shooting, Dean Cummings cycled the action of the rifle and broke the zip tie, which made it now able to chamber around, and then proceeded to use that firearm to point it at the prosecutor, which was crazy. The slide is zip tied. Okay. This is bizarre. I really want to know what the defense is saying here. I want to know what they're objecting to. I mean, clearly this is the issue. I think the judge has to rule very soon on this whole issue of the appropriateness of the search of the truck. Are they going to excuse the jury for this?
So you're offering those exhibits at this time, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
It was 36, 37, 38, 170, 171. Are those ones you're offering? There was other exhibits, right?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll read it into the record, Your Honor.
I had 154 to 160, 161 to 165. Are you offering those at this time as well?
Yes, Your Honor. We offered those photos to evidence, Your Honor.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Oh, now he gets a tissue out.
36, 37,
Blows his
38 are
nose,
admitted.
nose
170,
mops his
171 are
forehead,
admitted.
wipes his face, and still has the same gloves on he's going to handle evidence with. In Kyle Rittenhouse, they sent a gun and a loaded mag back into the jury deliberation room without any safety devices. Man.
Permission to publish, Your Honor, what's been marked as State's Exhibit 36.
170A also will be. Yes, sir, you may.
Thank you, Judge. Okay.
Yeah, I think we've got past that point.
Investigator Ugarte, I am showing you.
Okay, it does have a zip tie on it.
State's Exhibit 130. Sorry, State's Exhibit 36. Okay. It's already been admitted to evidence, but if you could please read the serial number of this item?
12308.
Incorrect.
061778.
Okay. And what does that serial number serve as?
It identifies the weapon.
Okay.
It's a unique number.
And it helps identify who this weapon is related to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is the weapon that was recovered from the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
The vehicle that you processed?
That is correct, sir.
The vehicle that belongs to the defendant, Juan David Ortiz?
Yes, sir.
We have a winner.
And along with this firearm, you recovered a magazine?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Aside from the magazine, you also recovered live rounds, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So these live rounds were located in this magazine?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence.
No, this guy's always been on the team, I think. Okay, something just fell out.
171 and 170. Okay. So, these live rounds were located in this magazine.
That is correct, sir.
This magazine, I'm going to show you right here. What number does that read?
12.
12. And you can see a live round there, right?
Yes, sir.
So what would that indicate, that 12 on this live round, in this magazine?
There's 12 live rounds.
That there's 12 live rounds in this magazine?
Yes, sir.
In this magazine that was recovered in the vehicle?
Yes.
On the side panel?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 171. Okay, now I'm going to show you that same circle. What number is that?
12.
12. All right, and what do you see in the circle?
Live round.
You see a live round?
Yes, sir.
So that means that this magazine is filled to the capacity of at least 12 rounds.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. So we have live rounds in here. We have at least 12 rounds in this magazine, and at least another 12 rounds in this magazine.
Yes, sir.
And all these magazines, including the firearm, were found on the defendant's vehicle.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what caliber are these rounds?
40 caliber.
40 caliber?
Yes, sir.
And is there anything interesting about the fact that these are all 40 caliber casings?
They're the same type of casings that were located on the different crime scenes.
Okay, so they're the same caliber as the bullet fragments and the other casings that were located at the other crime scenes you investigated, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
We can go to the purses now? Or are they already admitted? I think they're already admitted.
Permission to publish on the album, Your Honor?
At this point, we just need to call a medic for this witness. He's clearly dying.
So I may publish to the jury. Mr. Ugarte, I'm showing you again what's been marked as State's Exhibit 36 for purposes of the jury.
That's the better picture here.
This is the firearm that we just read the serial number into the record, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what caliber is it?
40 caliber.
40 caliber. Okay. Now, I'm going to show State's Exhibit 37. Okay. Can you identify to the jury what this is, please?
It's a magazine.
All right. Now, I'm going to show you what's already been marked as State's Exhibit 38. Okay.
If you win, Matthew, you have to split it with all of us.
State's Exhibit 38, how is it linked to this State's Exhibit 37?
That's 38, right?
Yes.
Those are the live rounds that were inside the magazine.
The live rounds that were located inside of this magazine.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You only had 8 rounds, which means 4 would
And
have
what
been
caliber are they?
spent.
40 caliber, sir.
40 caliber. So, I know we talked about the dots right now, but on this magazine, these holes have a purpose, correct?
I see what you're doing there, Matthew.
All right. And what purpose is that?
Indicates how many rounds you have left on the magazine.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 170 and 171.
The glare is so bad.
All right. So, what are States 170 and 171?
The magazine with live rounds.
The magazines with live rounds?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I know I asked you about the dots, but what is significant about these other 2 magazines?
They're compatible with the handgun.
Okay, and when you see the number
was
12
the
here
wrong
and
answer.
this dot, the number 12 here and this dot,
Yes, sir.
and you see the gold trim, what does that represent?
The live rounds are inside the magazine.
And it's a full magazine.
Yes, sir.
We covered this
So
the other day when I
these
showed you
other 2 magazines
these clips and how they
where
work.
The live round is up to the
These
top.
magazines, sorry,
Are essentially
how
at
they
full
work.
capacity.
Yes, sir.
All right. And these
So
3
the
magazines
magazine on the left is unloaded.
were located in the vehicle.
That is correct, sir.
Where were they located?
The other 2 are fully loaded.
On the front driver's side door panel.
Okay.
You know, I'm available as an expert witness, but I am not cheap. I will say that.
Can you clarify the number of the box? I have 35A. My coordinator saying it's 36A.
Yes, 36A.
So it's 36A.
36A.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. That's what's happening, not 35.
DA's got his big old cowboy boot out there blocking the path. He's ready to trip the defense if they try to get up. I will say this DA is running the show. Like you can hear him in the background whispering questions and prompts to the assistant DA. And clearly he's got his gloved hand on his shoulder, just coaching him along right now as well. I believe he had the number of rounds he fired were between 1 to 3 rounds per person.
Place it on 178.
There's another cough. That was the tag that fell to the ground, I believe, that he just recovered.
That was previously, that's been admitted on, yes.
Okay. Now,
I missed it. I'm going to have to look for the Christmas tree. Somebody screenshot it for me.
okay. Investigator Ugarte. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 156. Okay. Okay. You previously testified that that's the firearm on the side door panel?
Yes, sir.
Of the weapon that you recovered?
Yes, sir.
The weapon that we've displayed here today?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
When I said something fell out of the bag, of the evidence bag, it was actually the tag on it that that fell to the ground, the identifying tag. And he went back and retrieved it and put it back on the bag just a minute ago. We weren't talking about you, tag. Good catch there, DMB. I think you're correct. Help, I've fallen and haven't been picked up.
you see the weapon, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is it holstered?
No.
It's just placed freely, correct?
It looks like it. Yes, sir.
All right. Now, I'm going to permission to approach witness, Your Honor.
You may.
That was very
Okay,
leading.
I'm going to approach with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 172. Okay. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize this photo?
I've sneezed
took
on
the
it
photo.
previously.
You took the photo?
Yes.
Okay. And is it a true and accurate depiction of what it portrays to be?
Yes, sir.
Right, thank you. Your Honor, let the record reflect I'm tendering to defense what has been marked as State's Exhibit 172 for inspection and the offer into evidence.
We don't know who she is. She might just be a reporter, interested party.
No objection.
State Exhibit 172 would be admitted into evidence at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Investigator Ugarte, this item right here, is this the holster that you recovered from the vehicle that day?
I can barely. I can't see it.
Your pen's in the
Would
way.
you like for me to take it up?
Yes, sir.
It's a crappy picture, but who took the picture? Investigator, who took the picture?
So, Investigator Ugarte, right here, located next to the seat, next to the seatbelt, what do you see there?
A holster.
A holster?
Yes, sir.
And is there anything in it?
No.
No, sir.
It's empty.
Yes, sir.
And where was the firearm located?
And on the side door panel.
So it's safe to say that the weapon wasn't holstered.
That is correct, sir.
Thank you. All right. So, aside from processing the vehicle, what else did you do with the vehicle?
Tire marks.
Tire marks?
This guy does not speak in
Yes, sir.
complete sentences at all.
Where did you?
What did you do with the
where did you
vehicle?
perform these
Tire marks.
At the Laredo Police Department, Sally Port.
Okay. And what is the purpose of these tire impressions that you were performing?
So it could be compared with the casting that was recovered from the tire and 255.
Okay. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor? All right, I'm going to show you what's been previously
At your own
marked as
risk,
State's
he will
Exhibit
sneeze on you.
62.
Just warning you. Words is hard.
Okay.
Don't sneeze on this, whatever you do.
Do you recognize this item?
But what's the over
Yes,
and
sir.
under that he sneezes on it? Seriously, though.
When and where did you see this item?
October 3rd, 2018.
October.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you do with this item?
After we did the processing, I took it to our substation so it could be logged into our system and placed in the property room.
Okay. And how are you able to identify that these are the items that you worked with that day?
My name?
Your name?
It's written right there, sir.
Okay. And have these items been altered in any shape or form?
No, sir.
And are they the same or in a similar condition as to when you recovered them that day on October 3rd?
That is correct, sir.
Okay.
Better move him quick. Here goes.
Now, I'm also going to show you four other items. Okay?
And now it's contaminated.
So, this one was marked as State's Exhibit 62. This is State's Exhibit 60, State's Exhibit 61, and State's Exhibit 59. Okay? Do you recognize these items?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. How
This
do you
is not
recognize these
tissue.
items?
I assisted the ranger on getting tire marks that day.
Okay. And when and where were these items recovered?
Same date, October the 3rd.
Okay.
Ginger,
At the
it's
Laredo
the
Police
witness.
Department?
Yes, sir.
He's coughing all
And
over all
these
the
items have
evidence.
not been altered in
He's
any
coughing
shape or
and
form?
sneezing.
No, sir.
And they are in the same or similar condition as to when they were recovered.
That is correct, sir.
Uh-oh.
All right.
I think he's got another one brewing.
Now, Your Honor, permission. Sorry, Your Honor. At this time, we'll tender to defense State's exhibits for inspection, and we offer them as evidence.
He thinks we're not listening, so he's about to cough again. But, hey, Mississippi Raptors and Reptiles, good morning. How are your little creepy, crawly, and flappy animals doing today? This courtroom is a super spreader event. Here goes. He's trying to fight it right now, but it's going to happen. Rajesh, yes, they did. They did find fragments, bullet fragments, and
Objection.
bullets.
Overruled at this time. It's 59 through 62, is it?
Yes, Your Honor.
State's exhibits 59, 60, 61, and 62 are admitted into evidence at this time for the jury's consideration.
Okay. Defense didn't want to hold them because they had been sneezed over.
Okay. Permission to call this to the jury, Your Honor?
The judge is like, would you please stop?
Your Honor, we'll be publishing what's been marked as State's Exhibit 62 at this time.
Now, here's an ASMR moment in court.
Investigator Ugarte, can you please explain to the jury what we're seeing here?
The tire marks.
Defense like,
Okay,
objection, I
and
can't see what you're
how do you
showing.
go about it preparing these tire marks?
You just ink up
Me
the
and the
tire.
ranger what we did, we used Vaseline and a sponge. And
Okay,
we
whoa, whoa.
covered
This
the
is
tires.
family friendly.
Then we pushed the
Okay,
vehicle.
never mind.
So they could mark the tire mark.
Okay, and you created these tire marks using the tires from the Dodge?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, and just for purposes of the record, we have a tire here. Is that the same? Is that one of the tires that you used that's already been admitted to evidence?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay.
You believe it's the right tire? It has to be the right tire.
Let the record reflect we're showing this to counsel. These are the tire markings that were made. by Investigator Ugarte and
They are.
Texas Ranger DJ Salinas.
That sneeze mark wasn't there previously. They're just going to wad it up and throw it away now. I think they're pretty much done with that. Nobody really needs that again.
You may have to stand up in case you can't see it, but these are the tires. This is one of the tires that you used?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, and you created 4 tire impressions.
Yeah, that is correct, sir.
Okay, and I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 64.
Go wheel it up to him. Just.
This is one of the tires that you used to help generate those tire impressions?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, the jury's like, yeah, we're going to need that. It's covered in Vaseline still, apparently. It does look a little bit shiny. It's probably all over the floor of the courtroom. We're going to need some new gloves for sure.
What did you do after you generated the tire impressions?
Oh, nope, it's just going to wipe that Vaseline on his forehead now.
I took him to my substation so he could be logged into our system, and they were given a tag number. And after giving a tag number, they were placed in the proper room.
Okay, and after they were placed in the proper room, what did you do after that?
I made an arrangement with the DPS crime lab so I could take the tire cast and the tire impressions, so they could be compared at their lab.
He's still applying and spreading whatever DNA there was on the evidence on his forehead.
I believe I did, sir.
I don't know why they brought the tire in. They could have had a picture of the tire tread, and I think it would have served the same purpose. But I don't know. Everything's bigger in Texas. The actual tire is pretty good size. Just pucker up and just place your lips right there on that tread. Okay, now, do you hear that? Those are gloves coming off. I need some new gloves. His fingers are safe. Hands are completely clean. Hey, Pam Gems. Welcome. I missed you sliding in there. Good morning. And yes, gross. We're doing evidence handling 101 here, and it's not going well.
May I have permission to approach, Your Honor? Yes, sir. Investigator Ugarte, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 166.
I'll warn you, he's going to sneeze, and you
photo?
no longer have the protection of
Yes, I do,
gloves.
sir.
How do you recognize this photo?
I took the photo, sir.
Okay. And is it a true and accurate depiction of what it portrays to be?
Yes, sir.
All right.
For the
Your
record,
Honor, let the record reflect on tendering to defense what's been marked as State's Exhibit 166 for inspection. We offer it into evidence.
the courtroom tried to mute it in time, but they missed it. They muted the end of that cough or sneeze, whatever it was.
66 is admitted into evidence at this time for the jury's consideration.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Hey, it's a picture of the defendant. Check this out.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 166.
This was taken during the interrogation room, I believe. We saw this. Yeah, we saw this happen.
What are we looking at in this
The
photo?
witness took this picture. You can see the
The
Doritos.
picture of Mr. Ortiz that was taken on September 15, 2018 at the substation.
You've got
Okay,
the
so
Doritos
this-
bag,
this
the
photo
2 bags,
reflects,
the 2 empty water bottles, the
how he
cap
looked
from
and
the 1
appeared
water bottle
the
is
night
still
that
on
he
the
was
table.
apprehended.
That is correct, sir.
That's right before they took his clothes.
And where did you
And
take
gave
this
him that
photo?
nice orange jumpsuit.
At the substation in the interview room?
In the interview room?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You just got to zoom close up the proof that they do actually have tissues up there on the witness stand, which have been untouched by this witness. He prefers to sneeze and cough openly into the courtroom.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay.
This guy does not learn.
Investigator Ugarte, you previously testified that in 2018 you served as a custodian of evidence, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 173. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do, sir.
How do you recognize this item?
My handwriting and my signature?
Okay. Do you recognize the document?
Yes, I do, sir.
Are these documents kept in the regular course of business with the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
And is it made at or near the time or reasonably after the event occurred?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what purpose do these documents serve when you use them as the custodian of evidence?
It's our record, like of the items that are taken to the DPS crime lab.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 174. Okay. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do, sir.
Okay. And how do you recognize it?
My signature, my handwriting.
Okay. And as a custodian of evidence in 2018, when you were handling these, was this business record kept in the normal course of business?
Yes, sir.
And are these made at or near the time or reasonably after the event occurred?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, and these are maintained for purposes of record keeping.
This ADA is very
correct,
efficient
Okay.
in following this line of questioning. With
Your Honor, let the record
getting
reflect
evidence
I'm tendering
admitted.
to defense what has been marked as State's Exhibit 173 and 174 for inspection, and we'll be offering them into evidence.
We object. This is our law enforcement reports. They're hearsay.
Your Honor, we are entering them as a business record. They are submission forms, Your Honor, that are tendered to DPS judge. As a custodian of evidence, he maintained these records. They were kept in the normal course of business. Yes, sir.
So we're all police reports, Your Honor. We don't hear from him very often, but he's got a deep voice.
So our law offense reports.
Okay.
Good luck, England. We're excited for you.
Objection is overruled at this time. Exhibit 173, 174 are admitted into evidence at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish, Your Honor? Thank you. All right, Investigator Ugarte, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 173. And I want to point out here, can you explain what this document is?
It's a DPS crime lab lab submittal.
It's a lab submittal?
Yes.
Okay, and what does this document serve as?
Just document what's being sent to the DPS crime lab.
Okay, and is that your signature there?
Yes, sir.
And what does that say right there?
It was done in person, that I took the items in person.
Yeah, this is important. This is
Okay,
chain of
so
custody.
that means that you took the items in person?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and can you please explain to me what item number 1 is?
It's
in this
coming.
form? And let me
Hang in there,
zoom
80s
in.
Music Man. Got seconds.
One HK 40 caliber handgun with 1 magazine and 9 live rounds.
So you sent off
9
the HK
live
40
rounds?
caliber handgun
Or 8?
Yes, sir.
with the 1 magazine
Oh, they probably fired one
and
of
the
them to
9
get
live
the
rounds that were
bullet
located
test.
in that magazine?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 174. Okay?
Those cuffs don't count. They were weak. You don't have
Same
super bingo
question.
yet.
What is this document?
The DPS lab submittal.
Okay. And is that your signature right there?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. And what does this mean?
That I took the items in person.
That you took the items in person?
Yes, sir.
And when you took them in person, you were submitting the items to who?
The DPS crime lab.
Okay. And I want to bring your attention to item number 32. What was submitted here?
4 tire prints.
The 4 tire prints?
Yes, sir.
Those were the 4 tire impressions that you took with Texas Ranger EJ Salinas?
That is correct, sir.
And you submitted those to DPS?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, I just wanted to let you see what that said. I was covering part of that. Triple points of the sneeze and cough are simultaneous. What do you call a sneeze and a cough at the same time? Is it a snoff? Or a coease? I believe there's... it gets into a little bit of potty humor, but I believe you can incorporate other things into that combination situation as well. A snoff, for sure. Should we be seeing those phone numbers and email addresses? Ola, you should be seeing them, but you should not be calling them. There's your cough. Now you have your super bingo. Congratulations.
Now, investigator back there. I'm going to show you again.
Again, because they forgot something the first time.
State's Exhibit 173. Okay, so under item 1, if you could please read that, please, one more time.
1 H&K 40 caliber handgun with 1 magazine and 9 live rounds. Serial number 123061778.
Okay.
That was for ballistics analysis.
This form was submitted with 9 live rounds.
Yes, sir.
And this was the magazine that was located inside the firearm.
Yes, sir.
Illness is just rampant in that
When
courtroom.
you recovered that firearm, there was 1 casing in the chamber, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And we've established already by prior testimony that these magazines can at least hold 12 rounds in them, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because state's exhibits of the other 2
It can
magazines
actually only
both are
hold
filled
12.
to 12 live rounds, correct?
Yes, sir.
With 1 live round reaching out of the brim.
Yes.
So then we can assume that this firearm that was submitted was capable of holding 13 rounds in it in total.
That is correct.
They refer to that
Due
as
to
12
1 being
plus
in the
1.
chamber.
Yes, sir.
So you would load the magazine in, load 1 into the chamber, eject the magazine, reload the magazine. Then you would have 1 in the chamber that you could fire, followed by 12 shots in the magazine. So 12 plus 1 is how that's referred to as.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. The witness?
Yes, Your Honor, the witness.
This is germ gambling, and I love it. I'm guessing by Wednesday or Thursday there will be delay because of COVID. How would you like to be the next witness who's going to be up there? He's like, can you guys just wipe this down real quick with some Clorox?
Okay, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 175. Okay. Now, you've previously testified you were custodian of evidence in 2018. Okay. Do you recognize this form?
Yes, I do, sir.
How do you recognize this form?
It's the property release form that's used by the West Palm Sheriff's Office.
Okay, and is this form kept in the regular course of business?
Yes, sir.
All right, and
I did
these
nothing of the
forms
sort,
are
Ola.
maintained by the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
And what purpose do they serve?
To keep track of the items that are being released.
Okay, and was this document prepared at or near the time or reasonably after the event?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, let the record reflect I'm tendering to defense what will be marked as State's Exhibit 175.
Let the record reflect you're actually just spreading germs around the courtroom as you gather them from the witness stand and then spread them to the defense. You've now wiped your face with the back of your nose with the back of your hand and shoved it in your pocket. Here comes a big one. There it is. We need to sanitize the witness stand, please. Yeah, the DB case, the DA sounded like death warmed over. She was like 1 foot in the grave. Surprised she survived through the whole thing. Check out the lady with the red coat on backwards. Yes, she does have it on backwards. I'm not sure why. Oh, her arms are not in the sleeves. She's wiping her face, spreading some germs around that way. It might be cold in the courtroom, a little bit cool. Let's. Hey Siri, what's the temperature in San?
We object to
State's
We're in
Exhibit
San Antonio,
175,
right?
Your Honor.
What's the temperature in San Antonio?
It's currently 66 degrees in San Antonio, Texas.
Yeah, so it's freezing down there, Texas standard.
And Your Honor, if I may respond. This is a document that's kept in the regular course of business. This investigator Blackbass testified that in 2018 he was custodian of evidence. These are records that are maintained for purposes of how they're handling the evidence.
Here's the objections overruled. State's Exhibit 175 will be admitted into evidence.
Evidence is being admitted. It's funny because the defense is saying we object because of the chain of custody. You can't show us the chain of custody. And then every time they bring a document that proves the chain of custody, they're fighting against that, saying these are hearsay. You can't bring it in. 80s Music's Man is on bingo round 2. And then we'll be sending prizes out to everybody, I guess, once everyone gets blackout. Does the court reporter have a COVID key? I've seen bottles of hand sanitizer. Not a single person used it. I think those are actually mini bottles, and they're used during the break. No, there is a bottle of hand sanitizer behind the defense monitor. There on the stand. Little cleanup on the witness stand there. The tissue. So that was good.
If we could just have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Air Force USA. Welcome. I'm not sure if I've seen you here before. If I've forgotten, I apologize, but thank you. Appreciate you being here. This is a fun place, and I appreciate you being here and chat and dropping a line. Matthew Harris says, Recovery Addict, you'll be happy to know we're having fiber installed as we speak so we can join you for some live streaming. Matthew Harris, that is great news. I will have the weak link then in the live stream. That's exciting. And I still need to get to you, talk to you a little bit about some gear if you're interested as far as making it easy to live stream. My job here is to let us watch the proceedings from a clean room environment. Right, I feel like I'm sanitizing it. I'm catching anything that just comes across the cameras and streaming it over to you in a sanitized form. I'm free of germs. See that photographer back there with like the sports lens? Oh man, there's one. He's like running all over the place trying to get the right angle on this. It's a big telephoto lens. And he's wearing a mask.
Your Honor, at this time we pass the witness.
Judge, you want me to proceed right? May we approach, Your Honor?
Approach, so we'll take that on 2 angles, get to see what's happening here. I found that drinking moonshine is the best way to avoid COVID. It's spreading. My dog just sneezed.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's about 10:37. We're going to have take a morning break, about 10 to 15 minutes. Again, I'll just remind you not to discuss the facts of the case, and we'll call you in a few minutes. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, let's see if we're going to have some business conducted here. That assistant DA back there thought she was going to do something, but then they're like, oh, wait, not yet. Oh, we got some new pictures in. Nice. Okay, we get some good discussion.
15 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, nope. I thought we were going to have some business conducted. But the trial is on break. Okay, so give us 15 minutes. We'll be back. Looks like Mr. Ortiz needs a little bit of a comfort break as well. Maybe he'll loosen the tie a little bit, just relax a bit. But okay, so that's good. We can catch up with a few things. I know we've got a few people that have some questions. So if you have one right now in the chat, go ahead and tag me like this, like 80s Music Man did. If you just put the @ symbol followed by your Recovery Addict, or if you just write Recovery Addict, that works as well. But it will show up in bright orange for me, and I will see your question, and there's a better chance of me responding to it that way. Let's see. It's 38. Who's providing fiber in Lubbock? Spectrum, AT&T? Good question. Katrina, you're right. The burner phone, the Recovery Addict burner phone, is up and operational. Feel free to send text messages. You can even call it and leave a voice message. You can send photos as well. And if everything is appropriate, then we may share them on the live stream. Are you really going to pass the witness round or just pass over questions, DA? They're passing the germs right now. The defense is about to have a field day with this guy. I think they will, even if they aren't going to gain any ground, because the evidence has already been admitted. You can't go back and say, on second thought, we're going to strike that. I don't see that happening. But they might at least introduce some doubt as to how he does things or makes mistakes here and there with reports. It is snack time. Fill the sprinklers with sanitizer and trigger the fire alarm. Recovery Addict, Lil Miss says, please tell everyone that our invite image contest is up and running. Right, over on the Discord page, as the gavel drops Discord page, and please, Lil Miss or Abby or somebody, if you could, even Toxic, if you can put the link to Discord in chat, that would be great. Run over to the Discord page, and that is where you can find all information true crime related about the cases that we're following. Lil Miss, Toxic, you've done a fantastic job on that Discord page. And they are opening up a little contest so that you can submit your own artwork, photograph, sketch, you name it, for the banner image for the Discord page. And so make your submissions over there, and you may be featured on the Discord page. Can you bring up to speed on this morning, please? Ashley, this morning we began with the prosecution getting a lot of evidence admitted. So we've got additional casings from different crime scenes. We got the firearm admitted. We got multiple photos from the truck search admitted. We made progress where it seems before we sort of stalled. There were objections, obviously, to all those of items of evidence being admitted, but everything was pretty much admitted except for one of the pictures, which the state withdrew. We don't know what that picture was other than that it was from a crime scene. I think it was number 158. So we're just plugging away. The witnesses have been custodians of evidence or investigators who can vouch for it, have been the initial person to collect the evidence, the first person in the chain, so to speak. And that's where we're at. Matthew Harris says, CB Clark, $300 a month, 1 gig down, and 500 megabyte up. Man, Matthew, it is super expensive there. When I was in Layton, Utah, I paid $90 a month for 1 gig symmetrical, I believe. I think that's right. I might have to check my notes, but I think that's what it was. But $300 seems a little bit steep, even for fiber. Of course, I did have to pay like $2,500 or $3,000 for the install fee to run fiber to my house. I wish I still had fiber now. $97 a month for 400 fiber in New York, about 200 up and 400 down. That is plenty. To run a 4K stream, you need a solid 25 up. 25 up is all you need to run a 4K stream. Now, if you're running multiple streams, some down at the same time, that'll eat into that as well. But that should be plenty. Recovery Addict, is JD running a defense story, and do you think he might testify? Ola, so far we have not seen anything other than attacks on the submission of evidence as far as chain of custody, particularly, whether there were some errors made somewhere or reports that weren't quite clear. But we haven't heard what his defense might be other than that he's not guilty and you can't prove it type thing. No boxes of Kleenex were harmed because they weren't used in the course of this morning's testimony. This is correct. How many pickled peppers did Peter Piper pick? Just asking. Well, Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. A peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked. I think that's how it goes, something like that. I will say that over the weekend I did have a tasty jar of pickles. And I say over the weekend, meaning I ate the entire jar of pickles in one day. And they were the spicy maple bourbon pickles, which is a spicy sandwich pickle, which is phenomenal. Just amazing. I highly recommend them. But they only come in like a 24-ounce jar, which is a single serving. The only story I've heard so far is confession was coerced and a lot of challenges to evidence coming in. Right. They tried that a lot. There's a lot of focus on, you said, hey, help us, and then, back and forth, which I think they gained some ground on, but I'm not sure if the jury's, all the way on board. Yes, okay, it's a business connection. So, of course, they just bump up that price. That would explain entirely why you're paying that much. But just write it off on your taxes. You should be good. $80 a month in Arkansas, Cox Fiber. They ran fiber down the street in front of my house, but they don't have any points for me to attach to. Let's see. By the way, everything is calm at the house that I heard shots from. I did mention it happened at 3 a.m. in the morning. Yeah, you're in a weird neighborhood, 80s. You might look to move. Just saying. Okay, so I can show you here the two feeds we have. Oops, that's the wrong one. The two feeds we have, one of them is from the courtroom, which I want to make sure we just don't have audio coming in. See, cam 3, 4. Nope, neither one has an audio feed, but assistant district attorneys walking around. This is the door that we expect Juan David Ortiz to come back into the courtroom from. If you look on the door, it looks like it has a little the thin blue line police flag on the door underneath like the peephole opening. Somebody just like put a sticker there or something. Defense is back. Everyone's wiping their face with evidence DNA. Okay. All right, we can do this one, huh? Because the sun is not in my eyes anymore. All right, any other questions? Or did I do a good job? I seem to be like a little bit slower mentally today. The weekend was a little rough. Maybe it was a pickle hangover or something. I'm pretty sure there's no alcohol in those bourbon pickles, but I'm not sure. This is a good neighborhood, not bad, but can happen anywhere, I guess. All right, just knives. Talking about the UK, no guns there. Just knives, yeah. And unfortunately, knives are used all too often in crime as well. Okay. Why move when you can become a vigilante superhero? Yeah, there's an option. You can always just go police the neighborhood yourself. I did get a video from one of you over the weekend about someone who did just that and ended up getting arrested for impersonating an officer and unlawful apprehension of someone. Just there for Thanksgiving. It was cold and rainy. I would not be surprised that people have colds now. Yep. It can happen. Okay, it's like 100 degrees in here. Like in this room. Kimberly, these types of comments are always welcome in chat. Pickles are yummy. They are delicious. I'm looking forward to eating pickles this afternoon for lunch, but unfortunately I ate all the good ones, and I just have regular dills, which I used to think were fantastic, but now they're definitely second on the list next to those spicy maple bourbons. My dog coerced me to confess that I ate a Keebler cookie out of the pantry this morning after 30 minutes on my elliptical. I was shaking and crying during the whole confession as she barked at me. Tag, you gave in. 30 minutes on the elliptical, and then you ate the Keebler cookie, which pretty much just zeroes out those 30 minutes. So now you're tired and you feel bad. So is there any other case we need to update on today before we come back from this break? It was worth the cookie. I was mentioning that Sarah Boone is one we've been looking at for quite a while that's coming up here soon. Sarah Boone is scheduled to start January 30th with the actual trial. But the judge, after receiving a letter from Sarah Boone saying, basically, my lawyer won't talk to me, please give me a new one, the judge has scheduled a progress hearing, or a status hearing, I think he calls it. And that's going to be on the 20th. So we've got basically 15 days, a little over 2 weeks, to see what happens there. And when that one gets streamed, that's going to be interesting, because the judge is going to ask Mr. Bankowitz, her lawyer, exactly what he's doing, if they're making any progress. he may, Mr. Bankowitz might try to get out of it and say, look, we just can't work together. I don't know. Sarah Boone is the hide and sleeper, right? She's the suitcase killer case, and where she put her boyfriend George in the suitcase and left him there, and then was surprised when he was dead 11 hours later. But she didn't intend to kill him or leave him there, apparently, even though she intended to leave him there. Went back and watched some more of the interview yesterday on that one, her police interrogation. And I think we're going to do another video on Sarah Boone before it starts, because I'd like to just get all my ideas out at the front after I've had a month or so to mull them over. In addition to water today, I have picked up some Gatorade, and so I'm going with the traditional thirst quencher orange variety, which is delicious. So I'll be doing that next. Note to self: stay out of suitcases. Yes, this is true. And that's also not how you play hide and seek. I mean, I googled that as well, and apparently you don't hide the people; they hide themselves. So if somebody could write Sarah Boone a letter and let her know she's been playing it wrong, that would be good. Idaho, Chandra, Idaho's crazy. What do you think? Is this targeted or not targeted? The 4 college students that were murdered, and then you've got family members who are going out on like doing TV interviews, and they're basically nearly naming people they think should be suspects, which is just going to get. I mean, that opens the door to all sorts of lawsuits for libel and things like that. This is bizarre. It really is bizarre. With them saying that people who got cleared early on shouldn't have been cleared. Okay. Mind the laptop? I will. I don't have any mugs in here. Usually it's the mug that I dump on the desk. Bella says, I sent Sarah a Christmas card. It's her fault I'm addicted now. Bella, you really did send her a Christmas card, didn't you? That is funny. She has mentioned that she did get mail all the way from England. So maybe one of you is the guilty party there. That guy. Yes, George. Sarah actually videoed George in the suitcase begging to be let out, saying he couldn't breathe while she was swearing at him and saying that's how you make me feel when you choke me, and that's how I feel when you cheat on me, and things like that. And that video was on, I'm not sure if it was on her phone and recovered from the deleted files, or if it was still on her phone when she went to the police station. I've heard both ways, but I'm not sure on that little bit. Do you know I'm not full face? Yeah, I'm not feeling myself this morning. There we go. Now I'm full face. Let's see. Need a hazmat suit for this one. Sick via osmosis. Yeah, all the coughing in my ears, I'm just feeling it. It's just, that witness was pretty rough. KQD says, I pay $71.35 monthly for fiber optic with X-Mission as my IP and Utopia as the optical network. Great service. I had X-Mission as well, and I love them. They're the original IP in that area. Let's see. I have a stalker, but it's hard to file a restraining order against my cute dog. Melody says, recovery addict, have you looked at her criminal record yet? She was charged with strangulation in 2018. Couldn't find the outcome. Melody, they had, the two of them, George and Sarah, had domestic issues where they were charged and countercharged back and forth. They had a tumultuous relationship, to say the least. And, yeah. Prior choking somebody is not appropriate. Josh says, recovery addict and playing catch up. You should hear yourself on 2 times speed doing Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. That would be good to hear. I wish I could do the whole thing without messing it up, but tongue twisters always catch me. Even the Dr. Seuss ones. I would like to read a Dr. Seuss book, but because of the copyright laws, I'd probably get in trouble for doing that. I agree with that cleared comment. They cleared people immediately. Yeah, it seemed fast, especially with so many people having been there. But the thing that's bizarre out of Idaho is that there are all these people coming back and forth, some saying, yeah, it was targeted, the community's not at in danger. And I think the latest I heard was, yes, it was targeted, but we just don't know if it was targeted because of the house or targeted because of the people. It's like, well, how can you say if it's targeted if you don't know which one it is, right? That just, it doesn't make sense. If I were up there in Moscow, Idaho, I would be on edge. Yes, you did. You wrote to her in prison. Good job, Bella. Let us know if she writes back. That guy came out and said the Idaho murders most likely weren't targeted, and the killer is still in the community, right? And so that gets people on edge. This is just crazy. Canned Laughter says, recovery addict, how did you get into true crime? This is a great story, Canned Laughter. I think I got into law before I got into true crime. Let's put it that way. I had an interest in law early on. I think the soonest I can remember, I was in junior high, and I had a classroom that was just cold. It was wintertime, and the classroom was cold. It was so cold that it was not fun to be in the classroom. And I think it was like a converted janitor's closet or something. They had us all crammed in there. It was bigger than a little closet, but it wasn't designed as a classroom when the building was built. And it was just freezing, frigid. And I went and I started researching on the internet. You know, even back in the day, we had the internet back then. I'm not that old. But I started researching, and I found that there are rules from the school district about the proper setting that classrooms have to, conducive to learning. And they have these rules about the temperature that the classroom has to fall in, a range that it has to fall in. And I found that rule and found that my classroom was outside that temperature range. And so I printed off a copy of the rule, and I grabbed a digital thermometer. And the next time I went to class, I sat there and I let the digital thermometer adjust to the actual temperature. And as soon as it settled on the temperature, I went up to the teacher's desk and I handed him the digital thermometer. I handed him a copy of the law. And he looked at it and he read it and he said, "Class dismissed," and he let us all go. And that was the first time I'm like, this is cool. This is cool. There are rules that govern everything. And since then, I've also gotten really involved I read bills. Like, there have been several years where I read every bill proposed in the legislature, the state legislature. And most of the legislators can't say they do that. But reading every word of every bill was just amazing, just really insightful. But I've been interested in that for quite a while. And it spread to the courtroom as well. There were times that, back in the days as a Boy Scout, going to even city council, for my citizenship in the community merit badge, I found it fascinating. I loved it. I liked to see the process and the procedure and learn how things worked. So I've sort of always had an interest in it that way. KQD says, I have serious questions about law enforcement in Idaho. On top of everything else, the Daybell Vallow case is super secretive. Yep. Did you have to put your punch card in to use the internet? No, I'm not that old, but I have seen punch cards. I know how they work. Don't get them out of order. I mean, if you drop them on the floor, your program's gone. What are your thoughts on the Delphi probable cause affidavit? Do they have probable cause? Seems to me like they need a little more. Alexia, I thought they did. Let's see, what additional information did they retrieve? They had a bullet, right? An unspent cartridge that was found between the bodies of the two girls. I don't know. I think it was enough for probable cause for an arrest. I'll have to go back and look at it again. I looked at it when it came out just quickly, but yeah, it sounds like that one might be a little harder to get information on. Let's see, converted janitor closet. It really was. It was a large janitor closet, but that's what it was. The next week, because it was on a Friday when that happened, and he let us out of class, and we just wandered the halls until the next period. But the next week, they had our classroom moved to another classroom that was open during that time slot. The teacher had to be freezing too. He was an amazing teacher. His name was Mr. Kerr. It's weird the things we remember from years and years ago. Let's see, long 15-minute break. It should be coming to an end here. Just checking the feeds here. Looks like the bailiff and Mr. Ortiz is back in the courtroom. And I don't know who this gentleman is that just walked through the screen, but he's sitting to the left of the judge. So probably some sort of clerk or court employee. Yeah, there's so many things hidden in the law. And the funny thing is when a bill gets proposed, they have this title, they name it something. You can almost bet that the title has A, nothing to do with the bill, and B is opposite, does the opposite thing. So you really do have to read the law to understand what
Court
it's.
is back in session.
Hey, welcome back, Judge.
Everyone ready?
We are.
All right, let's bring the jury in now, please.
Sounds good.
All right, for the jury.
Our witness come back, please.
Charlie, I think the answer would be no. I mean, what are their billable hours? Because then they would be charging to act as an attorney, which you need a license to do. Maybe Matthew can clarify that for us. So the state, this is the state's witness, but it's the defense turn. They just tendered the witness over to the state, and in Texas, this back and forth, the direct and cross, can continue indefinitely as long as it occurs within the scope of the previous testimony. So this cross is going to talk about things that were talked about in direct, and then on the redirect, they can talk about things that were talked about in the cross, or that came up in that discussion, and it can go back and forth several times.
You may be seated.
Howdy, Judge. Cough, cough.
So the state passed the witness. Mr. Perez, you may proceed.
It's the same
Investigator Ugarte. Back on September the 15th of 2018, you went out to the stripes there on San Bernardo, right?
And, yes, I did, sir.
Okay. The one next to the garage. You know what I'm talking about?
The one closer to the motel, correct?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
And at the time, you took some photos of the white Dodge. Is that accurate?
Oh, yes, it is, sir.
Okay. And we've had a prior hearing before, and I asked you if you had opened the doors and then taken photographs of the interior of the truck, and to the best of my recollection, you said you did not.
That is correct.
Okay. Now,
So I think Matthew's saying,
were you
Charlie,
there
that
when
I'm
the
right
truck
yet
was
again.
Opened up and photos were taken from the inside?
No, sir.
Okay. And may I approach the witness, Your Honor? Are you familiar with what an inventory search is?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what an inventory search is?
Itemized log of the items that were searched.
And the idea, we've talked about it previously with Nenga.
Thanks, I was hiding.
but The idea is to document what's in the vehicle so that in transport, once it's been seized by law enforcement, in transport, nothing can be taken or the like, right?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you what's been admitted into evidence as Defendant's Exhibit Number 1. I'm sorry. Can you tell me the title of that form, please?
Texas Department of Public Safety Property Inventory.
Okay. And who had custody of the white Dodge Ram out there, the Texas Rangers?
But I believe it was the DPS.
Okay,
When I
DPS,
did-
Department of
yes.
Public Safety, and the Texas Rangers are part of the Texas Department of Public Safety.
That's correct, sir.
Correct. And can you tell me what Defendant's Exhibit Number 1 says right here?
Vehicle seized pending criminal investigation, no inventory conducted, released to Webb County SO Lieutenant Ricardo Garcia.
Okay. And then can you read down here again a second time on Defendant's Exhibit Number 1 what it says?
Notes vehicle seized pending criminal investigation is stored at the Webb County Sheriff's Office substation on 7209 East Saunders, Laredo, Webb County, no inventory conducted.
Okay. And so, at least this document, which is DPS's own document.
What would you use the loudness
is
cutoff for,
basically
Richard?
saying
Like
that,
coughs like that one?
No inventory was conducted.
That is correct, sir.
Is that accurate?
That's what he's
Now I'm going to show you
targeting.
defendants, which
No
defendants,
inventory
defendants
conducted.
exhibit number 6 and number 7. Can you tell me what those are just generally?
The photos of the vehicle.
Okay. And this is out at that Stripes, at that convenience store next to the motel. Accurate? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you can tell where the doors are open.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you did not do this, and you did not take this
Not,
photos.
not that I could recall, no.
Now, subsequent to that, we have, I mean, just by way of example, State's Exhibit number 1, State's Exhibit number 154, 155, and 156, which the prosecution has already talked about. But if these are photos of the same white Dodge, but already over at 7209, is it East Saunders?
Yes, sir.
It's the Webb County substation, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, and this is where you conducted a search or collected evidence from the truck, is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit number 8 for identification purposes only. Can you tell me what that is?
Number 8?
Yeah, this is Defendant's
Oh,
Exhibit
okay.
number 8, but just generally, what is that form?
What it states here that it's evidence collection log.
And are you familiar with that form?
Yes, sir.
And the date on that form?
Yes, sir.
Well, I mean, what's the date on that form?
September 15, 2018.
Okay, and does this form contain your writing, sir?
Not in this page, sir.
Okay, what about the next page?
Second page. Yes, sir.
Okay, so suffice to say, this form is the form that the Webb County Sheriff's Office, that you and Nanka utilized back in 18 to log items that you collect.
That is correct.
Okay. We offer it to evidence Defendant's Exhibit number 8. Let me see that.
Cough coming. I think they use the cough button.
No objection, Your Honor.
Oh, Charlie.
Number 8
Charlie.
is admitted into evidence at this time.
Okay. Now that it's
That was
in
a good
evidence, this form says evidence collection log. It's dated 9/15/18 of 18, and the location is 7209 East Saunders, which is your substation, right?
That is correct, sir.
And it reflects here that this is the search of the white Dodge Ram 2500 with the driver. I mean, I'm sorry, with the license plate number.
Correct.
Is that accurate? Okay. Now, you're the one that conducted a search of this vehicle on that date.
On the vehicle, yes, sir.
Okay.
At the substation.
And in here, an item number 1, I guess at 3:54 a.m. is when you collected the HK-40 caliber handgun, right?
That is correct, sir.
And there are other entries, along the line. But as you go along, you're logging in the times: 3:54, 3:55, 3:58, 4:14, the like, right?
Correct, sir.
And first of all, is this your handwriting?
No, sir.
So as you're collecting the items, are you contemporaneously logging in on some form what you're collecting?
On either the box or the paper bag where I place them, I always put the time and the date of the item that's collected.
Okay, so if you grab, let's say, a woman's purse, you're going
'Cause
to
there
put
were
it
a
into
couple
some
in the
sort
truck.
of container, a plastic bag, a box, or a manila envelope, and there's where you're going to log the time.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, and then this form, I'm assuming, is later formulated.
Yes, to put everything that's been collected, we put it based on the time that we collected them.
Okay, and as you're collecting the items, is the evidence room there at 7209 East Saunders?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so then you grab, let's say, the box with the handgun, and you go and put it into a secure area. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And is that proper police procedure, chain of custody?
Yes, sir.
Now, we know that on the 15th, there in 2018, at some point, some items were presented to Mr. Ortiz that were taken from the truck. Are you aware of that even?
No, sir.
Okay, so let's say that Ortiz was shown a purse with some syringes and the like.
They're like Ziploc
You
bags.
collected
I
the
don't think
purse.
they were
You
evidence
collected all
bags.
the items in the truck, right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, do you recall giving it to anybody?
I'm gonna object, Your Honor. He already testified that he didn't do that, and he doesn't know about that, about the items in the purse.
Do you recall giving, as you're collecting and putting in a bag, items to Agent Salinas or Captain Calderon?
No. The only one that assists me in reference to the items is Investigator Nenke, which is also the custodian of evidence.
Okay. Now, but you also testified that Nenke was, correct me if I'm wrong, but Nenke was not the one at this hour, at 3:54 or early in the morning. He was not there.
No, he was not out there with the vehicle, but he was inside the building.
Okay. And so if you're collecting the items,
yes, and
I'm assuming you put them in a box or a card or something, and you at some point walk to the evidence room, correct?
Which is where Nenke, I walk into my office with a system to log in the evidence. And that's where Investigator Nenke's desk is, and he was he was the one that day doing the tags of the evidence.
And so if I were to tell you, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, that some of those items that you collected from the truck ended up in the interrogation room with Mr. Ortiz, would you know how they got there?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, at
that
this
is a
time,
problem.
at 3:54, when you began this search, I know you're a custodian of records and a crime scene investigator, but who instructed you to begin the search of the pickup?
The Texas Ranger.
And
E.J.
would that
Salinas.
be E.J. Salinas?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Do you know if he had a search warrant for the truck?
Objection, Your Honor. It's an improper question and speculation. Investigator Ugarte just testified that he was advised to, but he doesn't know about the search
Your
warrant.
Honor, I asked him if he knows. He can either say yes or no.
Objection sustained.
Okay. Did you have a search warrant for the truck?
Objection, Your Honor. Same objection.
It's a
Improper
different question, Your Honor. Did you have a search warrant for the truck?
No, sir.
Okay.
See if they can clear this up on cross. Got a tissue out at least this time. I win bingo, woo!
What you got, Your Honor? What's their next defense exhibit?
Defense should be nice.
Investigator Ugarte, I'm going to show you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 9. Can you just generally tell me what that form is?
It's a firearm collection worksheet.
And is that your report there? With regards to this case?
It has my name, but I believe this is, if I'm not mistaken, this is done at the Laredo Police Department.
Okay, why would it have collected by WebSO investigator Ugarte?
Because more like that, I took the casing so they could check them out at the police department.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that's the same form, but I believe that's what it is.
Okay, tell me what the Laredo Police Department has to do with this Webb County Texas Ranger investigation. Well, you just testified, so I can make it clear. You testified that this is a form that the Laredo Police Department uses.
That I believe that's the one they use. They had the NIBIN system, I believe.
Okay.
Where they check the casings, like if it's fingerprints, but they check if it comes from a certain weapon.
So you're telling me that the firearm,
Is he going to carry the gun without gloves? Here we go. This courtroom's a mess. There's just evidence everywhere.
You're telling me that what's been marked and admitted as state certificate number 36A, and then 36, states 36, states 38, and 37. These went to the Laredo Police Department?
I don't believe, no, that if anything that's sent over there, just quotation.
What do you know is what I'm asking you, or are you guessing?
Well, I don't know, sir.
Okay. But at some point, you're saying that some of these items that have been introduced in this trial went to the Laredo Police
No,
Department?
sir.
Okay. And
Not
this,
those items.
in this form that is talking about this firearm, and let's verify the serial number. I mean, I don't want to point it at you.
But I
You
will.
see 123-06 1778.
Yes.
This form is referring to this firearm,
That's
correct?
correct.
And so you did not draft this form?
No, sir.
All the discs have been played. It ended with Whataburger.
And there's a comment here, inspected weapon after it was seized by WCSO. So someone inspected this firearm other than you, other than the ranger?
I believe so, sir.
And it talks about it has 2 spare magazines?
Yes, sir.
And it says number of cartridges.
Are you offering it?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm going to offer it. The State's Defense Exhibit number 9.
Because they have a report from some other police station that basically says the evidence was there at some time, which is a problem because apparently the evidence handlers didn't know it went somewhere. So this is just a little bit of doubt. Now, prosecution might be able to overcome this and say, "Oh, this was, X, Y, Z. This is why."
Defense exhibit number 9 is admitted into evidence.
The evidence went on a field trip. Yes.
And the state earlier introduced also 2 extra magazines, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in there, the DA told you that each magazine had 12 cartridges within them, correct?
12 rounds, yes, sir.
Okay. But yet this form says that the number of cartridges in the magazines was only 2 at this time, whoever inspected this. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Not 12, right?
Could have been a typo.
It just says the magazines, so.
Well, no, it says number of magazines, 2. Number of cartridges in magazines, 2. You see that, right?
Okay,
It's
yes.
referring to the number of shots in there, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So there's a mistake.
And then here where it says photographed at scene, it says unknown. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Condition at the scene, unknown. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So Tiffany says at 1.5 speed, the nervous guy doesn't sound nervous at all. So, What do you think of this this doubt they're injecting here? Nobody knows who took the pictures at the crime scene. The gun showed up. Oh, nice. Thank you for that. The gun showed up at a police station, but nobody knows how it got there. They have the incorrect number of bullets, of rounds in the magazines.
Thank you. Investigator Ugarte, could you please explain to the jury what is an IBAN? Data system.
To my best of my knowledge, it serves like the APHIS system, which is like basically what the APHIS system does to fingerprints, the NIBIN does to casings. He checks the markings on the casings that are recovered to Stern and guns, and they can actually identify the gun that was used to use that casing that was recovered.
So essentially, it's a law enforcement database system to link to firearms.
Yes, sir.
That was a simple answer. Judge is playing Candy Crush right now.
Seeing the firearms been used before, it's linked to other incidents.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and why would you go to the Laredo Police Department for the NIVIN system?
Because the Laredo Department I believe they're the only ones in Laredo that has a system, and they have it to serve all the surrounding agencies.
Okay, so that's a good explanation, but we still need paperwork.
So you were just doing your due diligence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Ugarte, I'm going to be showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 177. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm also showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 178. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 179. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, sir.
And State's Exhibit 180. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, how do you recognize these items?
They're the forms that were submitted to the DPS crime lab, the lab submittals.
Okay. And as a custodian, you and Investigator Nenke both served as custodians of evidence, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay, as custodians of evidence, would you keep these records in the normal course of business?
Yes, sir.
Were these documents generated at or near the time of the event or reasonably after?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and they were maintained for purposes of the Webb County Sheriff's Office?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, and when you generated these reports, they were generated off of a computer that was operating properly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, let the record reflect, I will be tendering to defense what has been marked as State's Exhibit 177, 178, 179, and 180 for purposes of inspection and be offered into evidence.
I'm recognizing this as a Kevin quote. Is that correct, Tag? From The Office?
Yes, sir.
Investigator Ugarte,
Yes,
with
sir.
regards to State's Exhibit number 177, and we know it's a laboratory submission form, right?
Yes, sir.
But it contains two parts, like let's say just page 1, it says Jose Ugarte, page 2, Jose Ugarte, but page 3 and page 4 say Nenke. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes, sir.
So you did not submit this, it was, and you're not the author of this form, it was Victor Nenke. Is that accurate?
The author of the form, yes, but I did submit the evidence. I actually took it.
Okay, I'm trying to figure this out. It says, this is not a very good copy, but it says date submitted, right?
Yes.
Okay, so it says in person, right?
Yes.
And so let's say the first page and the second page, it's Jose Ugarte.
Oh, yes.
Now, the second, the third, and the fourth page of State's Exhibit 177 say submitted by, in person, Victor Nenke.
Yes.
And it actually has his signature. So
We both go. We used to go. Both of us used to go at the same time, and check the evidence.
every single time.
The majority of the time, yes.
Now, when you submit it to the DPS crime lab, where is it located in Laredo, or where is it located?
Intersection of Clark and Loop 20.
Okay, so let's look at State's Exhibit number 178 again. It says submitted in person by Mr. Nenke, page 1. In person, Victor Nenke, page 2. In person, Victor Nenke, page 3, and in person, Victor Nenke, page 4.
Good morning,
State's
Debbie.
Exhibit number 179. Page 1, Victor Nenke in person. Page 2, Victor Nenke in person. Page 3, Victor Nenke in person. State's Exhibit number 180. Page 1, Victor Nenke in person. Page 2, Victor Nenke in person. And page 3, Victor Nenke in person. So is it your testimony, literally, that every single time that you went...
The majority of the
on
time.
these firms- I'm sorry?
The majority of the time, me and Mr. Granenko went.
No, that's not my question. Let's look at this one. On 9/5 of 18, we know it's you because
Yes.
there's your signature, right?
Yes, sir.
So on 9/11 of 18, it says Victor Nenke and Victor Nenke. So my question to you, to page 3 and page 4, do you have an independent recollection? Not that you think you went, most of the time you went, almost all the time you went. Do you have an independent recollection, a memory of having gone on 9/11/2018 at 9:05
No,
to
sir.
submit this? You do not?
No.
Okay. And if I ask you the same question, which states, because all these have your name, I'm sorry, Victor
Okay.
Nenke's name. If I ask you the same question regarding 178, 179, and 180,
Will be the same answer.
okay. We object, Your Honor, to lack of personal knowledge and hearsay under Rule 803, the acceptance of the hearsay rule. Law enforcement records are specifically accepted from that, Your Honor.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Your Honor, what we're trying to establish is not whether he took it, but whether he conducted and performed and generated these items in the regular course of business, Judge. This is a business record affidavit. He was a custodian of evidence. He was in charge of helping maintain these records and keeping these records for purposes as to when they were exiting, when they were being sent out to DPS, and he can testify as a former custodian of evidence that he is familiar with it and it was kept in the regular course of business for that purpose, Judge. And under 902, Your Honor, as well.
Yes, Your Honor, but under 803(8)(a)(2),
Let's see who wins this one.
under public records,
Coffer wins.
it says that these records, as if it's a matter observed by law enforcement, are not accepted from the hearsay rule. It's hearsay. All police reports, otherwise they'd introduce their whole report, Your Honor. It's the same thing. Not to mention that he's not the author and he lacks personal knowledge. I think he's guessing about it, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, if I may respond.
Yes, you may.
Investigator Ugarte, Investigator Nenke, they both previously testified that they were both in charge of the property room. They would both help each other in processing scenes as to when the collection of evidence, entering it into the data form, and as to generating the tags, and when they would send these items over to DPS, Judge. It's a unit. It's the evidence collection unit. They're custodians of evidence.
Your Honor, we're going to object to a non-legal objection in a speech.
Okay, just give me 1 second. Give me a second.
Matthew Harris says, business records are an exception to hearsay if properly established through the custodian of records through testimony or through an affidavit of the records custodian. So that's what the prosecution is trying to say. And the defense is trying to say, no, this is hearsay because it's someone else's record.
Your Honor, if I may just add- Okay.
Objection, hearsay grounds. TW's watching World Cup says 5 minutes before penalty kicks begin. I'm not a big fan of penalty kicks. You've got 90 minutes of gameplay, and then it all comes down to a one kicker and a one goalie trying to guess what's going to happen.
You wanted to add something?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Just that we're also introducing this as a business record, but we're not introducing this for the truth of the matter asserted. We're more of introducing it as a business record with the custodian of evidence, Judge. So we just want to add that to our response.
If they're not
And for
offering
purposes
the
of
truth
chain of custody, Your Honor.
If they're not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted, then we also object to relevance. They need to make it relevant first.
Your Honor, he's already testified as a custodian of evidence. He's familiar with the document, so.
Objecting to the speech of the
Both approach.
Both approach. Let's get prosecution's all coming up. Everybody's coming up. that means the defense is about to win, or there's a risk of the defense winning in this argument. If you've got 3 prosecution and 1 defense up there, see how casual that guy is on the right? He's just kicking back. I think he thinks he's got a solid argument here. We're going to need Matthew Harris to come in and tell us what the judge is going to do. He's 2 for 2 so far on predictions. It's a smooth move to say it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but isn't it? I mean, if this is chain of custody, isn't that truth of the matter asserted? So it gets around the hearsay rule, but the jury must be instructed on it. Good morning, Christine. Just got a little sidebar going on as we pan around the camera in the courtroom and check out the scenery. Penalty kicks are like a last-second field goal in football. Well, it would be like, I don't know. So I can see your point there, but at the same time, it's like you automatically get a scoring opportunity that may not have existed the whole game long for your team, as long as your defense did well, and then at the very end you get a chance to score. And I don't like how it just puts all the weight on the goalie, who literally has to commit to a direction as you're kicking the ball. And he's basically just trying to guess the angle that the ball's coming off your foot. And if he guesses right, they win, and if he guesses wrong, they lose. The jury would need to be instructed that you are not to consider any information in these records as being truthful or evidentiary. I think this evidence stays out, honestly. Okay, so sustained on the part of the defense, the objection. Okay, but what does that do then? Does that damage the chain of custody for the firearm? And then you suddenly have a firearm that the chain of custody cannot be determined? And so the murder weapon is not, allowed in court as evidence? What happens there? And it probably happens, I wouldn't say frequently, but often. I'm curious if somebody knows, when was the last time a firearm that was brought into trial as evidence accidentally discharged in a courtroom in the U.S.? Has that ever happened? Christine says, what's the evidence in question? If someone can update me, please. Particularly, this evidence are reports. There are 3 reports of submitting evidence log to a tech, to the lab, basically. They're trying to vouch for the possession or who brought the evidence to a lab. The investigators can't remember who it was that did it. The reports seem to have both people's names on it, which is weird. Sometimes 2 of the pages, one person's name, and 2 of the pages another's. But Matthew says, I think chain of custody is irrelevant here. The witness testified that he saw the weapon in the vehicle, so there's no question about a switcheroo. That guy says, yes, actually, recovered addict. A lawyer shot himself accidentally, proving his client innocent. The lengths they will go to, really. I mean, some lawyers. I wouldn't be surprised if that happened in this trial. Well, they almost handed all the bullets, the unspent cartridges, the magazines, and the murder weapon to the defense table where the defendant is sitting. We know that he wanted that gun in his possession again, and you had to think, what's going through his head when it's that close to him? Charlie Peterson says, soccer spoilers, it's very boring. I learned to appreciate soccer, or football, as they call it in Europe, when I was over in England. It is a sport. I mean, you have to be very fit to play that. Although there is not a lot of scoring usually, but when they do score, there's a lot of excitement. I think we already had the other evidence custodian on the stand. So we've had the 2 evidence custodians, the 2 investigators, the intern. I think we've had just about all the pieces there.
All right. So the exhibits are admitted into evidence at this time. It was 178, 179.
They
what was
are
the number
admitted.
again, Mr. Soto?
Just a second, Your Honor. For the record, they were States Exhibit 177, 178, 179, and 180.
180, yes. Those are admitted into evidence for the jury's consideration.
Okay, so they made it in. Another big L for the defense there.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Abby, I still don't understand what the rules of cricket are.
I'm showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 177. Can you please tell the jury what that is?
Laboratory
DPS lab
submission
submittal.
form.
The DPS lab submission?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And right here, what is this information related to?
Little Miss, these are the records that we were arguing over there. And we're seeing them now.
The first victim on Jeffries Road.
Okay. And all of these items here that are listed throughout States Exhibit 177, these are items that were submitted in relation to that?
That is correct, sir.
In relation to that investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and permission to publish States Exhibit 178. Now, I'm showing you what's been marked as 178. This is the submission form, another submission form to DPS, and whose name is that?
The suspects, Juan David Ortiz, and the victim, Claudine Loera.
Okay. And typically in these records, all the items that are listed, why are they listed on in a form like this? What's its purpose?
Those are the items that they're taken to the DPS crime lab so they can be processed.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you States Exhibit 179. Okay. Another submission form. Can you please read the names here?
Had to move out of the way for you guys.
Juan
Sorry about
David
that.
Ortiz and Giselda Hernandez.
Okay. And again, these are items that were sent to DPS.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. And finally, I'm showing what's been marked as States Exhibit 180.
Is he worried?
Can you please read the names?
Juan David Ortiz and Humberto Ortiz.
Okay. So these are items that were submitted from the 4 separate crime scenes, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And these were and the items listed were submitted to DPS?
Yes, sir.
See the guy that's behind the cell phone filmer? Why does he have like a bag over his computer?
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Default subscriber, what session? Who had a hot mic? He's preventing spray. It's a spray guard.
Investigator Nenke. Now, with regards to State's Exhibit number 177, now, can you tell me who the suspect in this is listed here?
On this form is Rene Davis Arce.
Okay. And so the others say Juan David Ortiz, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Now, did you go to the residence of Mr. Arce?
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay. And so here, when it talks about one black and tan 6-hour 9mm, that has nothing to do with Mr. Ortiz, correct? These were items collected from Mr. Arce.
That is correct, sir.
The coat AR-15, nothing to do with Mr. Ortiz, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. So at least with regards to 177, where someone else is listed, these do not relate to Mr. Ortiz. Would that be accurate?
Some items they don't.
Okay.
No further questions, Your Honor.
No further questions from the state, Your Honor.
You may sit down, sir. Your state.
Okay, so catch me up here, default subscriber. I've got the Aaron Day feed up. Was someone watching
calls Dr. Corinne Stern,
the trial that shouldn't have been watching the live stream?
ADA Marisela Jackman.
Dr. Corinne Stern.
We've got a new witness here up to get infected. She has no clue that she's walking into like a germ-infested desk.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear testimony you're going to give during this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may take the witness stand.
Yes.
Good morning. For the record, Marisela Jackman for the state. Would you please state your full name, Dr. Stern?
Yes, Dr. Corinne Elizabeth Stern.
And what is your occupation?
I am the Chief Medical Examiner for Webb County, Texas.
Would you tell us your educational background and professional training that qualifies you as a medical examiner?
Sure. I received my undergraduate degree in medical technology from the University of Mary Hardin-Baylor in Belton, Texas. I then went to medical school at the University of North Texas Health Science Center in Fort Worth. I did a residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at the University of Hawaii at Manoa in Honolulu, Hawaii. And then I came back to Texas and I did a surgical pathology fellowship here in San Antonio with the University of Texas Health Science Center. And I did my forensic medicine fellowship with the Office of the Armed Forces Medical Examiner in Washington, D.C. I also hold a master's degree in public health with an emphasis in mass disaster management. I passed my forensic boards in 2001. I am licensed to practice medicine in the state of Texas. I am a fellow of the National Association of Medical Examiners and a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences.
And she had that whole thing memorized. That was amazing.
For the jury, you mentioned pathology. Could you explain what forensic pathology is?
Sure. So forensic means law. So I practice pathology or practice medicine as it deals with the law.
Okay. And in your capacity as a medical examiner, do you conduct autopsies?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you explain what an autopsy is and how it's conducted?
Sure.
As professor.
So an autopsy is both the external, the outside exam, or the exam of the outside of the body, and the exam of the inside of the body, an internal examination. So the steps of an autopsy, what I usually do first is I examine my patient as they come in. Okay, so I look at them before anything is removed from the patient. By the time the patient gets to my table, he or she has been weighed. Once on the table, we take a length. Okay, we can't take a height because I can't stand my patients up. So we take a length, which may differ a little bit than what that person's height was in life. I then document everything that that patient has on. So all the clothing, document any kind of medical intervention. So maybe they have an endotracheal tube, that's the tube to help them breathe, or EKG pads or IV lines. I document all of that, and then with the help of an autopsy technician, the clothing and the medical intervention is removed. In the case of a homicide or a suspected homicide, we do have a list of certain evidence we take, and also additional evidence if it is warranted. We do that before the decedent is washed. Once that's done, I do an external exam from the top of the head to the bottom of the toes. I'm documenting the hair color, the length, is it curly, is it straight, what color are the eyes, is there contact lenses present, are the ears pierced, is anything else on the body pierced, the condition of the teeth, if they're natural, are they in good repair or poor repair. I'm looking at the integrity of the skin. We're looking for discolorations in the skin. Maybe the skin is pale, or maybe it's jaundiced or yellow. Maybe they have liver disease. Making sure all the extremities are present, all the digits are present. Any surgical scars. We're looking for any tattoos, any needle track marks or puncture sites. That's the external examination. At that time, I take a series of photographs, and then we do an internal exam. We make a Y-shaped incision. So we start at the tip of the shoulder blades to the point of the V, which is at the top of the sternum, and a single incision down to the top of the pubic bones. We reflect the skin, the subcutaneous tissue, like the adipose tissue, and the muscle. And then the rib cage is exposed. We use a special kind of saw to take the rib cage off. It's a saw that vibrates, so it will cut through the hard bone, but it won't damage the soft organs underneath. Once we take the rib cage off, the organs are exposed.
That's like the tool they use to take a cast off your arm.
That means in block. I can actually take from the tongue to the testicles all out in one block. I do it a little modified. I like to take my intestinal block out separately to avoid any spillage, and I take the genitourinary block, so in other words, the bladder and the reproductive organs or the prostate separately out, and then remove all the other organs.
Thank you. Now, during your career, approximately how many autopsies have you performed?
I'm in excess of 7,000.
7,000.
Dr. Stern, on September the 14th, 2018, did you conduct an autopsy on Melissa Ramirez? I believe she was a Jane Doe at the time.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you prepare a report for the autopsy of Ms. Ramirez?
Yes, I did.
The green glasses caught me off guard. I was not expecting those green frames.
Oh no, what has been marked as State's Exhibit 181. And ask you if you recognize this.
I'm sure it's natural, that hair. I imagine she wears it just like that during an autopsy too. No ponytail, no hairnet. It's just let it flow.
Yes.
What is it?
It's a complete transcribed autopsy report that I dictated along with the toxicology report.
Okay. And is it done at or near the time?
Sorry, Lexi.
The autopsy?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that was pretty graphic.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I don't I have a transcriptionist, and I dictate it, and then transcriptionist gets it back to me. I make the corrections online and print it out, and then my secretary puts it in that form.
And is this report maintained in your office as a normal business activity?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would it assist the jury to follow along with your testimony, with your if they could observe your report?
Sure.
At this time, Your Honor, I tender State's Exhibit 181 for inspection and ask that it be admitted.
No, this lawyer has been there all along. The one who replaced him. See the guy with the laptop? Let's see. He's not in the red tie, the light-colored suit on the prosecution bench, but the man just to the right. So, let's see. He just leaned forward. The guy who just leaned forward. That's the one who replaced the other one.
Yes. State's Exhibit. Well, first of all, State's Exhibit 181 is admitted into evidence at this time.
Yeah, I'm pretty good at gutting a fish, and I could probably gut a fish in a similar manner, but I didn't know you could do it with humans. That's top to bottom. You just gut them. And apparently, she's very efficient at that. But it's like, hey, look what we can do. It's amazing.
Can you see that?
I can't yet, but now we can. Thank you.
Let me see if I can get it a little bit bigger.
That's good.
Okay. Now, Dr. Stern, how did you identify this body as Melissa Ramirez?
So Melissa Ramirez was positively identified through fingerprints in the database.
Okay. And your report indicates her name on the top of the report, is that
That's
correct?
correct.
And what was Ms. Ramirez's date of birth?
You can see that.
Is that indicated on your
The
report?
gunpowder
Her date of
stripling.
birth is not indicated on the report,
sorry.
just
Because
the
it's on the
age.
skin.
Her
That means
date
that she
of
was
death
shot
is
from very
September
close
3rd of
range.
2018.
And will you describe the general condition of the body when you began the autopsy?
So, Ms. Ramirez arrived to my office with several wounds that were appeared to be caused by gunshots. They were about her face and her head, and she had one on her extremity, and she had some additional injuries on her face as well.
Okay. At the time of the autopsy, could you tell how long Ms. Ramirez had been dead when you received her?
Well, at the time of the autopsy, her rigor mortis was resolving. Rigor mortis is the stiffening of the body after somebody dies. And there are a lot of environmental influences on it, and so we can't use it to determine an exact time of death, and sometimes we can't even get close. But since hers was resolving, it appeared that she'd been dead by the time she got to me, around 24 hours or more.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
So I live on a 30-mile-an-hour street, and we've just had 2 cops drive by, probably close to
mentioned that you
100
take
miles an hour
photographs
past our
as you're
house.
conducting the autopsy?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you, there's 16 photographs. It's State's Exhibit 182, 183, 184,
This is Melissa,
185,
and that's Melissa's family right there we're seeing on the screen.
187, 88, 89, 90, 91,
Yeah, this might get very descriptive.
93, 94, 95, 96, and 97. Will you please review these? And I ask you if you recognize them.
No, we just live on the main road through town. We have a volunteer fire department, so to page the fire department, they set off an air raid siren in the middle of town, and then all the volunteer fire department guys either hop in their truck and meet the fire truck straight at the emergency, or they drive to the fire station and then drive the fire truck there. But when the air raid siren goes
These
off,
are photographs
you know you're
that
going to
I
have
took during
police.
her autopsy.
And do these
sirens soon.
photographs fairly and accurately represent
That's cool.
Melissa Ramirez's body as you observed him the day during the autopsy?
Yes, ma'am.
Right to left.
182 to
Indicate a lefty shooter.
197
I don't think so.
for inspection, and we'll offer.
I don't
to
think that
echo.
indicates it, but I think he was a lefty. There goes the fire truck. It's all relative to how the victim was facing when they were shot, so I don't think you can tell if it's a lefty shooter at the time. Yeah, Matthew, I don't see them really trying to attack this lady much. Oh, why am I over there? I need to be over here. There we go. I don't see them trying to attack her very much. I think she would hold up very well under a cross.
Yeah, we approach on.
Sandwich delivery just arrived. It does have pickles. Randy, I can move myself, side to side. Just when they're showing documents, I could just hit a button and run to the other side. But I'd just forgotten I was over there. So. Scott did scoot. Yes, I did. If there's ever a problem with what I'm showing you, let me know. I can probably change it. I do try to provide additional information on this stream that you wouldn't get by watching just a single stream. So we're piecing together lots of different feeds and audio and everything else. Katrina, this was actually my son that made me the sandwich. I've trained them well. Scott Pong. DMB, I think you might be dating yourself by saying Pong, one of the original video games. I think we're probably going to get a lunch break soon. I'm actually hoping so. Let's see if the judge thinks of the jury and their appetite before seeing all the medical examiner pictures. Do the Scott Scoot and Boogie. There may have been an Atari in my house growing up, says DMB. I have played the Atari as well. I mean, life was simpler there when you just had the joystick and one button, or maybe even had I guess with Pong, you had the little knob, the twisty knob to scroll up and down. Last post says, you do a great stream, Recovery Addict. Well, thank you. You guys make a great community of addicts. Thanks for being here. Wouldn't be the same without you. Let's see. We'll have to. I think I missed something up here, and I apologize. Matthew Harris says, Recovery Addict, I don't know if we are getting a lunch break soon, but I know of one attorney who definitely is getting a lunch break in about 3 minutes. Who would that be, Matthew? Do enjoy your lunch. Let us know what delicious item you find to consume during the break. Is the audio back on?
All right.
Here we go.
So
let's take a lunch break.
State's Exhibits 182, was it? The first one? Ms. Jackman?
182?
182 through 197 will be admitted into evidence at this time.
playing the zoom game on the camera. Zoom out, zoom in, zoom out, zoom in. Those green glasses are great. I love them. The sounds not professional. I say a lot. It is one of my favorite words. I will try to say it less, but I will not succeed. And there I had an instead. They're easy to find, those glasses. Yes. I imagine you can even see those when you're not wearing them. She looks like a medical examiner. She is a medical examiner. Probably why.
Dr. Stern, I'm going to go ahead and direct our attention to the pathological diagnosis that we have here.
Okay.
And we'll go ahead. I'd like to start, and I'm going to be moving this just for a second. This is State's Exhibit 182.
Oh, sorry. There are going to be some pictures, guys. Sorry. Trigger warning.
Honor,
Trigger warning.
If I may just warn the...
Yeah, you could have done that before you put the picture up.
The families that these images are sensitive. They're autopsy photos. Okay. What is this picture?
Okay, so this is what we call the as-is photograph of Melissa Ramirez as we put her on the autopsy table before we began the exam.
And the purpose of that
is to demonstrate or to show how she was when she came to me. This is how she presented to me.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 183.
Hey, Brenda, you just might get to see that removal in these pictures. There are a lot of pictures here.
This is what we call an identifying photo. This is after we've cleaned her up, and it's an ID photo.
He's here for the gory pictures. He really is.
Now, I'm going to go back to your pathological diagnosis and start with gunshot wound of the jaw.
Okay.
We explained what...
It is hard for the family,
in,
but at the same time, they
in,
understand that the medical examiner is doing a job that will help bring justice about
on the right
for
side
their
of
lost
the jaw
family member.
And the mandible, that's the lower part of the jaw. So
the family generally isn't
is
angry at the medical examiner, but it's still hard to see.
On the right side in the lower jaw. It was a
Trust me,
round
we'll still be here.
defect, and surrounding the entrance wound where the bullet actually pierced through was gunpowder stippling.
Yes, this is the victim's
unburned
mother.
Grains of gunpowder, and that surrounded the entrance wound.
Now I'm going to stop you right there. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 184. Is this the stippling that you were referring to?
Yes.
Okay. And we're still on this injury. Did you have any more information in your diagnosis or in your findings? Okay.
The mom might have to leave the courtroom.
So the bullet perforated the skin, the subcutaneous tissue just behind the skin, the muscle. It went through the bone of the mandible, and it terminated its path in the right side of the C6 vertebrae, the 6th cervical vertebrae, and that's where I recovered it. The wound path was from right to left and down.
Okay. And you recovered this bullet. What was it, a deformed bullet?
It was a large caliber, copper jacketed, deformed bullet.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 188. Is this...
We're going to see the bullet here.
Let's see. Let's do it this way. Is that the caliber?
Yes, that is the bullet, the projectile that I recovered.
From that injury?
From that injury.
Now, I'm going to now ask you to concentrate on the second injury that you've identified, the gunshot wound to the neck also.
Okay. She had another gunshot entrance wound. It was on the right lower neck, so about in this area right here. It also was a round defect. She did have a circumferential area of soot that surrounded that particular entrance wound. That bullet also perforated the skin, the subcutaneous tissue, and the muscle, and it crossed the midline. So it went across the midline of the body, underneath the mandible, okay, so underneath the lower jaw, and I recovered it in the soft tissue underneath the left ear. I also recovered a large caliber, copper jacketed, deformed bullet. The wound path was from right to left, slightly back to front and up.
Okay, now I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 189.
So these, sometimes the family feels that they have to be there to support their deceased family member, like they wanted to be there from gavel to gavel. And leaving, they feel like they failed.
Gunshot entrance wounds to her neck.
I hope they don't feel that way. I hope that this lady can leave at this point and
is going to be the lower wound.
And not have to have these images seared into her memory.
Yes.
So
But
this is the one that
it is her
so you
choice to
have
be
it
there.
as
She's not
injury
being
number
forced to be
That's
there for
correct.
sure.
This is injury number 2.
Yes, ma'am.
When you were referring to right now with the, you said that there was some.
There's an area of soot. It's very difficult to see in this picture, and some of it, once we cleaned her, may have washed off.
Okay.
But she did have a circumferential area of soot surrounding that entrance wound.
Okay.
So it
Now,
means
you
point blank.
mentioned
She was
also
shot
that
very
you
close, at close range. So the blast from the gun
deformed
as the
bullet. I'm now showing
the
you
explosion
marked
exited the
State's
gun behind the
Exhibit
projectile. That
191.
blast also seared her skin. Randy, if she
Yes,
becomes
that's the
verbally
bullet I recovered,
disturbed, the
under
judge
the
would probably,
left ear and
or
the
audibly
upper part of
disturbed,
the
the
neck.
judge would probably ask her to be removed.
Now, I'm going to refer you to your gunshot wound of the neck, injury number 3.
Okay, so she had another gunshot entrance wound on the right side of the neck above the one we just described. It was also a round defect, and she also had
Do we just have a jury member faint? They're looking towards the jury table.
We'll go ahead and excuse at least a juror. You want to help him out? Can you excuse him for now?
A juror just fainted. A juror just fainted.
Yeah, out there maybe. We'll go ahead and excuse the jury just for a few minutes. Remind him not to discuss the facts of the case. He can be seated. He doesn't have to stand just yet. Let him.
Yep, it's a juror
But
member.
everyone else can step up. If you want to go.
Wow.
Let the jurors walk out first.
Okay, so we've got a jury member who's still seated, who fainted, sort of collapsed. It was not the mom. The mom's still sitting there. You can see her there. She's still sitting. She's very emotional. The bailiffs ordered the remaining people to sit, even though a jury member is still in the jury box, probably receiving some help at this time. Police are there. I'm not sure if they're trained paramedics as well. I don't think it would be diabetic. I think what you've got here is you're showing some very graphic pictures, pictures of blood, pictures of some very graphic wounds and injuries, and as a result, I think it was the side of the pics. They'll have to excuse that juror. How can you continue? How can you continue with a juror that can't handle looking at the pictures that they have to consider as evidence? The medical examiner is rendering aid. No, not her. All her patients. Oh, never mind. Okay. This is crazy. Did the person faint from the image? Yes. I think they fainted from the image. Not of of the suffering so much, but I think they're looking at images of the medical examiner's examination. So they're literally dissecting the body to determine all the injuries that were received. And as they're doing that, one of the jurors collapsed. I fainted. What happened? Yeah, this is crazy. So the ME has gone to tend to her. She is licensed to be as a doctor in the state. Let's bring this one up over here, right here. So I think the judge is going to say everyone go to lunch. That's what he's going to say. You have to be careful panning out because there is still a juror possibly still in the room. Katrina says they're going to move for a mistrial first thing. KQD says the ME looked to the judge nodded, and the ME went to the juror. I bet the juror will be excused. Let's see here. Sorry. Yeah, we're losing feeds. The judge is still there. He's still watching, which means the juror is probably still there. The juror hasn't left the room yet. Judge is a little concerned. You can see on his face. There are alternative jurors. I mean, they have contingencies just for this. Yes, she's a doctor. If you're going to collapse, that's the second best place to. First place is in the hospital. But yeah, if you're going to have a medical condition, try to do it in front of a doctor who's willing and able to treat you. We need a hot mic. Do we ever, Katrina? They can't ask for a mistrial since they have alternate jurors, right? If they'd burned through all the alternate jurors at this point, now you're going to have an issue. But I think they're good. Thinking lunch after dead bodies, then thinking dead bodies after lunch. Pick your poison. Just do. Yeah, probably not a big lunch today. You know, we probably won't go with the whole 12-inch meat lovers sub. It might not be the photo that caused it, but it's not our place to know. Right? All we know is that they had just started putting up very disturbing pictures, and the timing, in my mind, I'd say it's the pictures, but. Maybe they just really needed a comfort break, and this is the only way they could get one. Lindsay says, "What happened? We had a juror faint. Apparently, we heard a scuffle collapse. Everyone started looking towards the jury box. Obviously, the jury box cannot be shown by any of the cameras, but the judge mentioned it was one of the jurors help him to his seat. So I think it was a male juror. It happened while the pictures of the medical examination of victim Melissa were being shown." Tea Time on the Table Mountain says, jurors get asked if they can look at extremely graphic photos. This person should have been honest. It's very unfortunate this has happened. Right, Tea Time, they may not have known. They might have thought, oh, it's fine. But they've never seen pictures like this. I mean, very few people would say, yeah, I've sat through, looked at pictures from medical examination. They might think in their head, yeah, I could do that. That's not a problem. And then have no idea that what actually they're getting into. Katrina says, I think it's because of so much emotion. The juror's sick of doing this, so faked it. Possibly. Let's see. Men in their 20s faint during their IV starts. Yeah. Juror with a soccer move. We'll give him a red card for acting. Debbie says, Matthew Harris, will you please make a video about power of attorney soon, please? Matthew has all the power as an attorney. I know what you're asking, Debbie, but that's a good question. The evil defendant seems fine, says Carol. Yeah, I think we're going to lunch. Does anyone know otherwise? With it being after 1 o'clock, I think everyone's headed out for lunch. Really don't need jokes about someone falling ill. Right, we're just speculating as to what happened here, but This is why they should allow the graphic pics on YouTube to desensitize us in case we become jurors, says Little Miss. You can find graphic videos on YouTube. For instance, in the California case with the police officer who shot the man arguably when his hands were up, that full video, that full body cam video is shown in detail. Nothing's blurred out, and you can see him every time he shoots him. So there are videos like that out there. I will just say that the YouTube's terms of service agreement is such that I can get my channel pulled down for having something like that on there, and so I don't flirt with that line because I like what I'm doing. But okay, so we're holding tight here, just to keeping an eye on what's happening, and so far nothing. MB, recovery addict, can you imagine getting all the way through medical school only to discover blood bothers you? You wouldn't make it all the way through medical school. There would be blood before you make it all the way through, but yeah, that's a bad time to find out you picked the wrong profession. If you were going to faint to get out of this, it would have been during the 3 days of watching the dude sleep in a chair. Right, there could have been better timing for sure. Could be unrelated to Emmy photos. You're correct, Dan. These pics aren't your TV drama series pic. Often these pics no one should have to see, right? Especially we're talking multiple gunshot wounds from a large caliber handgun to the head. There's a lot of damage. Let's put it that way. And not only that, then they then have to open it up and look and see, what happened on the inside. So it's a lot to see, and it's a lot to unsee. Cast iron stomachs for jurors from now on. Yeah, things have been shown. I mean, we had an autopsy picture just got flipped up on the screen here without any warning as well today. KQD, I'm actually, I only choose feeds that are doing the same thing that I do on my feed. So I'm not, there may be feeds out there that are showing those pictures, but I'm not showing them to you. So basically we have two lines of defense, the initial photographers and me. But the gore pictures are out there. I'm not saying not to look at them, but I'm not going to show them on the channel just because I like my channel. I've watched people faint when they give blood. It's just the idea of blood is too much for some people. Color me abstract. I agree. I've seen enough pictures. I'm good. And I've seen enough. Yeah, in real life, and yeah, I've seen enough. They did throw the picture in there with zero warning, right? I think they were on the third or fourth picture. The second one was the first one was the presentation picture, just said the body as they received it. I think they were on the third picture because they were talking about the stifling from the bullet wound, where the burn mark had burned to the skin from the gunshot being so close to her. But and anatomy channels, yeah, they have some leeway there for educational purposes, but we're not doing that for educational purposes here. So I wouldn't get the same treatment, I don't think. 80s Music Man says, my brother faints at the sight of blood. Fake blood should be a good prank for him then. I like your channel the way it is. I like that you like my channel, Debbie. Thank you. I can't do medicine, says Tag, or MB's to Tag. Yep. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Let's assume we're going to lunch. Well, Judge is still in the courtroom, actually. Hang on, hold tight. Yep. Judge is still in the courtroom. No audio yet, but he has not left. They might still be treating the person there in court. I don't want to miss it because the judge might address the issue and announce that a juror's been excused. And the other jurors are like, if that's all it takes, show another picture and I can go down too. I once fainted in church. I fell forward onto a folding chair. I remember thinking about how strange that felt on my lower jaw. And then nothing. And then it was black. the smell. Oh man, the smell is the one thing you don't get from the pictures. But yeah, even just I've been on some pretty traumatic car accident scenes. Let's put it that way. And some of the worst ones were actually with animals, just as far as like a deer car accident. And there is a smell there as well. I'm not going to raise my hand. I never saw that. I had no desire to see that. Eat while we watch, Suzanne. My sandwich is drying out. The bread is drying. It's I don't want to chew in front of you because there's nothing else to entertain you other than that. Lori, it is so hard for this mom. She's been there every single day. There's testimony about her daughter. She's been in the courtroom, and every time it's been difficult for her. But she's there. I think her daughter is there with her, like another daughter, or maybe it's a daughter-in-law. I'm not sure. But the two of them sit together, and she sits there throughout all of it. Apparently, churches are causing a whole fainting spell because we're having several people that have fainted in church. What about the pickle? There are pickles in here, Debbie, for sure. Pickles on the sandwich. Dill this time. But okay, I did not see the judge coming back. I'll keep an eye on it here. But here's what we'll do. I'm going to go ahead and call it for lunch and say, let's go ahead and take a lunch. It's going to be about an hour. If anyone sees anything during the lunch break, if they are watching the feed, please let me know, especially about the time they're going to be coming back. But judge is back again. This is crazy. What's he doing? He isn't going to lunch, unless he is. Maybe he's sanitizing his desk. He's spraying it down with Clorox or something. Yeah, I don't know why he's still there. Yeah, now you guys are listing awful smells as I get ready to eat my lunch, and so I'm just skimming. I'm skimming over the over the chat. Yeah, does this count as a victim for Ortiz? I don't think so. I think he can't be charged with this one. Sounds more serious than fainting. I wonder if there was a faint and then an injury, a resulting injury. Depending on what they impacted when they fell. Does the judge have to put on record that they're going to lunch? I think he would. I mean, we've got see where the guy's standing there right behind me? You can't see me, sorry. Every time he looks up, that's the same angle and direction that the judge was looking when the person fell. So I'm thinking they're still treating that individual. I believe the courtroom has been cleared, but once the courtroom's cleared, are they going to call everyone back in to say they're going to lunch, or just send out word that it's lunch? Whacked his head on the way down, very likely. He slipped on all the sneeze on the way down. Could have been a seizure. You're right. I've been present when people have had varying seizures, from grand mal all the way down. This wasn't a very violent seizure if it was, as far as like the thrashing that's sometimes associated with them, but it's possible. Debbie says, I used to watch a channel where a guy would just have a black screen while eating. You could do that. I could do that, but I think that's not very considerate for you guys. Tag is providing way too much information. I can't even read those right before my lunch. I'm smelling sandwich and reading your chat, and it's awful. A new strain of COVID started in that room, a more serious strain, right? Apparently it's deadly very quickly. We've already lost one to it. One has succumbed. Sue the courtroom, become rich. Joan, there are several courtrooms that are different. It's interesting. Like some states are very open to the idea. Like Florida, for instance, is very open to open courtrooms and the cameras in the courtroom. And there are other states where they're only allowed on exception. So it's up to each state, and within the state, the judge has a lot of leeway in ruling one way or another. MB says, recovery addicts, I eat all the time when I watch you, just saying. Yeah, so I should be fine eating in front of you, but trust me, the amount of food I get on my shirt when I eat is just, it's not good. Live stream up, step to side to eat your sandwich. Okay, so I could just like go over here and then come back with a mouthful of food. I do watch a couple streamers that do eat on their stream. I just don't think I could pull it off and make it look good. Because I know there are some of you, let me just say, there are some of you out there who are very quick with the screenshot. And I have seen a series of screenshots where I'm making various faces caught in a moment of reaction. And I'm sure that if I am mid-chew and my mouth falls open and food falls out or something, there will be a screenshot of that as well that will be sent to the burner phone. Like a white shirt in an Italian restaurant. This is me. This is my life eating lunch. Put a bib on. Oh, we need a bib. We need a recovery addict bib. Okay. I can leave the stream up if you want during lunch, but I do need to eat. This is I get one break a day. Okay. The judge gives 3-4 breaks to the jury a day. I get one break a day, and this is my break. So if I sit here during all of it, and then he comes back from lunch and he's like, all right, you get started for the rest of the day, then I have a real problem. Then we would have to be sponsored by Depends. You can have pictures that have been sent in showing while you eat. I would have to automate that. I haven't got it set up yet. Go eat, Abby. Call the burner phone. Thank you, Abby, for posting this. I do have a burner phone that you are welcome to call and leave a message or text me or send a text image. Appreciate that. It is there for your viewing and participating pleasure. Is that a triple decker I see? It is a big sandwich. It's got I think I've got rotisserie chicken, turkey, and honey ham on this, so it's like a triple meat. We're doing both cheddar and Swiss, mayo mustard on wheat. That's what we're doing today. Eat, we'll reconvene later. And pickle. Don't forget the pickle. Okay, everyone's telling me to go. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream here. I'm just worried that as soon as I end it, the judge is going to come out and make an announcement, so we might have to watch for that. It is a beautiful looking Sammy, and I'm going to devour it here in just a moment. So that means I'm going to hit this button, and we're going to go to lunch. And you guys are also going to have lunch and get yourself a little break. Do whatever you need, because we're going to be back. We're going to be back in court. We're going to follow what happened to this juror. We're going to find out. Turn off the front camera, and leave it in the rear view for chewing privacy. I could do that. Do you want me to leave the stream up? I could leave it up during lunch. I will leave the audio. How about that? I'll leave the audio up. Put 2 on. Okay, so we have the audio up from the courtroom, but we're just watching the desk. And then I can step out, and you guys can stay live, and we won't have to, you won't have to find me again. Does that work? Okay, so it might be a little long break. Should I do a timer? Give me an hour. How about that? We'll do a timer on this one. It's upside down for that, but I'll bring it on right here. Let's see. Take this one off. Take this one on. Well, it helps if I adjust it right. This is the artwork that goes on behind the scenes. When I'm setting everything up, it's this simple. Let me just crop this down and I'll resize it, and the bottom as well. There we go. So that's our timer. This is for lunch. I'm going to leave the stream up at your request, and I will be back before that's over. And now I'm going to go eat. No hot mic. All right, guys. Thanks. I'll leave you with a song, though. How about that? Let's do a good one. Need a good song, and it's not finding it. How about right here? There we go. Okay, enjoy your lunch. I'll be back. Sandwich has been devoured. It's been devoured. It was delicious. Even a little bit dry. Move the cup. I'm working. Tasty water. Okay, what did I miss? Did the judge say anything? Did the judge say anything while I was gone? Rest in peace sandwich. It was delicious. Bacon. Bacon. I love it. Let's see. So Dr. Corinne Stern. She's on the stand, or will be after lunch, if she's done treating this patient. Probably one of the first live patients she's treated in many a year. But it's a good break for her. Mac, finding y'all again is a problem sometimes after lunch. I know, I'm just looking at the numbers. It looks like we did have quite a few of you who stepped away, I guess we'll say. We had about 200 people. And now we're down to about 87. Which is good because the likes is now greater than the number of viewers. Which is good. Nothing happened. I did check on Twitter. It looks like they are confirming that it was a fainting that happened. And it was during the pictures. They think it was because of the pictures. So we think we have a juror who went down. Possibly got off jury duty as a result. Ann says, I stayed. Joellen stayed. Didn't have much of a break. Abby, I don't get much of a break. But, this is the life I lead. They're on lunch until 1:30. So we have another 45 minutes. So my timer's pretty accurate, I think. I just guessed on the time based on the amount of time that the judge has previously given us to have lunch. I do love it. I love what I do. One day it will even pay. That's the idea. One day this will be my job. Right now it just takes the place of a job. All right. Got to let my eyes rest. If it weren't for spell check, y'all would think I was drunk the way I'm typing, says Debbie. Yeah, do rest your eyes, especially if they're dilated. Dim the screen a little bit. Just listen to us instead of watching. Tell us one of your stories, please, says Pauline. I should probably put my face on here. But I can't do it with the counter on there at the same time. Let's see. Here we go. Now my face is on. Let me think of a story really quickly. These photos are headshots going to be very grisly. Yeah, it's going to be rough. I looked at the other streams, but they were really lame, says Joellen. I'm glad you're here. Glad you're here. I need to make a splash screen that says trial of Juan David Ortiz will resume shortly. Please story, a nice story. How about a fishing story? Does that work? Okay, so I'll just assume you all said yes. So I'll just proceed that way. So this story happened, I don't know how many years ago. Enough that it was a while ago, right? And as we wait for trial to start again, I went out fishing up at a reservoir called Pineview Reservoir, which is up Ogden Canyon in Utah. It's very close to Ogden. I mean, it's just a couple miles up the canyon. It's not very far. So it's close by. It's easy to get to. It's one of the easier locations I can go fishing at. I can get there within about half an hour of where I lived. So I go up there. It's summertime, and I like to fish down by the dam because the dam is the deepest area of the lake. I think it's almost 100 feet deep there, and the sides have a bunch of rocks, and in the rocks are some fish, some smallmouth bass, and some perch that I really like catching. And so I went there fishing, and I park way up the hill, and you have to hike down this really steep hill. You're basically just sliding down the mountain and try not to fall in the water. Katrina says, I live at the bottom of Ogden Canyon. Okay, so you know exactly what I'm talking about. So I'm in I'm not right next to the dam, but I'm probably, 300-400 yards away from the dam, in that little narrow neck at the bottom of the reservoir. And I'm fishing on the south side. There's a little pull off there, a little dirt pull off, and I've hiked down the side, and I found a little perch where I'm standing, and I'm catching fish. I'm sitting there, and I've got my polarized glasses on my head, like I'm wearing them on my head on top, sort of like this, and I'm not using them. And I'm moving up and down the bank fishing, and I see something that just doesn't look right. I'm like, there's something in the water right there, but I know that's really steep, and so there shouldn't be something in the water visible right in front of me. And I'm looking at it and thinking, what is that? And I'm like, I'm looking at the surface, and it's like there's this little oily sheen on the water, this little rainbow colors. I'm like, could that be a car? And I took my polarized glasses and I flip them down over my eyes, and the polarized glasses allow you to cut through the glare of the water and really see into the water. And as soon as I did that, boom, there's a car just right in front of me. I'm like, there's a car, and there's little oil bubbles coming up from it. For those of you that know about cars getting deposited in water, generally the oil, which floats above water, can leak or come off the engine pretty quickly after a car gets submerged, but it stops after a while. So the fact that it still had oil coming up from it meant that it was pretty new. So I got on my cell phone and I called the police and said, hey, I was out here fishing, found a car in the water, oil still coming up from it, and then and they said, okay, we'll send somebody over, and they sent somebody, an officer. And he looked over the edge, and he's looking at where I am, and he said, "Where's the water? Where's the car?" And he said, "Did you see it go in?" I'm like, "No, I didn't see it go in, but I can see it in the water." And he couldn't see it. I'm like, "It's right here." And I'm like, "Oh, I've got my glasses on." I'm like, "Here, wear my glasses, and then look there." So I gave him my polarized glasses. And he was like, "Oh, look at that! You can see the car." And anyway, so they managed to grab the car with the tow hooks from the tow truck and drag it up that steep embankment. And they pulled it out, and there was nothing inside it as far as people or anything, but they did notice that the stereo had been removed from it, and they called the owner of the vehicle. The owners were on vacation. It had been stolen within the last week, and the car stereo was stolen from it, and then it was driven into the lake. So that happened. They put a brick on the gas pedal and drove it over the edge. Nobody in it. Anyway, so that's a story of me finding a car in the water. That's my my crime involvement for the day. Shane, lunch was short. We've got about 40 minutes left before it starts. I'm not sure if you were with us right before this, but the judge sort of had a lunch called for him because one of the jurors fainted during court while they were showing pictures of the crime of the autopsy. So that happened. I guess that meant the jury was ready for lunch, and that's it. JDO needed this lesson in evidence handling. I seem to stumble upon a lot of crimes. DMB, I do. I don't know why I do, but I do. Maybe it's just because I pay attention to little details, but I have come across quite a few of them. I don't know why. I'm not on my A game as far as storytelling today. I have to see. We haven't. The courtroom was cleared. Like the public was asked to leave the courtroom, and so the individuals that were providing the updates to me have only told me that the one fainted. That's all I know here. Let's see. Just checking on Twitter to see if there's anything else. I'm not seeing any updates. Yeah, nothing. Okay. Do you think the defense attorney will make something of the juror, Joellen? I don't think they'll mention that it happened. It's unfortunate. They'll have their, condolences, hope everything's all right type thing. But it's not an issue for mistrial. They have alternates for that reason. I'm not sure how many they have, whether they have 4 or 2 or something, but we should be all right. Tammy says, how about an accident story from across the pond? I do have a couple accident stories from across the pond. I was in several vehicle accidents during my time over in England, mostly because they drive on the wrong side of the road. And Abby, you can vouch for that. They do drive differently over there. On the different side of the road than I was used to, and that was not the reason for the accident. One of the accidents I was in, I was responsible for, but I was not driving. No, I was not driving, but it was my fault because the driver, who I had sort of taken under my wing and help him to sort of come out of his shell a little bit, he the way we had determined to really help him and be more confident in his driving was that I taught him how to drift around corners using the handbrake. So you do a handbrake turn around a corner. We were driving a little Vauxhall Corsa. For those of you that are familiar with the make and model over there in England, it's a lot like probably like a Geo Metro is probably the closest version of that. Lindsay, maybe hold on just one second. We might do that here during the break. After my story, we were driving this Vauxhall Corsa, and on the dirt road in the forests around Thetford was where we were at. The Mildenhall, around the Air Force bases and stuff up there. It's great. You can drift a 90-degree corner. You just accelerate towards the corner. As you get close, you pull the handbrake, you turn, you sort of slide, steer with it, straighten out, release the handbrake. It was good. Yeah. And so the only problem was my buddy, he could not handle the driving, the steering, working the pedals, and the handbrake at the same time. It was just too much for him. And so he needed me to pull the handbrake for him. And so he would nod, I would pull the handbrake, and he would proceed to navigate and spin the wheel and work the gas and everything. It was great, and it went really well until, it even got to the point where I would just keep my hand on the handbrake, because when he was ready to nod, I would just pull it, immediately. Just, I wanted to be like ready to go when he wanted to go around the corner like that. And so one rainy day we were driving around in Thetford in town on the street, and I swear he nodded. I swear. But we were going around this corner, and I pulled the handbrake, and as normally with the car, the back end sort of slides, and the front end on the dirt road, the tires sort of peel out a little bit and turn and everything. Well, he was not expecting me to pull the handbrake at this time, so he may have nodded, but not at me. And turns out the front, even though it was rainy, the front tires did not lose traction at all, and so the back end slid sideways. We turned sideways, but the front tires just pulled us up and over the curb, across the yard, and in through a picket fence. And if you've ever seen like a rabbit skidding through a carrot patch when all the carrots pop up out of the garden, that's what happened over the hood of the car, the bonnet, with the picket fence slats as they went up and over the hood of the car. But poor guy got in trouble because he got in a car accident. But it was my fault. Sorry. So sorry about that. Anyway, so yeah, that was one of them. Let's take a look. Lindsay, you said, can we look at the Aaron Dean case? Yes, I'd like to know a little bit about what happened there. Just trying to pull this up right now. Let's take it on this one. Okay. I'm more interested in the judge reprimanding somebody for watching footage of the court or something like that. Just trying to pull up the trial right now. Let's see, WFFAA has it. Okay, it's still going on right now. I'm just going to bring it on. We're just getting thrown in. Let's see, 6.
My name is Zion Carr, Zioncarr.
Mr. Smith,
Zion, could you say your name again just a little bit louder?
Zion Carr.
Okay. You want to approach the witness, Sean?
Absolutely.
Why don't you move that clip up just a hair? There you go. That's good.
Okay, so this is an older video. I'm going to scroll ahead.
You can't be in court unless you're testifying. And once you have testified, don't tell anybody else what you testified to, except the lawyers, okay?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to tell me your first and last.
Okay, so this is from the trial, Shane. This is from the Aaron Dean trial, and I'm just trying to find the footage because apparently something happened today in that trial that was pretty interesting. Let's see here. Trying to find the footage, and let's see. Do we have anybody here who has the link that could possibly get it over to me? Let's see. Streamed 47 minutes ago. Might be this one. Yeah, here we go. Okay, let's take 6. Okay, this is the trial we're looking at. Okay, that's the part.
But that's a huge point, right? I mean, if her having a gun down by her side versus a gun.
Okay, we're skipping ahead. I've just got to find this little bit.
Did you watch that with these two folks?
Yes, sir.
This poor kid.
Seen that before, haven't you?
But it'll be interesting also later on to see, do they put him on the stand?
Yeah,
Okay.
you know,
I'm
seems like
having a hard time finding. They said in the last 5 minutes.
I don't know if you'll caught this on the camera, but I saw him, I think, with a Kleenex, like wiping his eyes. I'm not sure if it wasn't.
Okay, I'm not sure what we've got there. We're gonna have to just jump in it cold like that. I don't know what to take it. Let's see. Check Discord. I screen recorded it. It says Amber Lucas. I'll pull that up here in just a second. Let's see. Might be able to take it just straight from Discord. Yeah. So somebody give me the lowdown as far as what happened on this Aaron Dean trial. What was the issue with the judge reprimanding somebody, a live stream, as we wait for the courtroom to come back in Texas. Let's see. In any case, they removed it from the recording. What did they remove, Amber? They cut part of it out? Hey, AJ, welcome. Welcome back, I guess. Okay, so we're in Amber. I'm over on Discord. Which page, which section, and which page should I be finding this on? I see Aaron Dean. And the latest and greatest is the clip of the hot mic right here. Okay, let me play this here. It's a Dropbox clip. Just 1 second. Okay, I've got to fix a couple things. Hang on, we're going to bring this on. Make this video small because I was already using it for something else. And then we'll bring this one over. Okay. Take it full screen, and here we go. Okay, so here's the clip from Dropbox. I'm just going to try to play this right now.
here?
Yes, I put that.
Well, how did he get his phone number? Or stay here. The phones stay here.
Just get his name.
Get his name, and he is to be excluded from the rest of it. How do you get his phone? How do you get a phone in here? Yeah. We got a guy back here sitting with 2 phones. I don't know who he is in the back corner, very back corner. I'm keeping his 2 phones until the trial's over. I'm gonna tell you you're not allowed in anymore. Okay.
Okay. I got a third one for you. We just had somebody over there that just live streamed from that room, and our sheriff's department picked up the screen. And she's over there live streaming. And she's got a camera to the screen. She's fiercely got her phone.
We'll take her phone right too.
Wow.
I understand. You're good. Come up, sir.
Somebody's in trouble. So that's the guy that was live streaming right there. Yeah. So some judges do not allow you to film.
Mitchell, I want you to call the court within 10 minutes of that phone call being made to Susan Mitchell. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
So what was that about? What is that about?
We're not taking. Do what now?
This hot mic moment is just incredible. Brought to you by Amber Lucas, I believe.
It was in the corner. Yeah, have y'all been able to hear things good? Okay, we're done.
I turned it down when he gave you that last phone number. I cut that audio out.
Okay, we're good. And Mo, you're killing me. You're killing me.
I'm doing better because I'm learning how to, as long as I can see the feed, I can run things in there. I'm sorry, Jeff.
He was in and out. He's in and out just like I was. What?
Did we have another?
Sorry, that's how the footage came to me. I wasn't rotating anything on my side. Okay, so that was it. I'm gonna have to get some more scope on that. Let's see. The AJ, that is the Aaron Dean trial, the death of Atentia Jefferson. That's day 1. That just started today. I think WFFA is providing a live stream on that. I think I'm not sure if they're done for the day, or if they just took a lunch break as well. But that's going on as well. But thank you for Amber for the lead on that one. We love hot mics. We love hot mics. It's the Aaron Dean case. It's in Discord. In Ireland, you're not allowed to take your phone out. Take out your phone in a courtroom. Not a law, but a judicial direction. Excuse me. That sandwich is yummy. Gotta have me some Jimmy Dean sausage for breakfast tomorrow. Wow. Okay, that was pretty bizarre. That was pretty neat. I'm gonna go ahead and try to get everything set up again. Let's see. Okay, I think it's still playing. Yep, it's still playing. Okay. Nope, they're done. They dropped the feed. Okay, so as we wait for trial to start again, does anybody have any questions about about what's happened so far. Amber says, I screen recorded it because it was going to be edited out of the recording. Oh, sorry for the directional twist there. Not a problem. You caught it. That's what matters. Sometimes it's better to catch it and have it crooked than not catch it at all. Appreciate that. As you know, I'm a big fan of hot mic moments in court. So, judge will scold you in front of everyone. Well, it could even go as far as like contempt of court, because if they've ordered you not to and you do, the judge might order you to sleep behind some bars. MB, what's happening? How did I miss the MB just jumped the curb and ran right into my car? He's on the way to his hospital. MB, this just barely happened. I just had to scroll back in chat. Holy cow. Wow. Shane O'Neill says, Scott, can you put an M&M in your mouth without chewing it? I don't think that's humanly possible. I think you have to start eating the M&M as soon as it goes into your mouth. They're gone for the day. We'll be back tomorrow. Okay, so Aaron Dean's back tomorrow. That's good to know. I'll take them off here and go back to a different trial on that feed. Okay, so we've got that one ready. All right. You suck on M&Ms? Don't you know it's bad for your health to not eat the chocolate? Like, what would you do once you get through the candy shell? Monica says, what happened with the trial? I'm back from lunch. The trial is still going on. We're actually just sitting here waiting for, this is the footage. This is all we have right now. It's the seal. We had a weird break for lunch because the medical examiner had just been called up to the stand, did a great job recounting verbatim from memory her entire training and experience, which is extensive. She says she's done probably over 6,000 autopsies, which somebody put in chat that it's recommended you only do about 250 autopsies a year, as just to make sure you're thorough in each one. But she's done that many, just tons of experience. Very, very smart. She's got some amazing green glasses as well. But they start showing all these pictures from the autopsy of Melissa, one of the victims in this case. And I think they were on the third or fourth picture, and we hear like a thump, type thing, shuffle of the chairs and a thump. And everyone looks over towards the jury box, and somebody had passed out. And so they're trying to help him, and the judge is like, all right, we'll excuse the jury, but he doesn't have to leave. He can sit there on the chair. And the medical examiner looks over at the judge. She's like, hey, I'm a doctor. He's like, yeah, go ahead. So she runs over and starts treating her first live patient in a long time. And so, yeah, so it's crazy. We had him pass out. Maybe the sight of blood was too much for him. Monica says, I got to the part where she was going to get specific about the autopsy, so I turned it off. Well, the juror should have probably turned it off as well because it was too much for him as well. And so now we probably have a juror who's going to get excused from the trial. Okay. Just getting some updates on from a couple of you. Thank you. So we're waiting now. We've got, let's see how long we have. Probably half an hour, I think, roughly, before the judge is due to be back. But he might be back a little early, just to take care of this issue of the fact that a juror is most likely going to get excused, especially if he was injured during the fall. That would be a concern if he wasn't excused, really, I think. I would have passed out at work. Cox, his mom was trying to give him... This is going back to the Aaron Dean. Is it Aaron Dean? Is that the right trial? his mom was gesturing him with answers while he was on the stand. That's the kid who was on the stand. His mom was trying to give him what to answer while on the stand. So the judge threw her out. This case is bizarre. This is bizarre. I think I have blood on my clothes. I'm sorry, MB. That's a heck of an afternoon. With these autopsy photos, would there have been blood? Might be a dumb question. Lindsay, there wouldn't be blood because it's not pumping in the body. It doesn't like spread out all over the place, but there is some blood. It's coagulated, and there's muscle tissue, and there's bone, and there's brain. There's a lot of different things there to deal with, and it probably was just a little too much for this juror. Richard says, on a lighter note, I used to make my own pastrami from corned beef brisket. That was a sandwich. It sounds delicious. Well, all the jurors saw that happen, so I'm sure they're concerned. Very interesting trial already, for sure. CB Clark says, got to catch up. I missed the last 2 hours. Was Ortiz acquitted? Mistrialed? Is he back on the street with the fourth tire of his truck, now sitting in a Whataburger drive-thru? Let's see. I'll answer each one. No, and no. The last 2 hours, we basically had some more evidence admitted. We have the gun admitted into evidence as well. Many pictures admitted, and now we started with a medical examiner on the stand, Dr. Corinne Stern, who is phenomenal. She has the red hair from like, what's the movie? Is it like Tangled or whatever? I forget the Disney movie where the girl has really long red hair. That's her. She's got the long red hair, and she's been testifying about Melissa's autopsy. Hey, bud, what's up? Got a wee one running into the room here. Brave, that's the name of the video? Yeah, Tangled is long blonde hair, right? So she definitely has curly red hair and a little green, like librarian style, green rimmed glasses. But she's testifying right now. Well, right now she's probably still helping the juror. But then we get a lunch break, a little bit of a lunch break, and then they're going to come back and we're going to take round 2. So I'll have to edit the description because we didn't ever stop the feed today. We kept the feed going. So this is just day 6. We're going to do it all in one big long stream. And that's cool. I want those glasses. I have glass envy, says Katrina. Okay. I'm still not getting the feed quite the way I like it. I had paused my KSAT feed, and in doing so, I got it out of sync with my my other feed, so I'll have to fix that here. All right, we'll take care of that once it starts. CB Clark says, how long does it take you to shut down a stream and restart the second one? About 10 seconds. Because I have hardware that can do that. Let's see. My wife just hit a benchmark number in viewers. Super proud of her. On subscribers, let's see. So CB Clark, yeah, I use all hardware. I don't use any software, so I'm not using OBS. Let me show you here on the camera. Okay, so I've got a little button box that controls everything we're looking at. So this is a switcher. All the red buttons are sources I can take live, and the green ones are sources that I can prepare to take live. And so if I wanted to go to camera 2, I could just hit that button, and you would have my camera 2, or camera 1 is me back here. Camera 4 is what we were on just a second ago. So I control that. But I've got 78 pages of these buttons, so I can go through a menu and set up anything I want on my live stream. I can do that. And as far as the the output goes, the start and stop stream is right there. So I could hit a button and it would be done. But it's all configured. My account is configured to just start a live stream as soon as it gets the feed. So default subscriber 3. No, it's in the triple digits. But she's not quite to 1,000 yet, but she's getting there. What happened to clean up on aisle 12? Yeah, they're cleaning up the jury box right now where somebody went down. So just passed out, I guess, because either he really needed a break or the pictures were too much for him. Holy hair dye, Batman! That's a lot. Yeah, I've got a lot of buttons at my disposal. I also have 2 more machines you can't see that are down underneath this table. There's another table down below here that is completely blocked by this table. But on one of the machines, it has 211 buttons, I think, and the other one has, I don't know, 80 or so. Who won the internet today? I think we were, who was that? Golden Mom? I think Golden Mom won it again. I think this is her 3rd or 4th time winning the internet. But go ahead and reach out to her. She'll get it fixed for you, TW. We need another interesting trial ASAP. Maybe not till Sarah Boone trial, right? Cox, the Sarah Boone trial is coming up soon. I mean, it's slated for trial for January 30th for the trial to start. But we actually have some Sarah Boone action in court starting this month in about 15 days, I believe, specifically, where the judge has a status hearing. This is going to be really important because the last thing we heard was Sarah Boone wrote a letter to the judge complaining about her lawyer. This is after she's also written a letter to the lawyer complaining about the lawyer. So the judge just said, hey, look, I just need to know that things are progressing, that we're going to move on, that everything's on schedule. And he's probably going to ask some questions about why is your client writing me letters saying that you're not answering her phone calls. So that might come up in that hearing. I'm hoping that gets live streamed. We're going to take that and see what happens. Because it is Florida. Florida is very open to cameras, so there's a good chance we can catch that video. If there is a problem that's brought to light on the 20th, it could change the date of the actual trial being on July 30th, especially if Sarah gets her way, assuming things aren't going right, and she gets another lawyer. If she gets number 7, then there will be a delay there as well on the Sarah Boone trial. Good question. But there are some other trials happening right now. We've got Aaron Dean that started this morning. That's been crazy just from a drama in the courtroom type scenario. Already today we've heard that a witness has been coached. A lady was trying to tell the witness what to say from the gallery. We've had, I think, 3 phones confiscated for people live streaming in the gallery that weren't supposed to. Just bizarre stuff. Katrina says, I'm slurping down some really hot ramen quick before the ME comes back. Be careful. Don't burn yourself. I do like a good cup of ramen now and then, though. Recovery Addict, those pics were hilarious. Were hilarious comments about the worst chair scoot I was sharing with a friend. He said, your facial recognitions told the story. All pics were for the same scoot. You were great. Oh, that's awesome. Did you send them to me? Or are these the other ones from the other day? I know you guys get screenshots of me doing crazy stuff, but lots of fur baby pictures and Christmas trees. But yeah, 211 buttons sounds like my shoe closet. That's a lot of buttons on your shoes. So yeah, we've got Cox. We have Sarah Boone obviously coming up, but we have some other ones as well. And if you go over to the Discord page, that has just a ton of information. I also have a few that I'm following here just in my little notepad. Let's see. I've got to figure out if the Daybell Vallow case is moving forward on the 9th of January or not, because that might be interesting. In just a couple days, we've got the OnlyFans murder. We've got an Arthur hearing for that one, which is basically a bond hearing for her. See if she gets bonds and gets out there and then flees the country and never see her again. So we've got that. We've got some Oakland shooter the parents are on trial on January 17th. That's happening with the Crumbleys. We've got the Delphi murders. Information is still coming out, so we'll see what happens there. That's a good chance that may not be broadcast, though. Let's see if where is the eyedrop case? I have to look. The eyedrop case with Judge Darrow next year, January, I think it is, or maybe it's February if she's still if she's still sitting and she's not in the Supreme Court by then. That'll be interesting. Richard David says, I just realized those big buttons looked like a color checker chart for photographers, color management. I love those charts. They are expensive. A good grayscale color chart is expensive. But I need one of those as well as a back focus chart for fixing the lens camera adjustments. I'm curious, says Brenda, to see if the man, George is his name, was awake when he went into the suitcase. I believe he was. I think she says it was alcohol involved. So I think she would not have been able to put him in the suitcase without that. I think she got him to cooperate as a joke. I don't know what she did to get him to cooperate, but I also think it happened at the top of the stairs, and then he made his way to the bottom of the stairs in the suitcase. Randy Rabbit says, I will subscribe to Mrs. R.A. if I know how. Well, Randy, she has a channel about homeschooling. So if you like to get involved with homeschooling or learn about that, that would be great. Her username is homeschoolground0. We might get some interesting hearings from Sarah Boone. I think for sure. She's going to be just every time something happens there, it's going to be interesting. The OnlyFans trial should be interesting for sure as well. I don't know if they've got a trial date yet with just the Arthur hearing coming up. That's on the 8th. That's this week. So we should know at least what the next date is at the end of that. Election for Judge Darrow was in April, so we should have her finish the eyedrop case before then, and that's the eyedrop murder case. Okay. Yep, there's my wife's channeling on YouTube. Did you guys put your Christmas tree up? By you guys, are you speaking generally? Because if you mean, did my kids manage to assemble the entire tree without my help? Then yes, we did. I gave supervision, but it was fun to watch them put the whole thing together. And it's mostly decorated. And I'll share a picture of it on Saturday, I think. But yeah, we've got it assembled and lit, poorly, but lit. I was responsible for the lighting, so the lighting is my fault. But that's good. 6 times the charm. She's on the 7th, if she gets a new one, AJ. Sarah Boone is on the 6th defendant, right? Or it's 6th public defender right now, or 6th representative. I think one of those 6 was actually a private one. But I think it's the 5th public defender, but it's the 7th person represented her. Thank you, subbed, said Brenda. That's awesome. Thank you, guys. My tree is up but not decorated yet. Take your time, Tiffany. There's no rush. I mean, we've got 20 days, almost 3 weeks. Mine's been up for about a month. I will say that I don't usually get my Christmas decorations up in time for my town's Christmas parade. I always feel guilty about that, as everyone else has theirs up, and I'm like, oh, I should probably do that. But they do it right after Thanksgiving. I mean, it's so early. Okay, time-wise, let's see where we're at. We're coming back at 1:30 in 6 minutes. Does that sound right? Randy says, what is the Sarah Boone trial? Great question, Randy. The Sarah Boone trial is the case of the suitcase killer. This is a woman who says that she and her boyfriend were just having a great day and having fun, hanging out in the backyard, decided to go inside, play some games. We made a puzzle. We turned on some music. We said, hey, let's play hide and seek. He got in the suitcase. I zipped him shut. And then 11 hours later, she found him dead. But she says, I didn't intend to kill him. I didn't intend for him to die. And I left a little opening, just 2 fingers width wide on the zipper so he could get out. Well, he didn't get out. And not only that, she took video of him trying to get out. 11 minutes apart, she took 2 videos of him struggling and begging to be let out, saying he could not breathe. And then she was interrogated at the police station and just talked and talked and talked. She's sang like a little bird, all the while keeping the story that she was not guilty because she did not mean for him to die. But her story changed a little bit over time, and it doesn't quite match up with what she was yelling at him while he was in the suitcase on the video. So that is the suitcase murder case, and it will be crazy. You should check out that chapter. They have an excellent review of the case so far. That's awesome. We should do that. Are we back? That went by quick. Not yet. I mean, we are back, but I don't think they are back. Of course, we don't really know what time they are coming back. I've heard 1:30, which would be in about 5 minutes. But the judge has been late pretty much every single day except for one. TW says, my son is 22, but I did homeschool for 8 years. Subscribe to Miss RA to figure out what went wrong. Yep, it's maybe she can help you out and tell you where you messed up. No, just kidding. Weather Watch AJ, let's give it a go. Lori says, I taught grade school, high school, and college. It's awesome. Let me just make sure our audio is working from channel 2. Okay, so we're taking the audio from this feed right here, right now. But I'm staying right there. So when they come back, you will hear it. We won't miss anything. I'm hoping that the judge addresses the fact that a juror went down. We lost one. Trials are hard, and this one, hopefully there wasn't any lasting medical condition or something serious that happened as a result. Yes, she's not normal, Sarah Boone. She might defend herself if she gets mad at all her lawyers, just like Brooks. We shall see. Cox, yes, in one of her letters, she's basically hinted at that, saying, hey, once again, I've got to do it for myself because no one else is doing it for me type thing. And, I've got to take matters into my own hands. Man down, man down. It was a man. I believe that was what we heard the judge say. He said his or him or something like that. So we had a juror bite the dust right here. I attempted to learn something in grade school, high school, and college. How did that go for you, TW? I could say I didn't attempt to learn much in grade school. High school, I also didn't attempt to learn much. But in college, I started applying myself. She is exactly like Brooks. I think for sure. I think I actually made a bet. Who was it I made a bet with? I'll have to go back and check. Was that you, TW? I forget who I made a bet with. But I bet that if the Sarah Boone case goes to trial, Sarah Boone will take the stand in her own defense over the advice of her attorneys. And that's my bet. Not you. Okay, it was somebody else. I'll have to look at my notes and see who I owe a mug to if I'm wrong. The interesting things out of the Sarah Boone case, for those that are curious, let's see who was asking. Was it Randy? Randy was asking about that. Little things like when she found her boyfriend dead, she called her ex-husband first, and he came over before she called the cops. And she's said things like, I tried to stretch him out, and but he was all purple and everything. I did CPR and all this. Can I go in and get my Dr. Pepper because it's on the counter? It's just like weird conversation, just psycho. A lot of what she does, her behavior, her mannerisms, the things she seems obsessed with during the interview are just off. Just like the day after, I forget when it was, a day or two after he's dead, she's like, so can I get the ring back? Can I have the ring? Because that was mine. But okay. That mama was incredibly strong yet broken up to sit through that. Lori, it has been hard for her every single day that they've brought up pictures, whether it was the crime scene pictures or even just the description. It's been very difficult for her. Obviously, she wants to be there representing her daughter who can't be there because she was killed. That's why this case is moving forward. And she is hanging in there through some very, very hard times. And this, arguably today, is probably one of the hardest times of that trial, where where the pictures of her daughter's injuries are being shown in graphic detail. But she's incredibly strong, and she's been here every time they're talking about her daughter. Let's see. How do you think DB will handle his lawyers? They'll need patience. Carol, I can't wait. How would you like to be the public defender who's like, my client's name is who? Oh, him? No way. I don't want that one. Is he going to ask them to present his sovereign citizen defense as well? Subject matter jurisdiction and all. Sarah Boone will have no choice. All out of lawyers. They have quite a few lawyers down there. Sarah Boone's in a very big area, and I'm sure they have many, many options. But the judge at some point is going to be like, look, at some point you have to realize it's not them, it's you, right? If you've been married 15 times and none of them have worked, you might have to look at yourself and be like, hey, maybe it was me. Maybe I'm the problem type thing. Tag says, I am back. I had to finish my Kool-Aid and broth for breakfast, so I'll be ready for the next testimony from the ME. The interview at the police station was really weird, Randy. It was bizarre. And then she's at the end where she's like, you guys tricked me, not intentionally. That's funny. The video of her is pretty damning. I don't think she'll get past that. Her whole defense is she didn't intend to. I'm not sure she understands that her knowing that he is in the bag with it zipped shut and her walking away from it and deciding I was just going to go upstairs and lay down, that is the intent. That shows the intent. They don't have to prove that she meant to go upstairs and lay down and sleep and not come back down. Just knowing, hearing him say, I can't breathe, let me out, and walking away from it, that proves enough intent. So maybe she just doesn't understand the threshold. Sarah never did CPR. I have a feeling she pretended to. I believe you're probably correct. And maybe the ME might be able to, or the people on scene who showed up can testify that never happened. And anytime she's caught in a lie, that's bad. Bad for her anyway. Drama mean for everyone during Emmy's testimony because it's going to get a little graphic. If you feel queasy, just go ahead and take a seat. Tag says, just kidding, I had to take my antibiotic and Tylenol. My fever is up a bit and I need to be well rested for my trip to San Antonio on Thursday. Sorry you're not feeling well, Tag. Hope you get feeling better. Getting more texts on the burner phone. I'll have to check him once we're done. My client is, I'm sick that month. Yeah. I missed it. Is there a D. Brooks news? Not really a lot, Christine. All we have is that he's filed some motions, basically appeals, and that he wants to be let out while the appeal is determined, whether it's upheld or not. That's not going to happen, though. I accept this cough in return for value my cough, Your Honor. We've had a lot of coughing this morning from the last suspect or last witness specifically. The ME, the doctor, is quite healthy, or at least she is right now. She might be sick after lunch, after sitting in that chair. DB to lawyers. I'm Brooks, not Brooks. Will you defend me? Yeah, he did say that in his handwritten appeal that he did say he was Mr. Brooks. And he wrote it in all caps, too, which is hilarious. Oh, man. Lori, so sorry. Hope your niece gets all the help and support she needs. I think Sarah proved very well that it was her intent to not help him. Right. And that's why she ended up in handcuffs and surprised. And then she was mad at the press for waiting outside the door while she was getting hauled to the jail. She's like, "Why do they have to be here? Why are they here?" Well, because you're being arrested, and it's in the public, and they have every right to film you. We had a full-blown TB ward this morning. Yeah, the sickness is rampant down there in Texas. KQD, I think the Christmas parade happened yesterday, if I understand correctly. I think the dance grannies were there and everything up there in Waukesha. If not, it's going to happen right away. It should be very soon. Anyone know what's happening in North Carolina? Randy, I'm in North Carolina. I assume you're asking about the Moore County power outages. The last I've heard, first of all, that the power is going to be out for most of the people in Moore County until about Thursday. There are some pockets of power that have been temporarily restored. Hey, court's coming back in. Let's check this out. There's some pockets of power where power has been restored temporarily, but they have to replace major equipment in the substation, and as a result, they've got a lot of work to do. They've got some heavy repairs to do. It was intentionally caused by someone who broke down the gate and shot at the equipment, probably with a high power rifle, just because the equipment is typically housed in very heavy enclosures. But they apparently knew what they were doing and knew how to cause the biggest problem, and that might be their downfall, because the people that have that inside knowledge regarding the substation is a much smaller group. Look at all this junk on the floor in here in the courtroom. What's with that? Shouldn't the judge order everyone to clean it up? There's like bags and crap laying around. There's a tire just off to the side. Just complete mayhem there. Yep, I'm not in that county, Tiffany. I'm several miles away, probably 2 hours away at least from that county, maybe a little less. But in North Carolina, the power is handled by different organizations. The one in question in Moore County, I believe, was Duke Energy, which is one of the bigger power companies for the state. They have, I believe, as a nuclear reactor or a coal-fired reactor here in North Carolina, and they handle a lot of that, but they don't handle our power. At least not directly. Mine's provided by the city. Probably room decor down there. That's the mom right there that we just panned off of. Other relatives are in court with shirts. Those shirts are made to honor the victims. See, in this courtroom, the judge is allowed quite a bit. We've got, obviously, the cell phone dude who's filming and updating the story from there. In the gallery, we have shirts, buttons, even a little bit of emotion shown that the judge is okay with in the gallery. Nuke and Cole. Okay. That's the energy in North Carolina. Thank you, Mac. Text says, jury's all set for this afternoon. The judge ordered catering for lunch of broth, Kool-Aid, and pickles. Hopefully they're those delicious pickles. Oh, look, the DA is taking a moment to be with the mom. Basically saying it's going to be a rough afternoon, and I think she's aware of that. But she wants to be here. At the same time, the DA is going to, say, if it becomes too much, we need you to leave because it could cause problems for the jury. Maybe she's protecting her chin from something. It's not the proper way to wear a mask, but give her points for trying. Welcome back, Toxic. Good to have you here. 4-0 Brazil. That seems a little lopsided. That mom is a soldier. She's been here quite a bit through some really tough testimony. Being one who lives near Lake Ontario, I can recommend a good home generator. You can bet I have one. Richard, that's one of the first things I bought when I moved to North Carolina. All I knew is that we had hurricanes here. And so I went out and bought a generator that can run off two forms of power, either gasoline or propane. And I also bought 6 20-pound propane canisters to tide me over for a little while. I wouldn't want the DA to touch me after all the evidence swap they did this morning. In his defense, it wasn't him for most of it. It was his assistant that really, grabbed everything and wiped it all over his face. Caitlin says, finally made it. I'm getting promoted at work. Caitlin, congratulations. Hopefully the promotion comes with a fat paycheck. I'm sure you deserve it. CG says, have you ever seen a juror faint like this? No, and I didn't even get to see this one because it was off camera. But it's, I mean, I've heard of people, I've seen people faint before, whether it's in like a choir performance or donating blood or whatever. I've seen that. Even for standing for pictures, I've seen people faint. Abby, I'm not sure if he was there to comfort her as much as just try to ascertain if she's going to be okay through these pictures, because they're going to be pretty rough. Have hydro on my creek, 400 kilowatts average, free. I love the free electricity. North Carolina is a little too flat for me to do anything hydro-powered, at least on this side. I'd have to go over to the mountains in order to do that. Way to go, Caitlin. Congratulations. Cell phone guy is back. We've got to find out his name. We've got to put somebody onto that. Who's down there who can pop into court really quickly? Matthew, can you run over to the trial really quickly and just find out cell phone guy's, first of all, who he works for and what his name is? All right. So we're 10 minutes past the starting time. The judge is late yet again. Is that a Canon 100 through 400 lens? Are you talking about the telephoto that the still photographer is using? Probably something of that in that range. I'm not sure. I'll have to look at the picture again to see if it's Canon. Looks like somebody's already asking the cell phone guy what his name is, and he's telling them. People tend to lock their knees when standing, which causes blood flow issues. It's common to see people who have to stand for a long time faint. Tag says, D&B, I get you, girl. I had a big thing for Mr. Assistant DA McCarty in the DB case. He could argue with me all day. What about the Tag? What about the gray suit guy in the background that was always off to the side facing the prosecutor's table? Who was he? Toxic. We caught up on that during lunch just a little bit, skipped through it. Watched one of the clips that was posted over there on the Discord. And it's bizarre. I think 3 phones have been confiscated. And there's also been like coaching the witness from the gallery, and it is bizarre. Crazy. Mrs. Orange Mask back there is say no to COVID today. Did I miss? I didn't see the orange masks. Allie says, I'm behind and out of the loop on this case. Allie, that's okay. We can catch you up pretty quickly while we wait for the judge. What we have, the person on the screen right here, this is Juan David Ortiz. He was a Border Patrol agent. He was actually a manager over about a dozen people. Worked sort of in intelligence, basically a law enforcement officer, though. He worked Border Patrol during the day, and at night he went out and shot prostitutes. He also patronized them, at least one of them, and then he went out and decided he was going to clean up the streets and rid them of this filth, not thinking of himself as being part of the problem, although I believe he is. But he went out and he shot one of them, and then about a week later he shot another, and then he went to kill the first one, Erica Payne. She got away. And so he fled and went and killed 2 more and then got caught.
District Court is back in session. The Honorable Judge Oscar Hill
He
Jr.
did.
presiding.
He did confess in a very long interrogation interview. He confessed. They have the murder weapon. They have all the evidence in the world to convict him. And now he's saying not guilty.
When the jury comes in, I'm going to just give them a brief explanation. The juror was excused, just a fainting spell, just so that they're not worried about what's going on.
Yeah, not worried.
There was a... Well, ready for the jury now? Let's bring him in, please.
Let's bring him in. Let's hear this. Okay, so right before lunch, we did have a juror that collapsed, that fainted while they were showing the ME pictures. which are pretty graphic. The mom of the individual who was killed was very emotional during that time, and then the juror collapsed. Sort of just triggered a lunch break, and that's where we left it. So we're going to get a little bit of an update from the judge as he tells the rest of the jurors what happened and why their fellow juror is no longer with us. It looks like it sounds like he was excused. "11 official languages in South Africa. That's crazy. I don't know how you can be efficient with that."
Some water. We need some water later. They reminded me we need to get some water. Tell them. You already told me.
We need some water. Somebody, water delivery. Everyone is coughing.
Tomorrow.
Speaking of coughing. Everyone is becoming infected in the courtroom. That much we know. Miss Chris, you are right. Let's hear what the judge says here.
And good afternoon again. And before we proceed, I'm sure some of you are wondering, we did excuse one of your fellow jurors. Everything's fine. It was a fainting spell. Just wanted to let you know everything's fine, but he was excused. Okay? All right. You may proceed.
A reminder that the following photos are sensitive for the family member.
Okay, more sensitive photos here.
Now, Dr. Stern, I believe we were going over the five for Melissa Ramirez. Gunshot, correct?
That's correct.
Wound of the neck. It was the third injury that you had for Melissa Ramirez. Is that correct?
That's
I've
correct.
got too many audio speeds. Hang on one second.
It's not on?
No, it's just on top. See, is it on green?
Okay, now I'm going to leave this up. It might show the same picture twice for just a minute, but I'm busy doing something else. I'm trying to match up our two streams so that they're perfectly in tune in timing.
Okay, now
Actually, let me switch it so you guys don't see it happen.
Exhibit 189, and is this the photograph that corresponds with gunshot wound number 3, the neck?
Yes.
Okay, and what were your findings?
So, this was the second gunshot wound in the neck, and second, just not in any order. She had 2 gunshot wounds. This is the higher of those 2 wounds on the side of the neck.
This one?
It was also a round defect.
Which one would
It's
be-
the one above. No?
This one?
Oh, how do you have the picture oriented? No, it's this one. It's the way the picture is oriented.
Okay, I've got them lined up.
It makes it look like the one closest to the number is lower, but it's not. It is actually up higher on her head.
Would you like for me to show
There
it
you
this
go.
way?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, now it orients it better to you in anatomical position. So that's the right upper neck. It was also a round defect, and it also had an area of soot around there.
It's not perfectly
Again,
lined up,
these are clean photos.
that's
probably
pretty
have
close.
photos with the soot around them, but it cleans off easily.
Okay.
It also perforated the skin, the subcutaneous tissue, the muscle, and then it went actually through the skull, okay, where the cerebellum sits, the cerebellar fossa. It went through the midbrain. So that's the part of the brain on the bottom that goes into the brainstem. And there it terminated its path in the left side of the circle of Willis. And what the circle of Willis is when you turn the brain over at the very bottom of the brain, we have vessels there. It's like a map of vessels, and we call it the circle of Willis, and that's where I recovered that bullet.
Had a juror faint and was excused from the trial.
Is
That's
there
all
any
that happened.
indication, or what does it mean when there's soot? What usually does that mean?
So when a bullet's fired from a gun, there's a lot of gas that goes behind it, and if the end of the barrel is close enough to the skin, that soot will deposit on the skin.
Allie, we're trying not to show
And,
these pictures.
Is that similar to the stippling that we
No,
saw?
it's actually would be a closer gunshot wound than what we would see with gunpowder stippling.
So this would show a closer.
That's correct.
Now, you mentioned that you retrieved a bullet, a deformed bullet from Ms. Ramirez, and I'm going to now show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 192. And is this the bullet that was retrieved from that area?
Yes, you're looking at the end of the bullet. You're seeing the copper jacket.
And again, this is from injury that you indicated as number 3.
That's correct.
It was definitely a hollow point bullet, like the
Now,
ones I showed
I'd
you
like
the other day on
to refer
Friday.
back to your report on the fourth finding, which was a gunshot wound of the right wrist. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And will you explain? I'm now going to show you a photograph or State's Exhibit 194, and if you can explain that.
No live stream will show it
Okay.
because of the terms of service
So
for YouTube.
that's also a gunshot entrance wound. It's on the right volar wrist, and what we mean by the volar wrist, it's this side as opposed to dorsal. It's volar. Okay, so it's right there.
What's that pattern called that she's wearing? It's like a repeating pattern.
It was
the
also
black and the white is the same
it was
shape.
a slightly irregular defect, and there was an area of gunpowder stippling present on the skin. You can see the little red dots. Okay, those unburned grains of gunpowder. That's gunpowder stippling. The bullet perforated skin, subcutaneous tissue, muscle, and actually the bone, one of the bones of the wrist, the radius, and that's the bone on the lateral, so that's going to be the bone that lines up with on the thumb side.
And which is the entry wound?
So she
the
had her
entry
hand
wound
up?
is on this surface, on the volar.
This one.
That's correct.
Okay. And this would be the exit?
That's
wound?
correct.
And what type, when do you typically see this type of injury on this part of the wrist, on the inside of the wrist?
So this is consistent with a defense type wound, with her trying to hold her arm up like this or maybe across her face. We consider that a defensive type wound.
Okay, what did I say that caused everyone to say houndstooth? I don't know what you're talking about. Did I talk about a hollow point? Is that what I said? I mean, it even got AT1 to comment, and I think that's the first time you commented. So what did I say?
196. Would you
Oh,
explain
the
what
print.
that
Okay, sorry.
shows?
You're right, houndstooth. Thank you so much. I was thinking of the bullet again because they were talking about that, but houndstooth is the outfit she's wearing, the black and white.
This is associated with
Pattern,
the
repeating
gunshot
pattern.
wound of the wrist.
I tell you, I've got a memory of a goldfish.
And that's the second exit wound. She actually had
It's
two
that
exit
bad.
wounds.
This is early onset
because the
dementia
bullet
is what
went
you're
through
seeing right here.
Part of the bullet, anytime a bullet goes through anything hard like that, like a bone or maybe a rib, it can break apart. So part of the bullet exited
Little Miss, you are not wrong.
there on the lateral surface, and part of it exited on the dorsal surface.
Okay. And so you mentioned that it exited. So is it possible that that bullet continued and may have hit something else?
Oh, yes.
Don't give them ideas, CB.
And the last photo is State's Exhibit 197. What is this a photograph of?
So that is some writing on her skin, and it was located.
Did it say, if I'm found dead, Ortiz did it?
Trying to see if I can give you the exact location. Yes, so that is the left knee, and that's the medial surface of the knee. So if you look at the right side of the photograph, is towards the head, and the left side is towards the toes. So medial means towards the inside, so this is towards her other leg, and she had these numbers written on her in ink.
And you documented this. What was the purpose of documenting that?
Because at the time I didn't know any significance or if there was any significance to those numbers. So we have to preserve evidence, and that was the reason to document it.
And during this time, when you first conducted the autopsy, did you have her identification at this time?
No, she had not been identified yet.
Now,
I love it, Lori.
report,
Good story. We might have to share that one.
Were you able to determine her cause of death?
Yes.
And what was that?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
And I also noted that in your report you did not, you specified that there was no medical intervention. What is the purpose of that?
That means she didn't live long enough for paramedics or EMTs to come in and try to save her life. Or she wasn't found in time. There was no life-saving measures taken.
And as part of your autopsy, do you conduct or do you have a toxicology performed?
Yes, I do.
Did you do so in this case?
I did.
Is it also included in your report?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry I started this fabric argument in chat. I withdraw the question.
Did you receive the results? Where did you send where do you get the sample that will be sent for toxicology report?
We draw it directly from her at the time of the autopsy.
Okay. And do you know what the results were?
Yes.
What were they?
So she did have both cocaine and prescription medication, and that prescription medication was alprazolam. You'll probably know it better as Xanax.
And you mentioned that you do have the 3 deformed bullets and you placed them in an envelope?
That's correct. We place them in a paper envelope and seal them.
I think the drugs just go to the story that he was buying them drugs and then shooting them. He'd get them drugged up and then shoot them. I think it lessened the chance of them fighting back or escaping.
Dr. Stern, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 148. It was previously marked but not introduced. And will you please identify it?
Yes, so this is a receipt of evidence from my office with the list of the evidence that I took at autopsy.
And do you have personal knowledge of the information that's on there?
Yes.
Okay. Is it conducted at or near the time that you prepare this evidence receipt?
That's correct.
And is it the normal course of the medical examiner's business to maintain these records?
That's correct.
Okay. May I have that? May I have Tangerine State's Exhibit 148 to the defense for inspection and offering to evidence?
Using the
Said
red
148, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 148 is admitted into evidence at this time.
May I publish, Your Honor?
with water.
Now, Dr. Stern, when you provide, what do you do with these bullets that you retrieved or removed from Ms. Ramirez?
So first I photograph them. I try to clean them as best I can without making any marks on the projectile. And then I photograph them, and then I place them in a paper envelope, what we call a coin envelope. Put a piece of evidence tape with my initials across the seam.
Now, and on this report, or on this receipt, do you document that you submitted 3 large caliber bullets?
Yes, they are on that receipt.
Do you have scissors?
Did you bring any scissors to court?
Now, Dr. Stern,
Sticky Fingers Barbecue. Is that
little
mustard
bit ago,
based
I'm going to
or
show you what has been marked as states
tomato
exhibit,
based?
and they've been introduced.
Vinegar based,
States
like North
exhibit
Carolina?
44, 45, 46. What are they?
So these are the 3 large caliber copper jacketed bullets that I retrieved from Melissa Ramirez.
Okay. Now, do you have the envelopes? Do you see the envelopes that you're familiar with?
No, these are envelopes that the ballistics placed them into.
Now, I'm going to show you what. I have a sticker for this.
There's evidence all over this courtroom now. There's just like bags and boxes and tires, and it's just stacking up.
What I have marked as states 44A. You may not be familiar with it, but it is. What is it?
So this is a larger envelope that's marked biohazard, and it feels like it has maybe some additional envelopes inside of it.
Now, if you could, for the record, we want would you open that and see if your envelopes are contained in that document? In that envelope.
I think Dr. Stern probably is on the higher end of that average with having done 6,000 autopsies. I think she'd probably make some pretty good money.
Yes, these are my envelopes.
Are you able to determine that those 3 bullets that were taken from Ms. Ramirez were submitted in those 3 envelopes?
Yes, and they have stickers that match up exactly, so I know from which envelope each one was taken.
And so therefore you're able to determine the bullet where it was retrieved from Ms. Ramirez?
That's correct.
If you would be so kind to just insert them in their corresponding envelopes.
Okay.
Therefore, it can have a tire swing. Just like, how did you guys open this? Very improper. But she did wear gloves. That's always good. And she seems very capable with a pair of gloves on. She's probably done that a lot.
Your Honor, for the record, the state's tendering the plastic bag 44A that was holding an envelope that has not been identified, but it contains.
I don't think they're going to argue about these.
That are now marked as State's Exhibit.
Very important not to lick your fingers to open evidence bags.
44B. For their inspection, Your Honor, and offering it to evidence.
Judge, if I could just briefly ask a question of the witness. Doctor, if you testify that you recognize these projectiles that you recovered during the autopsy?
Yes.
Okay, I have no objection,
Yes.
Judge.
Yeah. She's very confident.
Just for clarification, it was 44A, 44B, and you also referenced 44, 45, 46?
45, yes, Your Honor. So the plastic contained, the plastic bag that was in was 44A, and then 44B, 45A, and 46A.
But did that also include 44, 45, and 46 is what my question was.
I'm sorry?
Were you also including 44, 45, and 46 or not?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So 44A, 44B, 45A, 46A, 44, 45, and 46 state's exhibits are admitted into evidence at this time.
Thank you.
This is a typical Texas courtroom in every way. I'm glad it's being exposed. It's very upsetting for a victim of violent crime that's never been in court and sees this kind of mess. Armadillo Court.
State's Exhibit 45. And it says caliber copper jacketed deformed bullet, right neck. It corresponds with the projectile or the.
That's correct.
And so this one was the one that you retrieved from.
This next to the C6 vertebra.
Okay.
Not sure why they want to flip it.
Can you explain when you say deformed, what are these deformities? What are these?
Okay, so the bullet has deformed. It doesn't look like the bullet you take out of the package and load into the gun. It's not pristine anymore. If you'll see, it has, if you will, those talons that fold backwards on them. The bullet has deformed.
Randall, you missed a juror fainting and getting excused just before lunch.
Exhibit 46A.
But mostly we've just got a lot of evidence brought in today. This is the medical examiner who's doing a great job.
State's Exhibit 44.
And just getting the bullets. This is the bullets recovered from the victim.
The envelope states large
but thank you for the super chat, Randall.
jacketed,
Appreciate you being here.
deformed bullet, left upper neck.
Yes, that's the one that was underneath the left ear.
And this was the bullet that was retrieved or recovered from.
That's correct.
Okay. And again, it's deformed. And this one is probably, you can see the deformity a little bit clearer because there's nothing on the packaging.
This is just like black nitrile
Same
gloves.
thing applies?
Yes, same thing applies.
Similar to the type the ME is wearing, just a different color.
The last one is State's Exhibit 44B, and inside it has 46, State's Exhibit 46. And here,
we had a long discussion
this is
about
the
what
large
pattern
copper
the medical
jacketed
examiner is
deformed
wearing.
bullet from the left brain.
Yes, that was the one at the bottom of the brain in the circle of Willis.
Is this which gunshot do you believe was the cause of death?
They could have all killed her.
So each individual shot would have been fatal, but she got 3.
Now I'm going to. Now, Dr. Stern, do you recall conducting an autopsy of Claudine and Luera?
Yes.
What day was that?
On September the 14th of 2018.
So now a whole new set of family members gets to see some very graphic pictures of the deceased.
Did you prepare a report for this autopsy?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 198 and ask you if you recognize it.
Yes.
Was it conducted by you?
Yes, that is a transcribed copy of my dictated autopsy report along with the toxicology report on Claudine and Luera.
Okay. Is this report done in the normal course of business?
Yes, ma'am.
And done at or near the time of the autopsy?
Yes.
And they're maintained in your office?
That's correct.
Okay. Would it assist the jury to follow your testimony if they are able to observe your report?
Yes.
Okay.
My neighbor has chosen this exact moment to do all of the lawn care needs in his yard, right outside my window. So if you hear a lawnmower, that's what it is. Grains have to do with the weight of the bullet.
Exhibit 198 will be admitted into evidence at this time. You may.
And you're able to identify this report as Ms. Rueda's because it's got her name up on, you identify it by name?
And her autopsy case number.
Okay. And your pathological diagnosis, how many injuries did she have?
She had a single gunshot wound of the head.
I will be publishing, I'm going to show
Trigger
you.
warning.
Did you take photographs of this autopsy as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 199 through through 209.
So
And ask you if you recognize them.
we've got 10 pictures, autopsy pictures. Leaf blower for an hour. He's doing it wrong. Shouldn't take an hour to do anything in the lawn. Unless you've got a really, really big yard.
Yes, they are photographs I took at the time of the autopsy.
And do these photographs accurately depict the injuries or the autopsy when you performed it?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm tendering to the defense the photographs so they can be inspected and offering it to evidence, Your Honor.
The numbers again?
They were 199 through.
Wonder if there's a better way to show these two pictures.
Thank you.
Would you guys like it if I did it like this instead? I don't know if there's a version you like better than the other. Been doing this way, but we have several different options. We can, no, let me know. Now you say I like that better. I like seeing the staggered better than the side by side. Okay, so now KSAT is showing. Man, KSAT, why are you doing that? They're showing a looped feed from the crime scene at the same time the court footage is showing, which is super frustrating because that's their own product, which I can't really show without doing commentary on. So a little bit of sidebar going on right now. And just a little yawn there, just snuck in. Lunch was good, but now it's almost nap time. What did you miss, Wombat Mommy? It depends. When did you leave? We thought you were here the whole time. Oh, you didn't get a notification. That's because we never stopped, Wombat Mommy. We went all the way through lunch. I took a 15-minute break to scarf down a sandwich and take care of business during the break, and then came back. And now we're here for the long haul. So this stream has continued. We're now going on 6 hours and 14 minutes with no breaks. Well, at least no break in the video feed. Side by side is bigger. I can do that. So we can do them here, and I can move me out of the way so you don't miss anything. But I could also make it go to the edge of the screen just so each one gets a little larger. But must have had turkey for lunch. That's why he's yawning. I did. There was turkey on the sandwich. That's what did it. Yeah, 12 gauge slugs will do a ton of damage. Yeah, there's a lot of cringeworthy moments here in this trial from Ortiz. It shows a lot of interest in these autopsy photos and the crime scene photos. All right, AJ has voted for the current configuration, so we'll keep it that way. As she has veto power today. Try the half screen side by side again. That gave great detail. That would be like this one here. Of course, one feed goes blurry as soon as I do that. But is that the one you're saying, KQD? Put Ortiz on the bottom right. That way the chat on TV doesn't cover up the right far side of courtroom. I can move me around and I can move chat around to wherever we need to have it. I mean, I could even be very, very small. See, I'm way down here. But now chat would be a little hard to see. I can move the windows up and have the bottom space just for chat. First time I've ever didn't get a notification. Ashley, it's because I have been live since this morning. Okay, I'll make a better version of this. I'll move the pictures around sometime when we're not live because you guys will just get, motion sick from me switching everything around. But this is a mini-me.
Right, so it was exhibits 199 to 204 have been admitted. Exhibit 209 has been admitted. 205, 206, 207 are admitted. Sustaining the objection to 208.
Oh, so they got one objected to. 208 is not admitted. We've got to figure out why. Why are they getting certain pictures of an autopsy not admitted?
Could you describe the general condition of Ms. Guerra when what date it would be in this section of your report?
Okay, so she was well-developed. She appeared well-nourished. She was 5'3.5" in length, and she appeared consistent with her reported age to us of 42 years. Other than the wound to the head, which was quite visible, she had full rigor mortis. She had red curly hair. Her earlobes were pierced 2 times each. She had natural teeth, but they were in poor repair. She had multiple stria on her abdomen.
Is she allowed to read off a report like that, or is she supposed to go from memory?
Didn't notice any surgical scars externally. Sometimes it's difficult when there is a lot of stria or like stretch marks, like when you're pregnant. She had some scars on her knees and shins, which is very common, with falling even, from childhood on. Her fingernails were intact. She did have several tattoos. And she did have evidence of therapy. There had been some life-saving measures taken.
Now, have there been any medical intervention on Ms. Guerra?
Yes, so she had an orlandotracheal tube in the trachea. That's the tube they put down the throat to help somebody breathe.
It sounded like she was reading. I mean, she's reading right now.
That's a tube they put through the mouth down into the stomach so they can evacuate the stomach contents. She had defibrillator pads on her anterior and lateral chest walls. That's what when we shock somebody, we put those pads on. She had a blood pressure cuff around her right arm. She had
The juror
40
was
kg
dismissed,
pads
Ashley.
on her chest.
That one juror is out.
Interosseous catheters in both tibias, and what those are, they're thick needles, and they're actually screwed into the bone of the shin. And we
Ouch.
can put fluids. You can rapidly rehydrate somebody when you use interosseous catheters. And she had a Foley catheter in her urethra. That was a tube to collect her urine.
Now, I'm going to now refer you to your pathological diagnosis. And what was that?
She had a gunshot wound over her head.
Now, I'm going to show you what has been marked as state.
Here comes a picture. Trigger warning. Sorry.
And again, Your Honor, I am about to publish sensitive photographs. This is page 200.
That was close.
I mean,
That was
exhibit
close.
200. What is this?
So that's an identifying photograph after we've cleaned her up. That's Claudine Ann Luera's ID photo, close-up of her face.
And you said that there was one gunshot wound.
That's correct.
I'm now going to show you State's Exhibit 207.
It's the whole nearsighted, farsighted thing. She needs glasses to see things up close, but can see fine just far away.
Can you please explain to the jury the injury from this one gunshot wound?
So this is the back of the skull, in the middle of the back of the head, what we call the occipital area. I have shaved her hair. It was not like that. I shaved it. And you're seeing a very irregular looking gunshot entrance wound.
Okay. And why is that?
This is a tangential shot. It's a very uncommon wound that we see. We call it a keyhole defect. I don't know if we're going to be able to see the bone, but what happens is the bullet comes in tangentially. Think of like at a sharp acute angle, and it takes the outer table of the skull off. Like it peels the bone away on the outside without going all the way through. So when the bullet struck her skull, she got this keyhole defect, and as it took off the outer table of the skull on the first part of the wound, the copper jacket separated from the rest of the bullet, and it fell off, and the lead core of the bullet went inside into her cranial vault.
Wow.
Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 202. What is that a photograph of?
So now we're looking with her full head of hair before I shaved that spot, and you can see that copper jacket. It had separated and it got tangled up in her hair, and we removed that.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 203. Is this once you removed that copper jacket?
That's the copper jacket we removed from her hair.
Now, you mentioned that you removed the projectile from her brain, right?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 209. Is this that deformed lead bullet from her brain?
That's correct. That's the inside of that bullet, and I recovered it in the left temporal lobe of the brain.
Hey, Sergio,
Now there's-
YouTube won't allow me to show those pictures. Plus, we're taking,
Could you describe to the
we're
jury what
getting
that-
video
the left
from
temporal
feeds that are not
is
showing the
where-
images.
Okay.
So we don't have that
the
option for
temporal
you.
lobes,
Sorry.
if you turn the brain over, they're on, and you look at the middle of the brain. We talked about the circle of Willis. So on either side of that, there are two, you can think of kind of like horns, and those are your temporal lobes. It's where our memory centers are.
And that's where this was recovered
That's
from.
correct.
Now, there's a section, State's Exhibit 201. It says copper jacket fragment under the decedent. Where was this taken from?
So when we were, when she was initially on the table and we were removing her clothing for evidence, that fragment of the copper jacket was underneath her, and it's part of the copper jacket that broke off.
Now I'm going to, may I approach the witness now? I'm going to show you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 149 and ask you if you recognize this.
Yes, again, that's a receipt of evidence from the evidence we took at the time of autopsy from Claudine Loera.
Okay. And you use this to document, what is it that you use this for?
So we use that to document the evidence that we take and subsequently turn over to law enforcement. It is a chain of evidence.
Okay. And it was done at or near the time of the autopsy?
That's correct.
Or when
yes, it was collected, yes.
Okay. And is it part of your course of business to maintain these records?
That's correct.
Okay.
Hey, Edward, we're on to the medical examiner today.
State's Exhibit 149 for inspection.
You
and
missed
to admit it to evidence, Your Honor.
You missed a couple things. You missed the gun being admitted to evidence. You missed lots of bullet casings being admitted.
Because there's something I just don't understand, Judge.
You
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Hi, how are you?
All right.
Hi, how are you?
I'm just trying to get it straight.
Sure.
If I'll give you again, it's State's Exhibit, what is it, 149?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead and take all of it.
You missed about 900 sneezes.
This shows that the receipt is the property is being given to someone from the medical examiner's office.
That's correct.
Okay. So this is property that you obtained during the course of the autopsy.
I took all of this and I envelope it and seal it with my initials. This is my evidence custodian. We dry the evidence, and sometimes they don't pick it up immediately. No. And so the evidence custodian turns the evidence over to them.
Okay, so in other words, like the first photograph that you were shown of the body as it's received by the medical examiner's office, most of this would be in that photograph, right? Like the clothing, things like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
And this receipt is actually the sheriff's department, as it were, receiving it from you?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And you, like I say, you discovered all this during your autopsy?
Yes, sir.
I have no objection.
Does he really not know what this is?
So State's Exhibit 149 is admitted into evidence at this time.
Yeah. Apparently he has no idea what a medical examiner does. But he's a little smarter now. And AJ loves his voice, so he gets a pass on this one. Edward, there's more to it, but that was just the brief highlights. We also had the tire track be unrolled to the paper. 5 different pages of tire tracks be unrolled, or 4, I think, unrolled, and found out just how that was conducted. Lots of coughing and sneezing. The medical examiner, this one who's on the stand, actually had to treat the juror who collapsed right before lunch, fainted, and she went over to help him, and then we all got
Stern,
lunch
I'm
break.
going to be showing you State's Exhibit
Crazy day.
47, which has been admitted into evidence.
Okay.
State's Exhibit 49.
These are public
and
defenders,
State's Exhibit
whether watch.
48.
Yes.
Now, are these the, let me refer to your receipt of evidence.
48, I'm not sure if 48 is it.
No, Your Honor, I'm going to lay the predicate for that. Are these, your document, and you've testified that you removed the copper jacket fragment off of your...
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And you also removed the deformed lead bullet and a copper jacket from her hair.
That's correct.
Okay. Could you identify which exhibit is the one that was removed from her hair? The State's Exhibit.
It's going to be State's Exhibit 49.
And what about the deformed lead bullet?
That will be State's Exhibit 48.
Okay. And the copper jacket fragment that was found below, underneath the decedent?
State's Exhibit 47.
That one probably broke off the jacket that was in her hair.
These are the ones that you submitted to the Webb County Sheriff's Department?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm now tendering State's Exhibit 47.
We also had the very tall intern testify today as well. I mean, so
It's
I guess you
Exhibit
did miss a
48
lot.
to be
really, now you think of it.
inspected and offering that into evidence.
Sorry about that. Little things happened. It's never a good day to miss the Recovery Addict show.
48.
Because there's always something happening.
It was already, 47 was already.
Now this is State's Exhibit 47.
These are going to go to proving the bullets that killed them came from his gun. So this is what we're doing right now.
What was this fragment found again?
The fragment was found underneath her.
Oh yeah, and how fast the ME can get somebody from eyes all the way down, and she can get it out in one
48?
big,
This was
swift
Recovered
movement.
from the left temporal lobe of the brain.
And this is what part of the bullet?
This is the lead core inside.
Hey Sergio, I'm showing very clear on my side, so you might, if you pause just briefly, you'll be a little slower, but your feed might be a little slow. Call Golden Mom. It's her job to take care of the internet today.
You know, I'd say maybe 3/8 of an inch.
And lastly, State's Exhibit 49.
So this is the copper jacket I recovered from her hair.
The judge said the juror's okay, but he has been excused from the trial. So he just made himself one of the alternates, and he's out.
And what is this? This is what part of the
That's the outside. That's the outside of the bullet.
This the murder happened
And this is
in
what
or
was
near
found in her
Laredo,
Yes, ma'am.
but
And
they're in
because
San
of the-
Antonio right now for the
because of
trial.
The way it entered or it hit her head, it separated.
That's correct.
You think they could have rotated the pencil at least so we could see the brand and see if it was like a number 2 hardness or something like that? But no, we're dealing with amateurs here.
Now, did she have any other injuries other than this one that you identified?
No.
As part of autopsy, do you also conduct the toxicology?
Yes.
Okay. And did you send those to? Did you get the results from the lab?
Yes.
And made it part of your report?
Yes, ma'am.
What were the results of the toxicology report for Ms. Rada?
So she had both cocaine and heroin in her system at the time of her death.
Based on your examination of the gunshot wound, was it consistent with close range firing?
No.
Wait. Why not?
There's no stippling.
She did not have any soot nor any gunpowder stippling on the skin. We consider this a distant gunshot wound, meaning the end of the barrel is more than 18 inches away from her head.
And were you able to determine the cause of death for Ms. Rada?
Yes.
What was that?
She died from a gunshot wound of her head.
Now I'm going to. Do you recall on September the 15th conducting an autopsy on Griselda Hernandez, also known as Griselda Cantu?
Yes.
We're seeing a pattern in each of these.
Now,
the drug
at the time
use,
that you received the
the
body,
gunshots.
had you already identified Griselda?
No.
The drug use is not
How
important
is it that you
to
identified her?
discredit the
She
victim,
was
saying she
identified through
deserved it or something.
fingerprints in the database.
But
And did you prepare a
it shows
report,
that the story is that he bought them drugs and then killed them.
documenting the autopsy?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 210.
Thank you,
and ask
Toxic.
if you
Appreciate that. I think a keyhole gunshot wound. That was what was described on the last victim.
Yes, this is a transcribed copy of my dictated autopsy report along with a copy of the toxicology report.
And this was done at or near the time of the autopsy?
That's correct.
Prepared by you?
Yes, ma'am.
And it is a document that you maintain as part of the medical examiner's.
Erica did testify to doing some
I'm now
heroin
offering
in
or tendering
Mr. Ortiz's
Exhibit
home.
210, and asking to admit it to evidence.
No objection.
But says Exhibit 210 will be admitted into evidence at this time. Yes.
Now, can you describe the general condition of the body when you began the autopsy?
Yes, so also she was a well-developed, appeared well-nourished Hispanic female, and she appeared older than her reported age of 34 years. Again, she had brown eyes, she had black straight hair, only her left earlobe was pierced one time, because on her right earlobe it was torn multiple times, like, you know, when you tear an earring through a pierce, maybe it got pulled at one time. She had natural teeth, they were in good repair. She had multiple skin popping sites on her abdomen. Those are sites where you take a needle right underneath the skin to inject a substance. She did have a couple of surgical scars. She had one in the midline below her umbilicus, it's the belly button, and she also had a 12-inch very irregular scar. It was horizontal but irregular in her pelvic area. Her lower legs, she had numerous stage 4 ulcerations, like decubitus ulcers, like what we see in bedbound people. Typically we'll see them on the buttocks and overlying the coccyx. She had them all on her lower anterior legs, on her shins. They were stage 4 down to the bone.
Wow.
In addition, she did have 2 gunshot wounds, both of her neck, and she had many injuries of her head consistent with blunt force.
So I'm going to ask you if I'm handing you State's Exhibit, there's some photographs, State's Exhibit 211, 212, 213, 14, 15, 216, 217, 218, 219, 220, and 221. Do you recognize these?
I believe from the interview, I believe this is the one that Mr. Ortiz said smelled very badly. This individual smelled very strongly.
Yes, these are photographs that I took of Giselda Hernandez at the time of the autopsy.
And do they fairly and accurately depict
Hey, John, get some
injuries
rest.
and Miss Giselda,
Thanks for being here.
as it existed that day?
Yes.
I'm now tendering Exhibit 211 to 221.
I don't think he beat
Inspection
anyone.
and offering to evidence.
The injuries were sustained prior to him. He'd pick them up and get them drugs and then kill them. We're going to have some pictures here, so hopefully they're not shown. Hey, Wayne, we're all a fan of that tire. Yeah, the red hair is definitely from Brave. Lead Revive, tell me a little bit about your logo, your avatar. What's that the significance of the symbol? Or is it Lead Revive? Lead, lead. A little bit of a sidebar. The jurors, book 2 of the juror who has been dismissed. We're suggesting book titles, I believe, that juror could write. I forget the name of the first one. It was something about being half a juror. The next book is The Tire Lasted Longer Than I Did, because the tire is still in the courtroom. The juror is not. I wonder what they're talking about. They're just laying back, enjoying it. What is their objection today? I need to learn to read lips. It could be very useful right now. I was a teenage juror. The DA is wearing cowboy boots, for sure. And he just props them right out there in the aisle to trip anybody who walks by. He does look a little more concerned than he has looked before, but maybe it's because all their objections have been overruled, with the exception of a couple pictures. I think we've had 2 pictures withheld that the state wanted to submit as evidence, both from autopsies, I think, today, but have not been allowed. I think you're only having the woman. I think you're only having the woman question the ME, and then let's see. Got a family member calling. Let me mute you guys for just a second, and then the other ones would be cross. Right, so Ashley, no, you're not going to lip read what I'm saying. I just got an update, a family update, so.
Yes, they're going to be, yes. So State's Exhibits 211 through 221 will be admitted into evidence at this time. Objections overruled.
Okay, so they all get in this time.
mentioned that you had, how many injuries or how many pathological diagnoses did you find for Miss Griselda Hernandez?
Well, there's 4 entities in my pathologic diagnosis.
And you mentioned one of them was I guess from natural causes?
Yes, one of those are the stage 4 decubitus ulcers of the legs.
Okay, I'm not seeing where it is. I guess it's further down. But
I'm going to show you as what has been marked as State's Exhibit 213. Are these the ulcers that you were referring to?
Well, you can't see them in the photo because she has them wrapped in blue plastic, but they are underlying this wrapping.
And what
wow.
did you find, or what did you believe caused these ulcers?
From her injecting intravenous drugs.
Now I'm going to go now to injury, as you identified as injury 1, blunt force.
Did it just show
injuries
another
of the
one when I
head.
wasn't looking?
Okay.
This assistant DA tends to put the picture up and then warn people she's going to put the picture up.
Occurred when you examined the injuries on her head?
Yes.
Describe them?
Sure. So she had several lacerations. A laceration is like a tear, like when you tear the skin, not a cut like with a knife, but an actual tear, typically caused by blunt force trauma. So she had a laceration on her left parietal scalp. That's this area right here. Okay, it measured 3.5 inches. And she had another laceration of the mid-upper forehead. It measured 2.25 inches. She had an additional laceration of the right side of the forehead. It measured 4.5 inches. And then she had a purple contusion just lateral to the right eye, so right in this area. A contusion is just a fancy word for a bruise. She had an abrasion overlying the left lateral mandible. You know, we talked about the mandible, the bottom jawbone. An abrasion is like a scrape, like when you skin your knee. Okay, so she had an abrasion on her mandible on the left side. She also had an additional abrasion on her temporal scalp. Your temporal scalp are these areas right here. And she had an additional 1/2 inch laceration on her right upper eyelid. She also had a 1/2 inch abrasion lateral to the right eye as well. She had an abrasion of the right lateral face, still on the face, but kind of underneath the right earlobe, kind of in this area right here. And she had a reddish purple contusion of the left lateral posterior neck, kind of from the side extending onto the back of the neck.
And what do you believe was the cause of death for Miss Griselda?
Well, she died from blunt force injuries of the head. She specifically from subarachnoid hemorrhage caused by these injuries.
And what is the subarachnoid?
So in the brain, we have a really thin covering of the brain called the pia mater. And when the brain sustains trauma and it moves back and forth in the skull, it tears those little bridging veins and it causes bleeding underneath that. We call that subarachnoid hemorrhage.
Okay. Now, I'm going to refer you to gunshot wound of the right neck.
I imagine this is a day or two.
What was did you recover any projectiles from Miss Griselda?
No.
Will you describe the gunshot wound of the right neck?
So the gunshot wound of the right neck was also a round defect, and it had multiple tears, little tears at the margins. There was an area of gunpowder stippling surrounding that entrance wound. The bullet perforated skin, the subcutaneous tissue, and muscle, and then it actually exited in the posterior neck. So a bullet was not recovered.
And then gunshot wound of the left neck.
So she had an additional gunshot entrance wound of the left lower neck. It was an irregular defect. It measured a 1/2 inch, but it was irregular. There was no soot or gunpowder stippling surrounding the skin on this entrance wound. It also perforated skin, subcutaneous tissue, and muscle, and it exited via the right lower neck. A bullet was not recovered.
And the absence of any soot or gunpowder stippling, what does that indicate?
A distant gunshot wound.
Now, Your Honor, I'm going to be publishing some sensitive photographs if we can advise the family and the media.
Trigger warning.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 214. Is this the blunt force trauma that you were referring to as injury 1?
That's correct.
Okay. And this is to what side of Miss Griselda?
That's her right side of her face.
And when you said it was a laceration, is this what you mean by it's not a cut,
It's a tear. You see the irregular margins up there on her forehead, and then of her right lateral eyelid, you can see the lacerations there.
And what would cause something like this? What kind of object?
So it's blunt force trauma. She could be struck with something or struck against something.
Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 217.
You can hear there's some emotional family members in the courtroom.
So again, we're looking at a laceration. This is on the left side of the head.
And you can see it.
Again,
Sorry.
It's like a tear in the skin.
Also caused by?
Blunt force trauma.
By an object or
he's
hitting against something.
That's correct.
Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 219.
There better be a
Is
bailiff
this-
between him and Ortiz.
Which gunshot wound is
Because
this?
Ortiz would not win in that fight.
So this is a gunshot wound of the right side of the neck.
So it's gunshot wound. You have this as injury number 2 in your report?
That's correct.
Okay. And
wow.
Which would be the entry? This is, you did not recover a bullet from?
That's correct. It exited.
And so this is an entry wound?
That's the entry wound. You can see the little areas of gunpowder stippling and those little stellate tears that I described earlier.
And State's Exhibit 220. What is this identifying?
So we're in the upper posterior neck. This is an exit wound.
Of the previous?
Of the previous wound.
Okay. So it entered here and it exited in Exhibit 220?
That's correct.
Traditional
I'm now
family
going to show
members.
you State's Exhibit 221.
That's the irregular entrance wound of the left lateral neck.
And you have this as injury number 3?
That's correct.
Now, did you, may I approach you, Dr. Stern?
Yes.
I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 146.
Let me show you what's happening here.
And ask if you recognize that.
Yes,
The
it's a
bailiffs are
receipt of
standing
evidence
ready.
form of the evidence that was taken at the time of her autopsy.
To intervene.
And there was no recovery of any bullets, so there were no bullets that were identified.
That's
in
correct.
Here. But what is identified in here that you provided to the?
Her top, a pair of jeans, one pair of shoes, her bra, a pair of socks, her right and left handbags. She came in with her hands bagged to preserve evidence. A set of fingerprints, combed and pulled head hairs, combed and pulled pubic hairs, her right and left fingernail clippings, an FTA card. That's a DNA blood standard card where we drip her known blood onto a filter paper so they can use it as her known DNA. Vaginal and oral swabs from the rape kit, and the sheet we wrapped her with at the scene.
And these are done, and again, this document is done at or near the time of the autopsy?
That's correct.
Prepared by you? Prepared for your office?
Yes, that's correct.
And it's regularly maintained at the medical examiner's
That's
office?
correct.
State offers State's Exhibit 146 and is tendering to the defense for inspection.
Can I have a pause right here, Judge?
Yes, ma'am.
I somehow disconnected. I need to reconnect myself.
Go ahead.
Okay.
The clerk disconnected and needs to reconnect herself. So we get just a little pause here.
I need 1 minute.
No
Okay.
problem.
It takes a big bailiff, and I'm not sure if that one bailiff would be enough if he put his mind to it. Yes, these are autopsy photos. Some of the photos are as the bodies are received, so they would not be cleaned up. They would have any exterior blood or anything else before they're washed. But other photos are after they're cleaned up and they're analyzing the wound patterns and things like that. So you get a mix in these photos.
Okay. Thank you.
Objections or not?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, that was 146, right? States 146 is admitted into evidence this time.
Thank you.
Dr. Stern, do you recall conducting an autopsy on September the 17th, 2018 on Humberto Ortiz identifying as Janelle Ortiz?
That's correct, yes.
The judge is very tolerant of behavior in the courtroom. You can film with your phone, take pictures, walk around, come in and out as you please. And
The
obviously
body
show
arrived,
emotion.
had it already been identified?
Yes, he had already been identified when he came to me.
Now, did you,
Ed, we know
May I
that
push
he
on it?
knew that some of them had kids. So it
Honey,
wasn't
can
that
you
they had
please
no
sit
families.
down?
It's that they were
and ask if you
in the prostitution industry.
recognize this?
Yes, this is a transcribed copy of my dictated autopsy report on Humberto Germán Ortiz.
And it was conducted at or near the time of the autopsy?
That's correct.
Prepared by you?
Yes.
And it is maintained as a regular course of the medical examiners?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I now tender State's Exhibit 222 for inspection and ask that it be admitted.
No objection, Judge.
State's Exhibit 222 is admitted into evidence this time. You may publish, yes.
May I publish?
OMB. I'm sorry you're in the middle of that. That is crazy. Wow.
Dr. Stern, what was the general condition of Humberto Ortiz, who identified as Janelle?
Okay, so he was well developed, appeared well nourished, thin, fully clad. He had on a gray jacket, a t-shirt, a tank top, some shorts, a belt, bra, panties, and some black tennis shoes. He was in full rigor mortis. He had brownish red straight hair. His earlobes were pierced one time. He had natural teeth. They were in fair repair. I didn't see any surgical scars. His fingernails were intact. He had several tattoos. He did have multiple needle puncture sites in his arms. I didn't see any evidence of medical intervention. He did have a gunshot wound of his head.
I'm going to be showing you what it has photographs which have been marked as State's Exhibit 223, 224, 225, 226, and 227, and ask you to recognize them.
I think this lady in the blue cardigan is a victim support individual. She's been there to
Yes, these are
support the
photographs
families,
I
but I
took
don't
at
think
the
she's
time
related.
of his autopsy.
Yes, this individual was a
And-
male that identified as a female, is what they're trying to say.
Do they accurately and fairly depict her, Janelle, as you found her that day of the autopsy? And
Yes.
So the prosecution is referring to Janelle
State's
as her, and the
Exhibit
ME is referring to
223
Janelle as Humberto as a
227 for
he.
inspection and offering it to evidence.
No objections, Your Honor.
State's Exhibits 223 through 227 are admitted into evidence at this time.
MB, you did everything you could have done.
Although,
Don't beat yourself up over that.
The
That was
name on the autopsy is Humberto Hermano.
that was outside of your
Ortiz.
control.
For purposes of the trial, we're going to be referring to her as Janelle Ortiz.
Fine, absolutely.
Again, Your Honor, I'm going to be showing some sensitive photos for the media and for the family to be forewarned. This is State's Exhibit 223.
They did just stipulate and just said we're going to
That
refer
is,
to this victim
and
as
his
Janelle.
photograph as she came to our table.
And the ME has now switched in the reference and saying she.
And now I'm going to show
Monica,
you
he
State's
did know
Exhibit
that this was a
224.
biological male individual,
What was the purpose of this
and he was
photograph?
This is
worried
the
that this one
identifying
might fight
photograph
back.
after we've cleaned her up of the face.
Now, the injury that you discussed, I'm going to now show you State's Exhibit 225. What is this?
This is a gunshot entrance wound on the back of the head.
Does it have the presence of any soot or stippling?
No, there is no soot or gunpowder stippling surrounding this wound.
Okay, and what does that indicate?
That it was a distant gunshot wound.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 226.
That's just a close-up.
Okay. And did you recover a projectile?
Yes, I did.
And where was the projectile?
So the projectile was recovered in the left sphenoid sinus. So that's in the basilar skull. Think of the basilar skull as the bones of the front of the face, but I'm looking behind it, and the sphenoid sinuses are on either side of the middle portion.
So it went, what was the direction of the bullet?
So the bullet perforated his skin, the subcutaneous tissue, his muscle. It went through the right occipital bone, that's the bone in the back of the head, through the right occipital lobe of the brain, and then it went into the basilar skull just left of the superior foramen magnum. The foramen magnum is the big hole we have in our skull, and our spinal cord goes up through that. It went through the left petrous bone and terminated its path in the left sphenoid sinus, and that's where I recovered it. So
AJ,
his wound
the answer
path
is
was
about
from
18
back to
inches.
front, right to left, and up.
Depending on the firearm.
And is this, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 227. Is this the projectile that was recovered from Juan Ortiz?
That's correct.
Monica, this was not treated as a hate crime because he didn't target this individual for being transgender. He was, and prostitutes are not a protected class of people, so it wasn't treated as a hate crime.
Exhibit 147, it was previously identified as 147, and it's a receipt of evidence from the medical examiners. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is it done at a time the autopsy is conducted?
Yes.
Prepared by you?
Yes.
And it's the normal course of business to maintain these records?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. I'm now tendering to the defense State's Exhibit 147 and offering it to evidence.
Did you say 147?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 147 is admitted into evidence at this time.
May I publish?
You may.
Now, Dr. Stern, do you document in State's Exhibit 147 the transferring or the handing over of the evidence, including the large caliber bullet?
Yes. It's on the bottom.
You see it now?
Yes. You didn't put the word bullet, but large caliber.
And this was given to law enforcement. It was given
That's
to
correct.
She is an expert witness. She's got years of experience under her belt. This is probably by far not her first rodeo when it comes to court. Hey Charlie, I've heard this argument back and forth, and I'm not sure exactly where I stand on it. With a hate crime, you know, how is a murder worse if you killed them because of something that they associate with, whether it's a religion or a gender or orientation or something else? Is it still is that worse than just a murder? Probably not a conversation for today, but it's an interesting point of discussion.
States 57 and States 57A.
Okay.
Do you recognize those?
Yes, so 57A is my coin envelope that I placed the large caliber copper jacketed deformed bullet that I recovered from the bachelor skull. And in States 57 is the actual bullet.
And how is it that you know that this was the bullet that was in that envelope?
Because there's an evidence receipt and the numbers match.
And was that evidence receipt by you or by another agency?
This is by another agency.
But they do match?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, MB, is there anything we can do for you?
Tendering to the defense States Exhibit 57 and 57A for inspection and offering to evidence.
Honestly, my heart goes out to you.
If I could just ask a question briefly, Your Honor.
You may. Sure.
Again, Doctor, what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 57, you recognize this as the projectile you removed during the autopsy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No objection, Your Honor.
Right. States 57 and States 57A are admitted into evidence at this time.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would second what Richard says. A lot of people think that they shouldn't get counseling, but I would talk to someone.
Which is the envelope.
Just get find a professional you can talk to just to tell them what happens. You can get it out and maybe get some help in how to deal with it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And States Exhibit 57.
Yes.
Now, so this was what was recovered from Janelle's head.
Yes.
Where again?
In the sphenoid sinus of the basilar skull.
So there was no exit wound in
That's
this
correct.
I don't think they'll have many questions for her. The gentleman that left, he was only here for the family members portion of the trial. As the next medical examination was brought up, he left.
Dr. Stern, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit
AMB, hang in there, all right? Please let us
228.
know. Reach out if you need anything, okay?
229, 230, and 231. What are they?
So these are copies of death certificates.
And were they signed by you?
Yes, the medical portion is signed by me.
I'm now tendering State's Exhibit 228, 229, 230, and 231 to the defense for inspection and offering to evidence, Your Honor.
For a second there, it looked like the district attorney tucks his pant legs into his boots, but I don't think that's the case.
Judge, I'm sorry, let me get the
So
numbers.
State's Exhibits 228, 229, 230, and 231 are admitted into evidence this time.
Now, Dr. Stern, with regards to all four autopsies, were there any similarities as to their injuries?
Well, they all had gunshot wounds, and all the gunshot wounds were neck and head.
What about the projectiles that were recovered?
All the projectiles that were recovered were large caliber copper jacketed bullets.
Okay. And the toxicology results, was there any consistency with them?
Yes, all four of them had positive toxicology, a combination of cocaine and or heroin and Xanax.
You and I passed the witness.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Hi.
And we'll be fairly brief here. But
Okay.
I'm curious about when you had testified regarding the autopsy of, I believe it's Giselda Hernandez, that there were other blunt force injuries besides the gunshot wound to the neck.
That's correct.
Were you able to determine what blunt instrument caused those injuries?
No, sir.
Okay. It could be any number of things.
Yes, sir.
I mean, a lead pipe, for example.
Yes, I didn't see any pattern when I reflected the scalp, so there was nothing to indicate it was a lead pipe. That usually gives us a specific pattern, but I could not tell.
Okay, so there was no discernible pattern to them. Like, for example, sometimes a certain instrument
Yes, sir.
will have a defect in it that will reappear.
That's correct.
Okay. Or a certain indentation in it that will reappear.
That's
Okay.
correct.
And you noticed none of that.
None of that.
Were you able to determine, and I'll go back a little bit too, now when you describe injury number 1, number 2, you're not describing how they were inflicted.
No, that's correct. That's very important. That's just how I dictate them into my report. I cannot tell which came first or second or third.
So like if the first one you look at is an injury, say, to someone's arm, that will be injury number 1, simply it's the first one you did.
That's correct.
Okay. So with this blunt force trauma and the gunshot wound, were you able to determine in any way in what order they occurred?
No.
Okay. So the person could have been shot in the neck and then subsequently received the blunt trauma to the head.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
She's an expert judge. She can speculate all she wants.
I'll allow the question. Overruled.
Yes, I cannot tell. You're correct.
Okay. I have no other questions on that one. Now on Humberto Ortiz, how were you able to originally identify Humberto Ortiz?
He came to me identified already, so sometime between the time of the scene and when he came to my autopsy table, he was already ID'd. I don't have that in my autopsy report, but let me see if I have it documented here.
I believe that there's somewhere you say he had a toe tag on.
These are public
Yes.
defenders.
So we tag everybody that comes into our office. If they're unidentified, we will put John Doe or Jane Doe or Baby Doe. But if they're ID'd,
And yes,
then
they have
we'll
to
put
take
their
the case.
name. Now it's possible he came in as a Jane or John Doe, and then was identified before he got to my autopsy table, so the tags would have been changed to reflect his name.
Because in the property receipt, there's no like driver's license or anything like that, right?
That's correct. Let me see if on the investigator's report, if they say how he was ID'd.
This isn't that she's well versed. She's just a professional who's done this for a lot of years. Very comfortable with her work and discussing it. This wasn't just a lot of time prepared for this trial. I imagine she would come across the same way for, if you questioned her about any other work that she had done.
It's not documented how he was ID'd. It's possible he was ID'd at the scene. Sometimes law enforcement will take fingerprints at the scene. We'll allow them once we take photographs of the hand. But all I can tell you is once he got to my autopsy table, he had been ID'd.
Okay. Well, with Melissa Ramirez and Yusel Hernandez, you said they'd been ID'd by fingerprint.
Yes, Melissa Ramirez was ID'd via fingerprints. And Claudine Luera was identified through tattoos.
Right, and then the Ms. Hernandez was done by fingerprint as well.
That's correct.
Okay, and the tattoos, how did that go about identifying someone?
So what happens is we obviously know the tattoos. Family members call in the office. We never tell them what the tattoos are. We have them describe them to us so it can be a true ID. So somebody in the family described those tattoos to us.
Okay, so with those three, you had fairly what I would get common types of identification for bodies that are received by the medical examiner's office.
Yes, they have to be forensically ID'd. So either through fingerprints, through tattoos, through
Matt,
dental records, or through
this is a
DNA.
doctor that's speaking here.
But as far as
and her bedside
Humberto
manner
Ortiz,
does
you
not
don't
have to
know
be very
how
good
that
because her
I
patients
don't
are
know
all
how,
passed
I
away.
just can't recall off the
She's
top
very
of my
methodical
head how he
and
was
scientific
ID'd, whether
in her
it was
responses.
through my office or through law enforcement before the start of the autopsy. All I can say is by the time I conducted his autopsy, he had been identified and he had the tags on with his name.
Okay, and so you didn't do anything else as far as identification with that?
No, we would have just turned over a set of fingerprints to law enforcement.
Okay. If I could have just a moment, Judge.
I think we might be done with this witness here. Yeah, Ed, you're going to see also, like in law enforcement, a lot of times police officers will have a very morbid sense of humor. It's just with what they have to deal with day in and day out.
Question, Judge.
No, Your Honor.
Yeah, she's done.
You may step down. Thank you.
I called that one. I was right yet again. Just you do what you have to survive in your job. Now, I'm sure she enjoys her work. It takes pride in her work. It performs a necessary a duty that somebody has to do.
EJ Salinas. I don't know if the court wants to take.
What time is it? 3:20. I'll give the jury an afternoon break, about 15 minutes.
Got a Texas Ranger coming in.
Discuss the facts of the case, please. Thank you.
15-minute break. Set a timer for 15 minutes. All right, so jury's leaving. We've got a 15-minute break, and then we will be back. Then we'll have a Ranger, a Texas Ranger, real-life Texas Ranger on the stand, testifying to us. Any bets on if he wears his hat? Or, the star? Who's it going to look like? Is this going to be like Walker, Texas Ranger? CG, I don't remember him confessing to beating the victim at the time of the killing. But maybe he did. I'll have to look at that. This is Chuck Norris. He will remove his hat. He will have manners, but hopefully he'll be holding his hat, right? Will he ride in on a horse? Good question. A couple more votes for Chuck Norris. I think the bullet wounds are pretty consistent with what he said. I think his confession was pretty accurate to that. I think there was one he was like, 2 or 3 shots, I'm not sure, type thing. But Kimberly saying, I think it was the fall to the ground. I think the number of impacts might play against that story, but I think there were multiple impacts from what she described. The location of the body is the same as the confession. Yes. Monica's singing a little song here for us. Big Guy's planning his move. Big Guy's back out of the courtroom. He'll carry his hat, wear his badge and pistol. You think he could have given them Xanax? It's possible. I think Erica testified that he gave her money to buy drugs, and I think she went and got something or ended up getting a different drug than she intended. I'll have to go back and listen to exactly what happened, but he knew where all the drug houses were, and he'd drive them there so they could pick up what they wanted. Yeah, if I get a yeehaw out of this witness, that'll be a win for me. I believe the Texas Ranger will be Jeffrey Dexter Boomhauer III. It'll be interesting to see Mr. Boomhauer III meet up with the junior judge. Michelle says, recovery addicts is an alternate jury sitting in now to replace the juror that fainted. Michelle, the way this works is the alternate jurors actually sit with the jury and listen in the entire trial long. They're sitting there, and then at the time that they're sent back to deliberate, I missed it. I missed the King of the Hill reference. At the time they're sent back to deliberate, the alternates are selected then, and they are held in standby, but they don't go into the deliberation room in case somebody leaves or has to be excused during that point. So yeah, basically they just have one fewer alternate sitting there. Yes, Terry, a juror fainted right before lunch as they were showing some of the autopsy photos. We guess that it was the autopsy photos that were maybe just a bit too much for him, and he passed out. He went down. The ME, the medical examiner who was on the stand testifying at the time, actually went and rendered aid to the individual, which I'm not sure if I'd want that, because every other patient the ME has handled in the past several years has probably been left in a body bag. But yeah, so apparently he fainted, and the judge reported to the other jurors as they came back from lunch that he was fine, it's all right, everything's good, but he has been excused. Michelle says the next witness will look like Sam Elliott, which apparently is hot. Okay, so we've got just a bit. Court's just showing us the wall right now, which is a beautiful seal. State of Texas, County of Bayer. No problem, Michelle. If you do have any other questions, feel free to ask, and either I or somebody who knows better will make an attempt at answering them. This has been a very interesting day. I would have a heart attack if I opened my eyes and the medical examiner was standing over me. Really? It's like, wait, I know you. Why? Back up, back up. If she says scalpel, then run. EG will also wear a white shirt, tie, black Docker slacks, black boots, tan tie, and will carry a black felt hat. My best friend made his badge. He's a very quiet, calm guy, but don't piss him off. All right, you've got the inside scoop on the attire for the Texas Ranger. It sounds very neat. I bet everything is ironed and pristine and in great shape. It's iconic how the seal is uncluttered and clean and the courtroom is not. Well, the seal is iconic and clean because, or ironic, the seal is clean because it's up off the ground. They can't reach it to put things on top of it. Otherwise, they would. I mean, there's casings and evidence bags all over that room. The tire, everything else. Yes, the doctor attended to the juror. The ME would say, looks like I'm about 5 minutes early. It's okay. I can wait. Just funny guys, you guys are. All right. Well, Texas is the Lone Star state, right? So it just has the single star with the wreath around it for this. I'm not sure if this is this county seal or if that's a variant of the state seal with the county name underneath it. But CG's just guessing. Well, we're going to hold you to that guess. You say white shirt, tie, black Docker boots, or black Docker slacks, black boots, tan tie, and we'll carry a black felt. We're going to go back and compare when the witness walks in at the end of this at this little break. We're going to compare and see if he actually is dressed the way you guessed, because that's a very specific guess, CG, and so you better hope you're right. Let's see. I bet someone could hang that tire on their seal. That could be the seal. That really could. I like how you said thar. You spelled it out as it is pronounced. Thar seal. All right. Any questions as to right now? I see we've got a few more people in here than we had earlier. Picking up a few since lunchtime. This is the case of Juan David Ortiz versus the state of Texas, or vice versa. Texas versus the state of Texas versus Juan David Ortiz. He's he's charged with 4 counts of murder, in addition to a few charges related to what he did to the victim who got away, Erica Penne. So he's got that ahead of him. He has confessed to everything. Well, pretty much everything. He confessed without asking for a lawyer. He gave a very long interrogation interview and ended in a confession. The confession included information such as the location of the last victim, who the police were not aware of until he was provided that to them. They have the gun. They have the bullet casings. They have all the evidence. They have security footage video. They have body cam video. He did end up getting located just within minutes of making the last killing. He was located and held at gunpoint. He ran from them, went and hid in a parking garage in the bed of a truck without his firearm. He regretted forgetting his firearm, or else he would have taken care of himself that way. But Just a bizarre trial. It's been crazy, but here he's pled not guilty, and we're trying to see if the state has enough evidence to convince the jury that they have met all the burden of proof for each part of the charges. So, if this is the lead ranger, he might be on the stand for a while. Possible. So in this day and age of video, why don't they just show what the officials did during all the proceedings? Yeah, why don't we just have nonstop video from the, autopsy and everything? Let's get some satellite footage of the crime as it was occurring, because I'm pretty sure it exists. Let's get all the police in-car cameras, all the body cams, and just have just a nonstop, continuous, real-life documentary-style feed of the crime, and then let the jury decide. Bolo tie. Will the ranger wear a bolo tie? When is Walker, Texas Ranger walking in? We got about 10 minutes. That is the state seal. Texas is so proud that they're the first biggest state in the union, that they're the Lone Star and proud of it. Now Alaska is, but they were first, so the Lone Star for a while. Want to bet the defense complains about his report writing? They have been targeting that with everyone else, not the ME. Well, they've questioned her just a little bit, but not very much. Little Miss says, stupid charge, our phone didn't charge. Uncharged. Spent $43 on this setup yesterday, and it's not working. Grr. Little Miss, I am the master of cables and dongles. What sort of cable do you need? Do they still wear the 45 Magnum? As far as the Ranger, their official sidearm? I don't know. Is it a 1911 style gun? Or are they more into something a little modern, like a Glock or a Beretta or something? I can imagine them only using like American-made firearms. Maybe a Ruger, a Blackhawk or something. According to my math, only 20 of us have not clicked the like. Of course, some of us may have clicked and left, so there could be more than 20 who have not clicked. That math looks about right. Matthew Harris says, recovery addict, at the conclusion of the state's case in chief, do you think Ortiz's counsel will move for a directed verdict? That was a point missed by DB. Okay. This is a great question. DB missed that opportunity because he didn't know he had that option. But directed verdict, what Matthew's getting at here, is when the let's see. Can't he do that after the jury comes back and deliberates and turns their returns their verdict? Can't he then say, I want a directed verdict, and then you basically have the jury's verdict is thrown out, and the judge then looks at it and says, were all the elements of the charges met? And then the judge determines the verdict. I don't know timing-wise if it has to be, you would know better than me, Matthew, if it would be right after the conclusion of the state's final witness, or if it happens later on. Because obviously a directed verdict has nothing to do with the defense. It just has to do with whether the state has met each element of the charge, right? Richard David says, my wife is caught up on this now. Good. The star isn't a state seal logo. It's a Google rating. Oh, Ed. Those are fighting words here. So that is funny. What? No pre-crime division yet? We don't have it quite yet. We're working on it. We even get a star on a driver's license. I think everybody gets a star now on the driver's license, or else they are not able to fly. It was Ashley that forgot to like KQD. That's the one. Let me see what's happening here. We've got a little bit of back and forth. Maybe some flirting going on between the bailiffs. Is that what's happening here? Let's check for audio. No hot mic. Yes, hot mic. Hang on. We have a hot mic. Nobody's talking very loud. I'm not sure which microphone is hot. But the bailiffs are holding the door open. That's the door to where the jail inmates would be coming through. It's used just for them. So that would be a motion for judgment notwithstanding the verdict, post-verdict. Okay, so directed verdict would come before the verdict, and then the judgment notwithstanding would come after. Okay, I don't know. What elements haven't they met? I mean, just from your professional analysis, Matthew, do they have they buttoned this down pretty good? Okay, that was our 15-minute timer that just went off right now. So bailiff's just picking up random bits of evidence that happen to be laying around the courtroom, checking them out. A little bit of office romance, maybe, possibly. A little bit of flirting. I see flirting, said Patricia. Obviously, we're joking and or speculating here, but that would be some hot mic. Yep, they flirting, said Kenny, for sure. Katrina says, I'm grooming a schnauzer right now. She looks a bit like a walking untrimmed hedge. Well, hopefully that dog is not as snappy as the one you sent me the video of that wanted to bite the brush all the time, Katrina. Katrina is works with amazing animals and makes them look and feel better, I think. Be careful about hitting the like button. Hitting it twice erases the like. Does YouTube still have a dislike button? Because that's the one you should hit twice if you ever feel like hitting a button twice. Dislike is the one to do it on. Somebody's mad over the Cowboys game, hating on Texas. He's going to carry his hat when he walks into the courtroom. They all had Xanax in their systems. Was Xanax one of the drugs that the defendant was on? I don't remember from the list. Looks like a roll of TP next to her elbow. Well, now we've got somebody in the way you can't see. Do you see some hand sanitizer or something similar? I see the Christmas tree, too. They're on the far left of the screen. Just a little tiny red tinsel. Yeah, that does look like hand sanitizer. I think it's actually like a camera or a speaker or something. Defense is in the house. We're about ready to get started. Let's see if Mr. Ortiz comes in here soon. Were the defense counsel just holding hands there? Is that what I just saw? Or were they just like tapping each other's hand to get their attention or something? Is that a motivational poster on the wall? Let's see if we can zoom in here. What do we have? Boom, boom, boom. On my big screen. Anything is possible on the bottom. Can anyone read that? Let me see if I can grab a screenshot on this one. Capture still. Okay, I've got it. I've imported it on, but it's pretty rough. The focus is off is the problem, so the text is hard to read. We might need a expert analysis on that one to see what it says. But a good eye on that motivational poster. He thinks these are the TJ Holmes of bailiffs. The neighbor is still running the mower. This is like hour 3 of mowing the quarter-acre lot. Little Miss says, I don't need a cable or dongle, just a phone charger that will actually charge, and maybe a dongle to connect my phone to my big TV so I can watch you there instead of on my phone. Little Miss, are you an Android or an Apple user? The food delivery box is here. Or is that the organ donor box? I'm not sure which one that is. If they make charger cords puppy teeth proof, that would be helpful too. Very few things are puppy teeth proof. That's a high standard. I mean, that's above mil spec. All but one had Xanax. Maybe that was just a drug of choice in the area. Sometimes there are drugs that are very popular in an area, and that might be it. She's telling him how much she wants to run her fingers through his hair. Now she's getting a good look. they're awfully close. He's like a little louder in this ear. I'm deaf in the other one. Yeah. And yeah. He would love to have some hair to have her run her fingers through, I guess. It almost looks like a sampler. Is it like a little bingo collar? It's got to be like a camera. I think it's a camera. Okay, I think I caught up on the chat. I think we're all good. Man, there is quite a glow coming off his head, though. The lights just reflect quite brightly off that. Okay, let's see. Does our other camera show us anything else? Why is it not working? Okay, guys, we have a problem here. Again, USB devices again. I'm locked on a camera and I can't change angles. Oh, wait. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I was changing you back and forth, and I was locked on a screen that was not working. So there's Ortiz. There's what you were seeing before. What I had done is I had changed my camera monitor, or my monitor here in my room here. So as you see this, the big monitor over there, if you watch what happens right now, what I had done is I had changed it to be like this, where it's all one picture. Where it's all that picture. So it only affects me and not you. Okay, here we go. Now we're back. Sorry about that. Throwing you back and forth a little bit.
You're going to wait for Mr. Alanis, or are you sitting there?
I'm still waiting for Mr. Alanis. I'm just setting this up for
Sir?
Judge is like, why are you in the DA's chair? He's like, I'm just getting it ready for him. That's the new guy, by the way. That's we're waiting for the DA to come back. No family in there right now. The gallery is just pretty much empty. Just got some reporters there in the back. The gallery has been cleared. Let's see if people come back.
So, wait 1 second.
Here they come.
So I have 176. I have 40, 40, and 40. 1 second. What do you mean, 152, 153, or 152?
Round white thing is a desk fan or a desk tan? MM Jones. We got a little, let's see who sent me this.
152, 153, I have them as in. But you can
CG in Texas. I need to plug you into my phone here really quickly. Just 1 second.
Now, Mr. Perez stepped up.
Okay, so CG in Texas sent me a picture of what he believes the badge will look like that he's going to wear. The Texas Ranger, the round 5-pointed star in a circle. Thank you for that. We also have your description of the outfit, so we'll see just how close you are on that. AJ, what's happening? Are you having buffering issues? Or is that on my end? I'm not seeing a problem on my side. Is anybody else having that?
And you want to call your next witness, sir? Ma'am?
Your Honor, the state calls Ranger E.J. Salinas.
EJ Salinas.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you raise your right hand so you can be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're going to give during this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Okay.
Thank you, sir. You may
I'm
take
sorry,
your
but you guys are all going to be terribly disappointed. I think everyone was wrong. First of all, he's almost got a comb over. We're dealing with just a plain old bluish suit.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Marisela Salinas Jackman. Will you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, I'm Ernesto Javier Salinas. Everybody knows me as EJ.
And are you a peace officer?
Yes,
For how long have you been a peace officer?
going on 29 years.
Are you employed by a law enforcement agency?
Yes, I'm
Which one?
employed by the Texas Department of Public Safety under the Texas Ranger Division.
And did you begin as so you're saying you're a Texas Ranger?
Yes.
Okay, will you please give us a brief history
Wait, so you're a Ranger?
Your employment with DPS.
We have not got the boot
yes,
in
I
yet.
began my career in law enforcement in '93 with the Whip County Sheriff's Office. Soon after that, I was accepted to the B-97 class with DPS. Graduated, was a Texas Highway Patrolman for about 10 years, and then I promoted to the criminal law enforcement side of DPS. And then in 2011, I promoted to the Texas Rangers. In that same year, I was also assigned to the joint, it's just called the Joint Operations Intelligence Center, in charge of border security issues. And then in 2014, I transferred back to the field office.
Now, Ranger Salinas, if you could please get a little closer to the microphone so that we can hear you clearly.
Yeah, you too, ma'am.
And speak up into the microphone. Thank you.
Test.
Perfect. Now,
Objection,
you mentioned that
non-responsive.
you were a special investigator, special crimes. What exactly did you do when you were there?
Yes, we mainly dealt with sex offenders,
Spurs
gangs,
is a tie clasp.
and criminal intelligence.
I missed it. There's
And,
a little star on his
would you be, how
suit
would
though.
you be involved with investigations?
We dealt with criminal investigations, all the aspects of criminal investigations.
And what about when you were assigned as a supervisor at the DPS Joint Operation Intelligence Center?
Yes, I supervised several state guard guys that were analysts assigned to border security.
Okay. And what exactly is the Joint Operations Intelligence Center?
It's an intelligence sharing building with it houses state and federal agencies.
Okay. And how long were you there?
From 2011 to 2014.
Will you please explain to the jury, because we may not be familiar with this intelligence center. What is it used for? Who contacts the intelligence
We
center?
do smart things there.
Yes, every time I would conduct a criminal investigation, I usually contact them for support, analytical support.
By analytical support, what do you mean?
I would run names, date of birth, license plate numbers, telephone numbers, see if I can get more information.
DMB, I appreciate the coding.
And
start and
are
finish.
you the only person who can
Sarcasm marks.
contact the intelligence center, or does any law enforcement agency
No,
have the ability?
Any law enforcement agency has the ability to contact them.
So it's a resource for law enforcement.
Correct.
And you mentioned now you mentioned you were assigned to this Joint Operation Intelligence Center. You were already a Texas Ranger?
Yes.
What were the requirements for you to become a Texas Ranger as opposed to the Special Investigator and Special Crimes?
To be a Texas Ranger, you have to have at least 8 years full-time of being a full-time law enforcement officer, at least 4 with DPS.
And you have to be cool and look good in a.
Then you said thereafter,
outfit.
I guess, what year did you move?
You bracketed
or did
your
you
code. Good
transfer
job.
from the Joint Operation Intelligence Center as a supervisor to Company D Texas Ranger?
2014.
I wouldn't
Now,
dream of messing with this
even
guy.
though you moved out of the intelligence center, did you still have access to it?
Yes.
Okay.
He kept the key.
And before you worked with the Texas Department of DPS, did you work as a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
Where?
With the Webb County Sheriff's Office.
For approximately how long?
At least
About
8 years.
4 years, 4.5 years.
Oh.
Now, will you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the type of training that you have to have in
I think you have to
every
fight
year,
Chuck
or
Norris
that
and
you've
win to
had?
be a Texas Ranger.
Yes, we obtain 40 hours of TCO training annually. Additionally, the rangers send you to an additional training of officer involved shooting, crime scenes, amendment law, Texas Penal Code law, etc.
Okay. And you said that the Texas Rangers had additional training in addition to the 40 hours?
Yes.
Now, as a Texas Ranger, how many investigations have you conducted?
Numerous investigations.
This woman
Can you
asks
give a ballpark?
half a
number?
question and then switches and asks her other question almost every time.
500.
Now, what were your duties back in September of 2018?
I was assigned to the Texas Ranger Division in charge of the major crimes.
And when you say you were in charge of major crimes, what were your tasks at that time?
Criminal investigations, assisting other agencies, other state, local, and federal agencies with their criminal investigations as well.
Now, I want to talk to you about
We'll see you, Juan Malmi. Thanks for being here.
Juan David Ortiz. Do you recognize the name?
Yes.
And if he was in the courtroom, would you recognize him?
Yes.
Is he in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Do you
Will you
recognize
please
him?
point out an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Yes, he's wearing a dark sports coat with and wearing glasses.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that Agent Salinas has identified the defendant.
Do you see how he pointed? He's like,
Did you arrest him?
that's him.
Yes.
Okay. What was that for?
The aggravated assault, unlawful restraint, and the murders.
Okay.
The ag
Who was
assault
the
and lawful
aggravated assault
restraint.
on?
That's for Erica.
Erica.
Do you recall her last name?
I don't recall
Pene.
her last name.
Pene.
It was Erica Pena. What about
Pena.
the murders? Do you recall who the victims of the murders were?
Yes, Melissa Ramirez, Claudine Loera, Griselda, I remember her last name, and Janelle Ortiz.
Now, before we begin to discuss
I don't
the
remember
details
her
of your
last name. That's got to be
investigation,
hard for the family to hear.
You mentioned throughout your report on various occasions that you would conduct, and I'm going to quote your report, analytical research, and you would contact, and you mentioned two intelligence resources. You would say the Joint Operation Intelligence Center, and you would also refer to the Border Patrol Border Intelligence Center.
Yes.
And when you say analytical research, what exactly is it that you're doing when you call these intelligence centers?
I'm trying to get information. Some of the information we were getting, we would just get a number, a nickname. We're trying to get license plate reader information, telephone information, and biometrics on the individuals to try to identify them.
And did this investigation present any challenges for you, if any?
Yes.
What was it?
The first crime scene, we had a John Doe. We didn't know who the victim was.
Jane Doe.
She had no identification on her, and typically when we respond to a crime scene, we try to get surveillance videos from around the area. That wasn't the case there. It was in a rural area. I also requested to see if Border Patrol had any game cameras. They use them with border security to try and track smugglers in the brush. There was no drawbridge cameras around in that area.
Okay, so now you have two intelligence centers that you can use as a resource. One is the Joint Operation Intelligence Center, and that primarily has databases of what?
The state databases.
Okay, and what about the Border Patrol Border Intelligence Center? What databases does that have access to?
They have federal databases.
Now, when you said,
Well, we
what
need
did
to
you
hear
call
it, Jenna.
those
Thank you for being here.
Cameras that are out in the rural areas,
Drawbridge cameras.
and those are placed by who?
They're state
Border
issued
Patrol.
equipment, but monitored by Border Patrol and put out by Border Patrol.
Did you inquire as to, because the first crime scene was in a rural area, did you inquire to see if there were any drawbridge cameras?
Yes.
He already said that.
What type of information, how are these
There's a half question
these
that
two
she asks a
intelligence
different
centers, where are they housed?
They're housed in one building upstairs.
Okay, but is it in one room?
It's probably about as big as this room.
So even though they are two individual intelligence centers, they're housed in one room or one big, is it on the same floor
Yes.
of a building?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
It's pretty rough. I mean, I'm sure she knows where she wants to get with what she's saying,
I'm
but
showing you State's Exhibit.
it's hard to get there.
232 and 233, and ask you if you recognize the images that are depicted in there.
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately represent, what is it a picture of?
This is a picture of
You know the answer. Just give me the answer I want.
guess the JOIC and the
I can't remember the
Laredo
question.
Intelligence Center.
Okay.
This one's more accurate than this one.
Whoa, there's a photo that's more accurate than that one?
You're saying 232?
Yes.
Is this not this?
Well, actually, this was the first, I guess, picture that they thought it was going to be like this, but it ended up like this.
Okay, so then this is the correct one.
Yes.
I retract 233, Your Honor. And 232 accurately and fairly depicts the big center or the intelligence centers as you know it to exist.
Correct.
Wow, that was painful.
State's Exhibit 232 for inspection by the defense and offered into evidence.
I wonder if this guy's going to do better on cross or for Dyer if this happens. Then
Just 232. Your
no, no objections.
State's
Okay.
Exhibit 232 is admitted into evidence at this time.
Yes, we do expect a full demonstration of all his moves here before he exits the stand. She wasn't expecting that answer. She was quick to do the right thing, which was withdraw the submission of that evidence. You don't want evidence where that a witness has testified that it's not accurate. So that was the right thing. Now she's just possibly going to show us the picture too, which would be awesome.
Now you're saying that the two intelligence centers are housed in the same floor. Is that correct?
Correct.
And will you describe the setup for, I guess, the seating arrangements for those agents?
How can I point? Can I point at it? Or
Let's see.
Use your finger or a ruler. We need a ruler. Use a ruler.
If I'm looking at it from here, the stage should be on this side right here. These doors are typically open, and in the middle right here, there's a bunch of Border Patrol analysts, and the Laredo Big is on this side right here at the corner.
Sorry.
On the other side.
So there's three?
Well, the BP Laredo Big is considered these two sides, but the analysts are in the middle, and this is more typically on the supervisor side of the house in Border Patrol.
Okay.
If this is a secure
Thank you.
facility,
And so
they shouldn't be
when you
taking
say
pictures of them and sharing them in court.
typically receives the calls when an inquiry or an analytical research call is made? The analyst?
Yes, whoever answers the phone.
Who gets the call?
Now,
the person who answers the phone. Can you go over those details again? You lost me on that.
Are, how large you said, what is the
If you were,
size
how large
of
you
that,
said?
of that room?
It's about this size.
So, if there, if there's a conversation being had, is in one side of the room, is it within hearing range from another side? Is it possible to hear what's going on the other side of the room?
It's possible.
Is this where
As the
Mr. Ortiz
investigation
worked?
progressed, were you able
that the
to
idea?
run names of different tips that you received?
Yes.
And would you document this in your report?
Yes.
About how many times would you call the intelligence centers to find out information, whether it was about a name, an address, or anything? About how many times did you use that resource?
On a daily basis, I estimate I ran about 60 individuals.
I don't know why what the relevance is yet.
The Border
but
Patrol,
hopefully we'll get it soon.
Border Intelligence Center, the same agency that Juan David Ortiz works at?
Yes.
Okay,
Where he was the
there's a
supervisor.
connection.
Correct.
Do you recall him mentioning in his confession or in his statement that he received a inquiry about a black truck that was believed to be, that the driver was believed to be related to the first murder scene, which was Melissa Ramirez's, where they found Melissa Ramirez's body? Do you recall that?
I vaguely recall him mentioning it.
Your Honor,
So what are they getting at? They're saying that he hampered his own investigation,
United States Exhibit 116.
or hampered the investigation into himself because he was
so
interfering with it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, that was probably a fun day. It's like, hey, I'll put in for the promotion. Right, she buried the lead as well, but I've done that a time or two as well.
This is State's Exhibit 116. Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes, you may.
Can you read that from there?
Has some curse words in here, so send the kids out of the room.
And I'm going to make reference to page 127, and it starts on line 13.
You want me to read from 8?
Yes. It's he's discussing. Calderon is speaking to him, and he's discussing. And it actually starts on number 9, and he says, starts with answer. I shaved and everything and went to work, and then the fucked up firefighters, they came out there as far as the Vic. And will you continue?
And I think it's a cop that you guys found the plates to see if it's run through the checkpoint. But the cameras were down, and of all of the people that are there, I'm the only one that has that like in Kuwait, right?
And then continue.
So it's like, I continue?
Yes, please.
So it's like,
You should be saying
hey,
question
JD,
and answer.
Can you check in? Like no, for what, bro? Like nothing. And then like, check it, JD. And I told him, bro, but for what, dude?
And it continues on page 28 for the record, Your Honor.
Who gives a fuck, man? And I'm trying my best, and they keep calling in. Does anyone have access to it? Right. So I log in like, I thought that I had checked that car. The last time it went to the checkpoint is over a month ago, and that's it. That's all I did.
Okay. And he's referring to
His own
the
vehicle?
database access that he had as part of his job when he's talking about
Yes, the BIC has access to the license plate readers.
So he was
Now,
getting calls about his own
Do you
truck.
recall, as part of your investigation, speaking to an individual by the name of Jose Domingo Hernandez?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall how you received that tip or that information?
That, apparently,
Well,
reading
we
is
got
not
it.
high on
We've
the
been
list of
talking to so
requirements
many
for
people
Texas
that
Rangers.
Everybody we talked to, they would give us different names.
Okay. And do you know how he knew Melissa?
They were friends.
Okay. And what did you find out about Melissa as part of your investigation after you spoke to him?
We found out about Melissa's
We're
lifestyle.
going to object to hearsay. It's backdoor hearsay.
Your Honor, it's part of the investigation, and we just want to show what led him to go speak to the next individual. It's not offer for the truth of the matter asserted.
Okay, then the jury will only consider it for that, not for the truth of the matter asserted. Overruled.
Go ahead.
After the first scene, we were able to get the name of Erica and Claudine.
Okay. And did he provide a name?
Yes, but I'm not sure if it was Claudine or Erica, the name that he provided.
Okay. And do you want to refresh your memory and look at your report?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have your report with you?
Yes.
Yes, please refresh your memory to find out whose name Jose Dominguez Hernandez led you to.
So he could have had a poor screen or poor viewing angle on it. So that makes sense. But he could have done us at least a favor and told us when it was question and answer instead of just reading it like it was all one person speaking. So I'm not going to give him a pass completely on that one, Weather Watch. I'll give him a pass on part of it, but not all the way. This feels like the disc ordeal, said Richard Davis. It is. It's the transcript of the disc ordeal with the English language translations, which the ranger read as he went through it. Look at him flip through those pages. It's like he's in a choose your own adventure book. He's trying to get to the next chapter. This is the transcript.
To Claudine.
Oh, recovery addict is gone. Sorry. I am back.
With Mr.
I was covering the page. I wanted you guys to be able to see it.
We met him on 9/12/2018.
September 12th?
This is a great question, Matthew. Can you explain the truth of the matter asserted?
And he gave you the name of Claudine Duera.
It seems to be a
And did you
workaround
run
to get
that
evidence and you
name
normally
through,
couldn't allow in.
The Intelligence Center?
Yes.
Okay. What day did you find Ms. Luera's body?
On the 13th, the next day.
The next day. Did your investigation reveal if Mr. Ortiz was working at the BIC?
I believe he was. I believe he was working on it.
I think disc 8 through 12 is just him eating the Whataburger, Ashley,
Now,
so
do
we
you
probably won't get to
recall,
see those.
During his statement, his description of how he picked up Ms. Claudine Luera?
I don't recall the details on that statement.
Do you recall if he mentioned that he did not know Ms. Luera?
I don't recall, but I can go back.
Your Honor, if we may publish State's Exhibit 116.
Just whatever you
and
do.
it's from CD7.
Oh no, we're going back to the
And that is
DVDs.
going to be State's Exhibit 110 that we have.
Okay, apparently we're going back to the DVD. We're going to play a bit of the video maybe, or maybe we're just getting the transcript, I'm not sure. Right, he was reading what Ortiz said, but he also was reading the responses from the interrogators, the type sounds they were making, but he wasn't distinguishing between the two.
CD7, page 27 and 28.
I'm not sure if we're just going to read it or if we get to do the read along, which would be much more fun.
Now, just as a point of reference, this is when he's discussing the how he obtained or picked up Miss Luera. And this is on, what's the timestamp?
Yep, we're getting the video. Just be
the
careful.
record, it's
If somebody moves a
11:36,
chair, we're all going to go
40.
deaf.
And it will end at 11:40:35, Your Honor.
If the evidence is offered for the truth of the matter asserted,
The-
then you want the jury to
what we
consider
want
the
to
statement
publish.
as being truthful.
We are on page 27 and 28. Oh, no. Page 30, line 14. to
Actually,
page
the
35,
anti-chair
line
scrape
4.
system now. Part 2. If your passenger says the light is red, and you just want to use that statement as a reason for hitting the brakes, we'll get back to this.
On the street all day, every day. You should know what the kids. He already here for this other parent. There's no reason to feel sorry for her. And that's how I was trying to convince myself. And then I just played it cool and wrote out. And then I was continuing driving on Sunbed. And then this is where a monster came out.
Monster came out.
I was driving. They're kind of jobs. They're all working. This guy out, like when you started the videos and when I was walking, like straight on, like prostituting down the street. Like, I am not doing anything out these bitches, like nothing, this is cops. So then I was all like,
It's about half an hour before that. Picked somebody up, he had no idea who it was.
Ranger Salinas, what is he saying at this moment? What is he saying at this moment when he's saying he was driving back and forth? Will you read that from State's Exhibit 116?
What do you mean 116?
It's on page
He's like, I don't know where we are.
31.
Yeah, I don't think closed captioning could have picked that up.
It starts on line 11.
You want me to read that?
Yes, please.
I go home and then I went cruising, and then I go home and I would cruise and I'd go home. And then on one of those nights I picked up that other guy's bitch that I have no idea who the fuck she is. I didn't even know her name. Y'all already know. The first one was not planned. Right. Like doing it was, and then after that I saw it like this is going to sound stupid, but like I wanted to like clean up the streets, right? And nobody's going to fucking do it.
Okay. Now, let me go ahead and continue playing this. Thank you.
The first one was not planned, right. And after that, I saw it like this stupid, like, clean up the streets, and I always know if I can do it, I'm just going to do it. So I was like, these people, they're good people. So I convinced myself of that, and very good once. I picked up this stupid chick, and this I was talking nonstop. This I didn't learn. Okay, if she lives in a hotel, you can tell again. If I can you take me there? She was there. So we're driving, so basically I remember this with Erica before, it's on Springfield. You know, Springfield, it kind of
Now, I'd like to refer you to page 32, starting on line 9. And if you could read clearly close to your microphone
Please
so
read
that
clearly.
the jury can hear what he said. And starts on line 9 of page 32.
So convinced myself of that, and I grabbed it by the horns. I picked up that stupid chick and talked nonstop. Claudine. That one, Claudine. I don't know her name. That she lived in a hotel. She was saying that she lived in a hotel and who knows what. And she said the same fucking bullshit. Can you take me to shoot up? So what I mean, where? So we're driving to a place where I had run into Erica before. It's on Springfield.
Okay, we can stop there. Thank you. I'm going to resume the playing of the video.
I'm not sure which is worse, the video or him reading the transcript.
Project, leave a left. Gonna be the first right. Make another right. Unfriended. Office remote, okay. And you say, where do you get that? So she bought her heroin, whatever.
She bought her heroin.
And then, this thing got 35. And she brings up, hey, do you understand that? I heard about this. I do, you know where it's at?
So now they're talking about, hey, did you hear about that? Do you know where that's at? So they're talking about the first murder, and apparently she raised the issue and said, hey, do you know where the scene is? I think that's when they start driving out towards that.
And she continued, so this is what he was discussing, how he killed Claudine, correct?
Correct.
And this occurred on the 13th.
Correct.
Okay. And the inquiry was made on the 12th?
Correct.
Now, do you recall speaking to an individual by the name of Emilio Varela?
Yes.
Okay. And also known as Emily?
Correct.
And do you recall who gave you that tip?
That was Melissa's mother.
Okay. And did you speak to Emilio?
Yes.
Okay. What, if anything, what tips did he give you?
I imagine they could.
He was forthwith about Melissa's lifestyle and gave us some more names so we could follow up on.
Okay.
I imagine they could complain to mischaracterizing the evidence.
One of the names he gave us was Erica.
Okay.
If you put too much emotion into it.
Did you call and run that name into the BIC?
Yes.
Okay. And that would have been on, what day did you interview Mr. Varela?
I think that was on the, right after we found out who Melissa was, which might have been on the 4th.
Okay. And do you recall that Juan David Ortiz mentioned in his statement that he knew that Erica had last seen him with Melissa?
Yes.
Okay. And he actually mentioned that he had seen Melissa, or he and Melissa had seen Erica at the drug house.
Correct.
Do you recall that? Okay. Now I'm going to direct your attention to the murder investigations that you conducted during the month of September of 2018. You said your involvement was that of assisting the Webb County Sheriff's Department?
Correct.
Okay. And what was your responsibility primarily?
Identifying witnesses, following leads, assisting with the crime scene, collecting evidence.
Okay. And approximately how many field interviews did you conduct? in this investigation?
Field and formal interviews, approximately over 60.
And this is in the time span of, I guess, 11 days or 12 days?
Correct.
Okay. And did you also conduct searches of homes?
Yes. Businesses.
Of witnesses?
Businesses.
Businesses. Did you have any investigative leads?
Yes.
Okay. And did you follow up on those?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have to obtain any search warrants to get any of this, to search any of these homes?
No.
Okay. Why was that?
Because they gave us consent to search.
And what about, did you also search telephones?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have to obtain any search warrants for that?
No.
Why not?
Because they gave us consent to search our phones.
Did you search any vehicles?
Yes.
Okay. Again, did you have to obtain a search warrant for that?
No.
And why was that?
Because they gave us consent to search the cars.
Were you able to arrest any other individual that was a lead in this investigation before the 14th?
I think we arrested some folks for drugs, but not related to the murders.
Okay. Now, did you go to the crime scene for Melissa Ramirez?
Yes.
Okay. The day that she was found?
Yes.
Okay. Did you return to that crime scene?
Yes.
And what did you return to that crime scene for?
To canvass the area again for any possible evidence.
And did you find any additional evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what day that was?
I think it was the following day on the 4th.
That's the next question, Emwa.
Ranger Salinas, I'm handing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 40 and State's Exhibit 175 that have previously been admitted. May I confirm that, Your Honor? Oh, no, maybe not 40. I think the one that's been admitted is State's Exhibit 175, yes.
Did you say 176 also?
No, Your Honor. Actually, State's Exhibit 40 and State's Exhibit 234 have not yet been admitted, but I'm going to ask him to identify them. Okay. Now, when you went to the crime scene, when you followed up and you said you found something, what was it that you found?
We found a .40 caliber spent casing.
Okay. And did you document this in your report?
Yes.
Okay. Did you also prepare a document showing that you found an additional casing?
Yes.
Ortiz gave permission to search his house and said actually use the keys, don't kick the door in, don't make a mess in my kids' rooms. Not sure about his truck.
How is it that you, what did you do with that casing that you located that day?
I collected it and subsequently turned it over there to the Webb County Sheriff's Office, the evidence collection team.
Now, I will ask you, do you recognize any writings or do you recognize this envelope? Are you familiar with it?
Yes, it has my date and time right here, and where we collected it.
And you did this to document that you picked this up?
Correct.
Okay. And what is State's Exhibit 234?
That's my evidence collection log, where it has a location, date, the case number, and what I collected.
So he shows up at the crime scene and finds a casing the others didn't find.
I'm now tendering State's Exhibit 234 and State's Exhibit 40 for inspection and offering into evidence, Your Honor.
That lawsuit for $27 billion, that's civil, right? Is that going to be aired? I mean, that's going to be rough. That's awful. Yeah, if the police kick down your door, they're not required to repair it. That's on you. So offering the keys is a nice gesture, but don't give consent.
34 and 40, you don't know.
Right. State's Exhibit 40 and State's Exhibit 234 are admitted into evidence at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. And to clarify this, so State's Exhibit 40, which is the casing that was recovered at the crime scene for Melissa Ramirez, was submitted to the Webb County Sheriff's Department?
Correct.
So now everyone's got their boots out in the aisleway now. I think that's just an obstacle for the lady in the 6-inch stilettos to try to navigate. I think it was turned on and she shut it off thinking it was off. So we're going to need a tech guy in here, stat. Here we go.
This is State's Exhibit 175. And is that your signature on the Webb County Sheriff's Office evidence property release form?
Yes.
Okay. And what was this form used to document?
The transfer of the evidence to the Webb County Sheriff's Office.
And that evidence was the casing that you retrieved and placed in an envelope, which is marked State's Exhibit 40?
Correct.
Did you also, as part of your report on State's Exhibit 234, document in this collection log that you retrieved this casing at this crime scene?
Yes.
Okay. And this is also part of your report?
Yes.
It's smoothie time again. Somebody's got that machine going. Recover addict. Do you know what's funny? When I told you a month ago that we attorneys wear boots to court in Texas, I don't think you fully believed me. Now you get to see for yourself.
Cases you had recovered the
I didn't know it was a requirement in Texas.
At Melissa Ramirez's crime scene.
I believe there were 2 cases.
Okay. And then with this one?
3.
Okay. So, so that the jury can get a sense of the time between the murders. We had one which was on the 3rd, and that what do you remember what day that fell on? What holiday?
Memorial Day, I was off.
Okay. Memorial Day?
I think so.
Or Labor Day?
Or Labor Day. It was a holiday.
And then about how many days after, do you recall, did you get the call regarding Claudine Rueda?
I think it was on the 13th.
Okay. So you had 10 days of investigating that you had?
Correct.
And then thereafter, what happened on the 15th, on the 14th and 15th?
We were conducting interviews at the Webb County Sheriff's Office substation when I was informed by Trooper Hernandez that he had located a female that was possibly assaulted and possibly being kidnapped, and he had already had knowledge of what kind of investigations we were working, and he alerted me, and I told him to bring her to the substation for a detailed interview.
And so, you said you were interviewing, you were interviewing people investigating what death or what murder?
The one from Melissa and Claudine.
Okay. So you were already at the substation?
Correct.
Okay. And who were you, do you recall who you were interviewing?
I think it was a gentleman by the name of Trevino.
Okay. And when you received that call, did you in fact speak to Erica Peña?
Yes.
Okay. And what information did you obtain as part of that interview?
Yes. She provided a description of her assailant. She went with us to find the residence, and she provided a description of the vehicle he was in.
And what can you describe the vehicle that she told you?
White Dodge pickup.
And how does she describe her assailant?
Clean cut. She had told us originally that he was worked in the oil fields.
Okay. And how did she? What was she complaining of? What type of assault was it? With what?
A weapon. She also said that he had a weapon.
Okay. And as part of the interview, were you able to get details from her describing the facts and circumstances surrounding the aggravated assault?
Yes.
Okay. What were some of the details that you learned from that interview?
Judge, we'll object to hearsay, repetitive and cumulative.
Defense is losing all these objections right now.
What was it that you learned from there?
She told us that he had grabbed a weapon, a pistol, a black and colored pistol, and when she tried to get away from the car, he kind of grabbed her. She was able to take off her shirt and flee the truck.
Okay. Did she mention any thing that she may have left in the car?
Yes, she also mentioned that she had left a small pink flowered purse.
Okay.
And there went the feed. We're going to take a different one.
So you mentioned that you were able to identify, she called her assailant David. Were you able to get a full name identity for this individual?
This one was recorded by the
Yes, we were
potato.
able to find out an address, a vehicle license plate, and a photo of Mr. Ortiz.
Okay, and that prompted you to do what, if anything?
Conduct visual surveillance on the residence. And we subsequently, when we didn't find him at the residence, we sent out a bolo to be on the lookout for all the troopers and deputies that were out patrolling the areas.
Did you know he was a Border Patrol supervisor?
No.
And did you receive any information of Juan David Ortiz's apprehension after the bolo went out?
Yes.
What did you receive?
While we were at the substation, we received information that troopers had located the vehicle at a Stripes in San Bernardo. Me and Captain Calderon responded to the scene to assist.
Now,
I just
when you
about did
arrived
too,
at the
Ginger.
scene,
This is slow.
where
It's painful.
When you say the scene, what are you referring to?
The Stripes.
The Stripes. And at that point, what had you been told, or what did you know or what did you believe had occurred when the troopers confronted Juan David Ortiz?
Jeff, in order to hearsay again, or hearsay.
Originally, I learned that the troopers had located him and he fled the scene, abandoning his vehicle.
And do you know where the Stripes was located?
It's on San Bernardo, but I don't remember the cross street. It's close to the Ava Hotel where he was apprehended.
And where was now, did you see a truck that matched the
Okay,
description?
this audio is
that
driving me
Eric had
nuts.
given you?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you know that?
I confirmed it with a license plate the bolo we had.
And
So we're going to kill this audio just for a second. I'm going to bring in a different audio source because that one is so trash.
And you mentioned
But now we need to pause
that
for just a second to line
the
things up.
vehicle was abandoned.
Correct.
Did you use that term in your report?
Yes.
And did you look into that vehicle?
Yes.
How did you look into that vehicle?
Originally it was already nighttime, so I took a light and I shined it inside the front passenger
Hold tight,
side.
hold
I
tight.
noticed a purse on the floorboard. I went back to the passenger right side. I also noticed some tall boys and a small pink purse. I went to the driver's side, shined the light, and I also noticed a holster between the seat and the center console. At that point, my main concern was for officer safety. I went back and radioed the guys that were about to conduct the search that this gentleman might be armed.
The audio's
because all
off,
I
but
saw
hey,
was an empty
it's
holster. I
working.
didn't see any weapon at the time.
Okay. So what did you do? So you alerted SWAT to be careful, or that you were aware that there was an empty holster. Is that correct?
Correct.
And did you search the vehicle at the stripes?
No.
Okay. Why not?
It was one of those very fast-moving things that I didn't have time. Plus, it's not something I would do right there. I would rather tow it to a secure facility.
Okay. Did you do anything else with the truck?
Yes, I took some pictures, some quick pictures of the interior of the vehicle.
Okay.
What was the purpose
All
of
right,
taking this
fun
photo?
getting in sync.
To document the content.
Doing it all live is even more fun. This is why I have so many feeds coming in at once.
And let me show you. Did you open the door at that time
Yes.
to take the pictures?
Yes.
Did you remove anything?
No.
Did you move anything?
No.
We'll see you, little miss. Thanks for being here.
And I'm going to approach the evidence. I would let the defense exhibits.
It should all be there.
She moves them every time.
Pictures of the stripes.
There's evidence all over the courtroom.
That they introduced yesterday. Defense exhibits.
What you said.
They're in an envelope like this by themselves together. You'll see it, it's marked.
Nobody knows where the evidence is right now. They're just randomly sorting through boxes and binders.
Now I'm going to show you what has been admitted to evidence as defendants exhibits 4.
Man, why on the microphone?
Your Honor, may I show these on?
Yes.
4. This is defense exhibits number 4. Did you take that photo?
Yes.
And why did you take a picture of this, of the truck from this view?
So I could document the license plate.
Okay. And I'm showing you now defense exhibits 5. What was the purpose of this photo?
Same reason.
Okay. And it was you were basically trying to preserve the or take a picture of the condition of the truck.
Correct.
I'm now showing defense exhibit number 6.
I took it.
Okay. Who opened the door?
I don't know if it was me or Trooper Santuro.
Okay. Was that while you were taking the photos?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you. Is there any damage on the vehicle?
Not that I can tell.
Thanks,
Except for that
Stephen Lee.
little
Great
back
picture. We'll
quarter
share
panel.
that maybe
Okay.
tomorrow.
Now I'm going to show you defense exhibit number 7. What is this? depicting?
The driver's side of the truck.
Okay. And are you able to see the empty holster from here?
I can, but you can't tell in the picture.
I
You
can
can't
see it.
tell from the
Not in this
picture,
picture?
but there should be some other pictures.
And what if there aren't? Then do we have missing evidence? I know there's another close-up picture. But English 101, reading, writing, speaking might be useful here. And I'm not saying that just because it's cultural. It's just that it's painful to listen to her ask half a sentence and then to go a different direction. All right, Stephen. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the picture as well. We'll catch you later, man. Katrina, just getting started for the day. Haven't missed anything. No, you missed everything. It's been absolutely crazy. Lots of evidence, though, all the medical examiner's information, testimony, the bullets from the bodies that were recovered. We had a juror faint and get excused. Let's see, what else happened, guys?
Exhibit 235. Did you take this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. And does it accurately and fairly depict the truck and its contents as you saw them that night at the Stripes?
Yes.
Okay. Intending states exhibit 235 to the defense and offering it to evidence, Your Honor.
So this is really bizarre. Law and Crime was taking the feed from Ken's 5. Ken's 5 shuts their transmitter off every evening as they get ready to do the 5 o'clock news, which they did, which is why it froze for us. I was ready for that and switched over to KSAT's feed. KSAT has, they record their audio from inside a tin can, and it's awful. So I'm trying to grab the audio from Law and Crime, but Law and Crime doesn't have a camera feed, so they take their old camera feed with the ME up on the stand, and they're showing that with the current audio from KSAT. So it's like, it's just a mess. Anyway, we are getting close to the end of the day here. It's been a great day. Defense objected to a lot of evidence because they weren't sure of chain of evidence. Just about every objection was overruled, right? Just, I think 2 pictures were excluded. One was withdrawn.
Exhibit 235 is admitted into evidence at this time. Yes.
I did not watch Pike County.
Now,
Pike County was really
exhibit
tough.
235, and you said that you took this photograph.
Correct.
And when you said that you viewed the holster and that
You
it
said
was
on the other
empty,
side of
that
the car.
prompted you to alert SWAT that he may have the weapon. Whereabouts did you see that?
It's right.
Where?
Judge, can I point again? I don't know.
Just climb over the desk.
Right behind this seatbelt latch right here. I don't know if you see it right there.
And that's when you saw the empty holster.
Yes.
Now,
But you didn't see the gun in the door? No, the overhead has a manual zoom that she's controlling. Poorly, but she's controlling it.
are you referring to this right here?
Yes.
And that's the empty holster.
Correct.
Now, the purpose of you documenting these pictures again was for how long did it take for you to
There's a
take
half
these
question.
photos?
There we go.
15, 20 minutes.
About how many did you take?
About 15.
About
And
one a
then
minute.
what did you do after you took these photographs?
I went back to assist the search team with locating Mr. Ortiz.
And so you left the area.
Correct.
What did you do about the vehicle?
I instructed Sergeant Santoro to stay with the vehicle and follow it back to the Webb County substation.
Okay. Now,
All right, thanks for that, Emma. Yeah, he looked in the window and saw the gun.
Defendant's
holster.
Exhibit 1. Do you recognize this? This
Yes.
document? What is it?
It's it should be an HQ 109 form. We use it for inventory and impound purposes.
Okay. Now, on the top, or the title on the top of this document, it says property inventory. When does that typically use this document?
When anybody in DPS inventories a vehicle.
Okay. Are you able, as a trooper or an agent, are you able to edit that title?
No.
That is already as part of the form.
Correct.
So even though it says property inventory,
I'm going to object to leading, Your Honor. Rephrase.
The absence of any soot or gunpowder slipping, what does that indicate?
Okay, so now we've got to take a different audio altogether.
Your Honor, I'm going to be publishing some.
We're taken from person.
So if there had been an inventory, there would be some items listed on there.
Correct.
And can you read on Defendant's
We're back to
Exhibit
the
1
awful audio.
what it says here? Starting here. Can you read that from there?
For the vehicle?
Yeah.
Uh,
I know.
Vehicle seized, pending criminal investigation, no inventory conducted, released to Webb County SO, Lieutenant Ricardo Garcia.
So this document was simply used to document that it was being sent or impounded,
Correct.
not as an inventory.
Correct.
And I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit number 7. And I'm going to direct your attention
Law and Crime is going back and
to
showing
this area in this photograph.
showing this moment from earlier today during the medical
Look at that,
examiner
that's
testimony.
Right here.
Really
looks like
tough.
a pistol.
If you would have conducted a search, you think you would have seen that pistol?
Yes.
Did you see that pistol at the stripes?
No.
When you took the photos, you did not see those.
No.
So they opened the doors but didn't see the pistol? Is that what he's saying? Does that pass the sniff test?
Now, once you left the Stripes store, where did you go from there?
We went back to the substation, the Webb County Sheriff's substation.
And was Juan David Ortiz apprehended?
Yes.
Where?
At the, he was in back of a pickup truck in the Ava Hotel parking lot.
But the pictures were taken with the doors open. He says he took the
When
picture,
you-
but he didn't see
I'm gonna
it.
Go back to the Stripes situation.
He didn't see the
when
gun.
you were at the Stripes, you were able to open the door?
Yes.
It was not locked?
It wasn't locked.
Do you recall there was a key?
I don't recall seeing a key.
Did you recover a key?
No.
Now, you mentioned that you went back to the substation, but before you went to the substation, did you go to the Ava Hotel?
Yes.
Were you there in the area when Juan David Ortiz was apprehended?
Yes.
And while you were there, Do you know approximately what time he was arrested?
It was close to midnight. I don't remember the approximate time.
Do you want to look through reports to refresh your memory?
Yes.
We would like the exact time. So I think he saw the empty holster by just looking in the window before he'd opened the truck. Hey, Sophie, I hear that him not seeing the gun there, I think the defense might jump on that and say, yeah, it could have been planted later. The problem with his KSAT audio is they have a noise gate that is just cranked up, and it's awful. Noise gate prevents little background sounds from being heard, but the level's so bad it clips out a lot of the audio that you want to hear. At the time the picture was taken, was the defendant in custody? I think no, because he went to go help with the search, right? He took the pictures, then went to go help with the search. At this point, he's just supposed to ask and say, can you direct me to a page number? Because I don't know where I am. We've got the whole Stephen Lee extended family in chat. Good to have you guys.
I was notified that they had apprehended Ortiz at 2:30 a.m.
And this was at the Ava Hotel.
Correct.
And do you know, so after he was apprehended, where did you be? Were you there when he was apprehended?
No, I was about 10 minutes behind the actual people who put hands on it.
Okay. But did you leave that area? Where did you go?
To the substation.
And what happened when you got to the substation?
What happened?
We started conducting an interview with Mr. Ortiz.
Now, was Juan Ortiz charged with a crime at that time?
For the evading.
With warrant arrest?
Yes.
And he was taken into custody and went to the substation. And that's where you were?
I followed, yes, I went over there.
Do you know if a search was conducted of that white Dodge pickup?
Yes.
Where?
At the substation.
And how do you know that it was conducted there?
Because I met with Investigator Ugarte and Nenke, and I instructed him to search the vehicle.
And what types of things do you know that were recovered that night?
I subsequently learned that they found the weapon, the purses, and the beer cans.
Okay. Do you know approximately what time the interview began?
No, I would have to look back at my notes.
I'd like to review at this point the type of training that you had regarding interrogation.
Yes.
Have you attended in classes for law enforcement that review constitutional rights of suspects?
Yes.
And you've been conducting, as part of your investigation, how many interrogations have you conducted?
Many. I've conducted many.
And are you familiar with the Miranda rights?
Yes.
And what are your goals when you're conducting an interrogation? What are the goals of conducting an interrogation?
My main goal is to first build rapport with whoever I'm interviewing, and then ultimately find out the truth. If he can explain the situation he's in, and we can corroborate it with additional evidence, that's all the more so that he needs to be truthful with whatever he says.
The ADA quit because the prosecutor's office was just toxic.
Talking to the person.
Now, at this point, have you learned?
Not like our toxic, which is good, but it was toxic
Ortiz
like bad.
Was a law enforcement officer?
Yes, I found out a couple of, at 214, I found out that he was a supervisor in Border Patrol.
And how did you find this out?
I got a phone call from one of the supervisors.
So this was before the interview began.
Yes.
In addition to, are there any other things that you are mindful of or watchful of while conducting an interrogation of an individual? What else do you look for?
His mannerisms, slip of the tongue. Some people start telling you something, then catch themselves and they stop. Inconsistencies.
They start
of what
asking
was,
a question and then they
change. Their stories.
Okay. When you spoke to him, did you believe he had a good level of understanding based on him being a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
And what about on his behavior? Did you believe he understood what was going on based on his behavior?
Yes.
Was there anything in his behavior that led you to believe that he was experiencing some sort of mental or emotional crisis?
No.
Did you observe him having any loss of control?
No.
Was he able to communicate with you with complete sentences?
Yes.
How was he communicating with you? How did you know that he understood what was going on?
He offered details about his daily activities, except when we kind of were talking about the victims.
Matthew, I'm super excited for that. I'm jealous of your fiber internet. But if I can help, I would love to give you any advice I can. Tips and tricks. She does formulate the question as she starts the previous one. She'll ask half a question, then realize there's a better question and switch to the better question. Stephen Lee, I'm also very happy the channel's growing. I appreciate you inviting all your family to participate as well. They, in their way, help it grow as well. Appreciate everyone who's liked, subscribed, the super chats. All of you are absolutely amazing. Just those who are here just to watch and follow along. Thank you so much. The channel would not be the same without you. I didn't think the audio could get any worse, but it has. Now we're barely catching little bits and pieces of the discussion. There's no way we could have a hot mic moment with this sort of quality. Stephen Lee, those AOL trial discs are worth money, especially if they're still in the metal tins they were mailed to you in. Check out eBay. They're collector's items now. You might be able to buy your fiber if you sell them.
Photos are together, documents are separated from there. That's Juan Ortiz.
You are our favorite toxic orchid.
I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, so this discussion, we're not missing anything. She's trying to talk to the clerk, and apparently there's a problem, a clerical error of some sort.
Do you recall reading, asking Mr. Ortiz if he advising him of his right to an attorney
Yes.
and of his right to remain silent?
Yes.
That anything he said could be used against him?
Yes.
In fact, you were the one who was advising him of these rights.
Correct.
His right to have an attorney present prior to and during his questioning.
Correct.
His right to have an attorney appointed to him to advise him prior and during any questioning.
Correct.
His right to terminate the interview at any time.
Correct.
And did you have him, did you give him an opportunity to sign to show that he understood his rights?
Yes.
Did he sign?
No.
And what did you do to document on that statement or on the, what do you call the Miranda card? What did you do to document that he did not sign?
I believe I wrote refuse to sign on it.
And did you sign it?
Yes.
And did Investigator Calderon sign it?
Yes.
So how did you know that Juan David Ortiz wished to waive his rights?
He continued talking to us.
Did he?
And he nodded.
He nodded how?
Like this.
Meaning what?
That he understood.
He nodded with his head.
And you said he continued to speak?
Yes.
Now, at any time during the taking of the statement from Mr. Ortiz, did he request an attorney?
No.
Did he ever ask to terminate the interview?
No.
At any time did you coerce him or threaten him?
This is an assistant DA.
No.
She struggles getting questions out sometimes, but we're making progress now.
Anything in exchange for the statement?
No. No promises were made.
Now, there was a term that was referred to throughout this statement, and that was the term blackout. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall in what context it came up?
I think I brought it up.
What was he describing, or how did you suggest this term?
I believe during the conversation he couldn't remember certain things, and I asked him if he had any blackouts.
And when he said, I don't remember certain things, did he tell you why he didn't remember certain things?
I believe he stated that he had post-traumatic stress syndrome.
Okay. And did he discuss anything else regarding his lack of memory?
I believe he also mentioned that he was taking medications and he was also consuming alcohol.
And was
Richard,
had he consumed
one of the
alcohol
victims
that
is alive. Is that what you're talking
He told
about?
us he did.
Oh, are you joking about this one? He moved?
Did he say that he was off on medication?
Yes.
I missed that
Did
joke if you were
observe
joking.
him
Sorry.
having any blackout while you were questioning him?
No.
Now, there was a section where you mentioned, and I'll refer to you have this down.
Okay. Look this up.
So Law and Crime completely have stopped airing this trial today. They dropped it completely. ODD, the survivor was the first witness on the stand. That was Erica Penier. And she definitely did testify already.
I'm going to State Exhibit 116, and I'm specifically looking at page 13, line 17 of this sheet.
Hey, Stephen, I think he might be behind us in the audio. Someone might need to reach out to him. I think he's looking at the Emmy's testimony right now.
And again, for the record, this is State Exhibit 116. And I'm going to be referring to line 17.
And wow, that's not even a fair comparison between the two. This is just so bad.
You see where you're speaking, Agent Salinas, if you're starting on 14 and you're talking to Mr. Ortiz. Can you read that?
JD, right, yes, look, partner. Everything so far that you've talked about and everything that you've asked, we've accommodated you, okay? Now, have the district attorney's office, he's right here, the DA himself, okay? Okay, sir. And now it's time, if you want us to put in a good word in for you, you need to.
Now, continue on page 14.
It's not important.
Who says that? It's an A for answer.
Oh, Mr. Ortiz.
Okay. And then?
What do you mean it's not important? It's not important? Captain Calderon, you could be, we've cooperated with you. We've talked to your wife like you asked us to. That's not true, sir. Huh?
Okay. Now, what did you mean by we'll put in a good word?
That we would tell the district attorney whatever truth she would tell us, to be honest.
That you would share that information with the district attorneys?
Correct.
And
Law and Crime is showing reruns right now. Maybe they're back.
When you said you gave him, you accommodated him, what were you referring to? You gave him, you.
Yeah, they're back now.
What kind of accommodations was he asking for?
Mr. Ortiz wanted us to stop his wife from driving from San Antonio to Laredo. Captain Calderon was trying to get some units to kind of stop her. He also asked for a picture.
Okay, so it was Mr. Ortiz who brought up the idea of talking to his wife to stop her from coming to Laredo.
Correct.
Okay. And now you said, what was the next thing?
The pictures. He wanted some pictures of his families.
And who asked for the pictures of his family?
Mr. Ortiz.
Was that something that you or Mr. Calderon brought up?
No.
In fact,
give me a second. I'm going to bring in the second audio source at the same
to
time.
these photos.
He gave us
he
gave us
made it
his
accessible
PIN
for
code
you.
for his phone.
He asked you to accommodate him, and he made it accessible for you. There was also
Correct.
some
So we're gonna
discussion
jump ahead a
about
little bit.
a pension. Do you recall who started or who began that conversation?
I don't recall the conversation about the pension.
Let me show you.
Yes. This is a it's an advanced skill I'm showing you right now. I think it is Pena, something like that.
I'm going to refer you to Disc 6, page 16, on State's Exhibit 116.
Pena. Where are the glasses now? Doesn't he have glasses he normally wears?
Now I'm going to, it's line 23. Can you see that?
Yes.
Now,
I don't do very well with accents.
It's
the best I can do.
I think this is right after he's asking for the picture from his phone, and then line 23, his answer. Can you please read that?
Yes. There's no way to tell my wife she can keep retirement money. There's no way to tell her they can keep that.
Okay. And she's referring to, he's referring to her pension?
Correct.
And so who brought that up?
Mr. Ortiz.
Okay, the video just went like to crap.
There was also a discussion about refraining from kicking his door down, I guess, to conduct a search of his home.
Correct.
I'm going to refer you to page 14 of Disc 1.
Okay, we're going to take a better picture than this one. Hang on. That cleans it up just a tiny bit, right?
On line. He's referring to, it's on page 14, he's referring to the weapons he has in his home. And then on line 19, can you read what Mr. Ortiz is saying? This is at the beginning of the statement. It's 19.
19, right?
Yes, sir.
If you guys could just walk into the house with the key instead of kicking it open, that'll be awesome. Listen,
that would be
Ortiz,
nice.
You want us to help you out, but you won't be in good relations with us in a while of what we will be doing later on. I mean, well, if you can't help,
turn the page.
Then no. I'm saying that's the only thing I'm asking. Yeah, I'm just saying.
Okay. So, who is the person who first brought up the idea of breaking into, or what does it say? Forcing the door.
Mr. Ortiz.
Okay. On line 8, what is Mr. Ortiz's statement in there?
On page 14?
Yes.
Are these presently at your
No, it's on the screen.
Oh.
I'm sorry. It's on page 15. And what does he say here? On line 8.
I'm law enforcement as well.
And this is in the context of conducting a search of his home, correct?
Correct.
And during the interview.
Correct.
You think she's just stalling for time?
Had you ever seen?
I'm joking, of course.
If you continue on page 15, did he ask you, or did he believe that you knew him?
Yes.
Had you ever seen him before?
No.
And I'm going to refer you to line. He says, "I am law enforcement as well," and then your answer was on 15, line 9.
I have never seen you.
Hey, Lindsay, I do have 4 other sources I'm bouncing.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so yeah,
audio and video.
But I had never seen you. That's what I'm saying. And neither
You don't
have
get
I,
this kind of service
right?
anywhere else. I do try to put together the best possible
So anyway,
conglomeration.
if you guys
available.
could talk to her, it's going to be awful. You know, I don't know if you have any deputies or troopers out there, so that will okay, and let's just say that we make contact. Well, what do you want them to tell her? To keep my kids in San Antonio. There's no reason to come back to Laredo.
Okay. And so, did you attempt to accommodate his request so that his wife would not go to Laredo?
Yes, Captain Calderon, I believe, sent some units out to try and locate her.
Lindsay, I actually have a equalizer I can see with 8 different, well, I guess 10 different audio feeds. And I can watch the levels to see which ones are coming in well and hot, and what feeds have good audio, and I can listen to them independently, yes.
While he was there, did you ensure that he had access to water?
Yes, he had water, food, and restroom breaks.
And were they Doritos?
And,
Cat law. Oh, man.
did you ever threaten
No.
Mr. Ortiz?
No.
Did you ever coerce him into speaking?
No.
Did you ever intimidate Mr. Ortiz into speaking?
No.
Now,
He had several tall boys too. I mean, so he had
actually
a lot to drink.
gave you the password so that he could receive the photograph of his family. Is that correct?
Correct.
Were you able to get a DNA sample from him that evening?
I think the sheriff's office was able to get a consent to search his, get his DNA.
And did he consent to search?
Yes.
To give a DNA sample?
Yes.
Okay. And did he also consent and tell you that he would give you the keys to the house so that you could go search his house?
Yes.
Now, did you use that authority under consent to go into his house, or did you get a search warrant?
No, I got a search warrant.
Okay. And these requests or these consents or this authority that he gave you, or these, let me rephrase that.
Jill, we aired the video last week,
He was
so it will be on the live
cooperating
stream.
and discussing with you.
I'm not sure if that's
on
Thursday or
giving you
Friday,
the password, consenting to DNA,
or maybe before the video of the
and telling
interrogation.
you that you could use the keys to his home. Is that consistent with him waiving his rights to speak?
I'm going to object,
No.
Your Honor. Relevance, lack of personal knowledge, speculation.
Relevance. This is literally their whole defense. It's relevant.
Based on your experience, do you believe he waived his rights?
Yes.
Should have asked a better question than that.
Did he ever ask for an attorney?
No.
Did he ever ask to stop the interview?
No.
The
Now,
DA is whispering
I'm
in her
going
ear
to,
what to say.
Discuss
How embarrassing as a
what
professional to have
happened
someone prompt you
after
constantly.
he was arrested. Now, towards the conclusion of the interview, did you obtain information regarding a murder that had not been reported before?
Yes.
Who knew about this?
Nobody.
Okay. And so David Ortiz provided you details on how you could find Janelle Ortiz. Is that correct?
Correct.
And did you in fact find Janelle Ortiz where he said you would find him?
I didn't personally go to that scene, but yes, the Webb County Sheriff's Office was able to locate Janelle.
Now, after was he arrested thereafter for the murders of these 4 victims?
Yes.
Okay. And for
Pauline,
the
you can't
record,
look away even
it
for a
was
minute.
Melissa Ramirez?
Correct.
Okay. Claudine Nuera?
Correct.
Griselda Cantu or Griselda Hernandez?
Correct.
And Janelle Ortiz?
Correct.
Now, when you were, when thereafter, did you stop with your investigation, or did you continue with your investigation after the arrest of Juan David Ortiz?
I still continue with my investigation.
Now, I'm going to. Do you recall following up after the arrest and speaking to the manager for the Murphy's store regarding obtaining a video surveillance?
Yes.
Okay. Why was it that was relevant?
Because of Mr. Ortiz's statement, I wanted to corroborate what he had told us.
Why doesn't the DA do all the questioning?
In his statement, he mentioned that he
He's
had gone to
prompting
go
them.
get some beer there.
Correct.
Did you develop a timeline as to when this would have been, based on what Mr. Ortiz told you?
I did.
Okay, when would he have bought this beer at the Murphys?
I believe right after the murders.
Okay, if you can please look at. Do you recall when Erica? What time Erica escaped and when Erica got to the substation?
I would have to look back at my notes.
Please do so.
This is awful. This is painful. The fact that we can hear the DA prompting every single question just over her shoulder. Oh, man. This makes me even madder that the assistant DA quit when he did. Right. She may not be the one who would prepared for this particular line of questioning with this witness, which is, to her credit, she's doing it and they're getting through it. But man, it hurts. It grates on my ears.
I received the information from Trooper Hernandez at 9:23 p.m. on the 14th.
TW, it's actually too late. It's already been mailed.
And we met her at the substation at about 9:30.
So what? It's too late. We can't cancel.
Her, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But I'm referring to when Juan David Ortiz was referring during his video statement. He said that he went to go get the beer at the Murphys near his home. Do you remember that?
Correct.
This is why the assistant
And
DA quit.
Was that after Erica's
Can't get through a question. He keeps telling me what to say.
I recall I have to go back to that.
Let me.
Why doesn't the DA just ask all the questions if he wants to run the show? I mean, is she going to quit tomorrow morning too?
Refer you to
Mr. Ortiz fell asleep. He's completely bored.
Disc 1.
Oh no.
page 52.
I'm going back to disc 1.
My apologies, it's page 40 of disc 6, where he's referring to going to the Murphys, so that you may refresh your memory. Okay. It's disc 6, page 40. Now, it starts actually on page 39, and if you'll read on page 39, where he's discussing,
Start at line 7.
on line 7, it says by agents on use. That would be you, correct?
Correct.
And will you read question on line number 7 on page 39?
Or they'll take you somewhere and they steal from you like other dudes get there. Has that ever happened to you? No. Okay. So you took off, and then what happened? I took off and went cruising. Okay. But I know that I went to my house. Okay. I went to my house and I'm like, fuck, this damned old chick is very hysterical. And damn it, so I sat, I drank some beer, and I just stayed there at my house.
Now we continue on page 40.
And I went to Murphy's again, the gas station across the street from Walmart, and I bought beer. I brought more beer, and then I just went driving around 11:14:39.
Okay.
This
So
is painful.
now,
Pauline, we'll see you
Do
tomorrow.
you recall that he went to the Murphys after?
After we had located Erica.
Okay, after Erica had gone to the substation.
Correct.
Now I'm going to show you what has been previously admitted 150, and it is the surveillance video from the Murphys. Do you recall obtaining this surveillance video from manager Idregas?
Hey, Ginger, I saw that Wordle with the translation.
It was from that.
Idregas?
That was
Seeing Juan David Ortiz's white Dodge truck pull into the Murphys.
Yes.
And what else did you do?
He bought some tollies, some beers.
And you observed this?
Yes.
How many tollies did he buy?
I think there were 3.
How many DAs does it take to ask a question? Your Honor, this would be a good time to break for the day so we can get our act together. Oop. He's hitting the caffeine. Is that a sun-kissed?
Ranger Sanias, can you see the timestamp on that video?
10:51:35 p.m.
Date?
And the date?
9/14/2018.
That's Friday
Okay.
night.
Is that the
Friday night,
Friday
right?
night that Erica came to the substation?
Yes,
It was after she had escaped?
correct.
It's a Fanta. Okay, so not a sun-kissed. Idea that she's on law and crime.
Will you let us know
Hey,
when
we'll see you, Matthew.
see,
Hopefully we'll be done when you come
Juan
back.
David Ortiz's
Honestly, it's been a long day.
vehicle
We've been going 9.5 hours
in
here.
the camera?
I think that's it.
Sweet. At least we cut to the good part.
Can you speak into the microphone,
I
please?
think that's it, the one pulled in.
Okay.
Are we going to sit here and watch the whole time he fuels up? Does he fuel up right now? Because I think he just barely killed someone. He
Do you
just drove
recall?
into town after killing someone.
I don't recall. I have to see the video again. Probably goes into the store.
Do you know if he's fueling up?
I can't see that from here.
Did he say it was the wrong truck? Did he identify the wrong truck? ABC News is currently talking about the North Carolina power outage. It's big news. It's crazy. It's going to be Thursday before they get power back in some areas.
Juan David Ortiz?
Yes.
What is he wearing?
Some blue jeans and a long sleeve shirt.
Oh, he's out of the view?
Yes.
And some bloody boots. We'll see you, Ashley. Good night. We'll see you in the morning.
Okay, and this is a view of him walking into the store from a different angle. And for the record, it is what does the timestamp say at the bottom of this?
09/14/2018, 10:53, 43 p.m.
And what camera does it say? Left kiosk? Is that what it says?
I don't see that.
Next to the date.
Yes, left kiosk.
And that's for the record, Your Honor. Okay.
He looks jumpy like that because it's
Out of view in
playing
this,
6 frames per second.
Angle, so we're going to go to the left entrance screen. And what do you see there?
But he's already admitted?
Ortiz coming into the store.
Okay. And the time?
9/14/2018, 10:53, 46 p.m.
Okay. And he's out of view, and that's in that screen. So
Even Ortiz
we
is
are now
bored.
going to go to the corner, the cooler doors. Do you see how it's referenced
Tag,
for this
tag.
camera?
Yes.
And what is the timestamp on that?
We'll have to figure out an appropriate punishment for you for bad mouthing
And is
North
Mr.
Carolinians.
Ortiz in that screen?
Yes.
And what do you see happening?
This is right after he killed. He literally just killed the last victim,
freezer door.
drove back into town.
Getting 3 beer cans.
If this is, well,
Are
I
they
don't know.
the
I thought he
tallies
was
that
supposed to go to the
refers to?
bathroom. This is,
Okay,
this,
now
this
he's
might be a
out of
different
that
one.
screen,
Because this is when he
and
gets the tall boy,
we
the
will now
tallies that
go
he done
to
in the truck when
screen
they find him next. So this is
left
probably right
for
before he
you.
killed them.
And the timestamp of that screen?
Might be after one, but before the other.
9/14/2018, 10:53, 58 p.m.
Okay. And what is he doing here?
He's approaching the counter to pay.
Okay. And so he's in the he's at the counter, and we're now going to change screen so that you can see what he's doing at the counter, and that would be register view, and please tell me the timestamp of this register view screen.
9/14/2018, 10:54:02 p.m.
This gas station has like 500 security cameras, every angle, everything's recorded. They don't trust their employees or anything.
I want you to focus on what he's doing so that you can describe to the jury how his behavior is that in that moment, and the transaction that's about to occur. What is he doing?
He gets his wallet out, puts out a credit card.
Mm-hmm. What is he doing now?
Puts the credit card into the little device.
Okay. What's he doing there?
And it appears to be punching in a code.
Okay.
And he takes the card back, puts it in the wallet.
Okay. Where is it that he put his wallet?
In the front right-hand pocket.
Okay.
Which nobody holds their wallet in the front right-hand pocket, right? That's also a crime.
The convenience store.
Was there anything unusual about his behavior in this video?
No, not that I can see.
And again, this was after Erica's escape.
Correct.
So Erica's escaped, and there are 2 murders between when she escapes and when they catch him coming out of the bathroom at the gas station. So I'm not sure if one has already been committed yet. Now she's just clicking randomly.
And is this him leaving the store?
Yes.
And just for the record, it is the
2 for
the
1
left
special on Monsters.
entrance. And the timestamp?
Or 2 for 4.
9/14/2018, 10:54, 43 p.m.
And is this the outside view of him approaching his truck?
Yes.
And for the record, what screen is this?
The left kiosk.
Timestamp?
You're a criminal.
9/14/2018, 10:54, 43 p.m.
Okay.
You have to keep your wallet in your back rear pocket so you can get pickpocketed like everybody else. This just seems, I'm guessing he probably walks back to his truck, but we're going to watch it in like 7 different angles, 6 frames per second as he finally makes it back to his truck and drives away.
Is that him leaving?
I believe so.
782 gear. Just because you have evidence doesn't mean you need to submit it. Oh, now they have fast forward. This is great. But they seem to want to
Do you see
play
his
every bit of
truck and
video
his
they
screen?
have.
Yes.
That's
Okay.
even slightly relevant.
What is the timestamp? What is this view?
It says pumps 9/16,
And the timestamp?
9/14/2018, 10:54, 11 p.m.
Well, this would be really useful if he had been charged with buying 3 Tollies, but those were not in the charges. We know he had 3 Tollies. Too much information. Too much information. Sitting in your boxers watching a recovery addict in virtual reality.
Screen?
Yes.
And he's approaching his truck?
Correct.
What was he holding in his hands?
The beer that he bought.
Can you see from there what he's doing?
I believe he's putting the beer inside the front passenger seat.
And he's walking around the truck?
Correct.
He just buckled the beer in so it would have a safe ride. painful. This is so painful to watch.
What did you just do?
I think he got one of them things to clean your windshield with.
And now what is he doing?
And why I think that's at
leaving the
a
area.
different time because he drank those
He's out of-
those
his truck
tallies.
is now out of, approaching out of the scene, out of the screen.
Yes.
He's leaving the Murphys.
Yes.
Okay, and again, the timestamp for this,
9/14/2018, 10:56, 15 p.m.
and this purchase or visit to the store was without incident?
Correct.
Did you, in addition to the following up after the arrest of Juan David Ortiz, did you conduct other tasks involving this investigation?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of follow-ups did you do?
We also conducted a tire impression
Okay.
of his truck.
And it was you with who else?
Mr. Ugarte.
Okay. And how did you do that? Where did you go?
Vaseline
to the
and
Laredo
sponge.
Police Department because they have a canopy that has level cement we used.
Okay. So you were present when you did the tire impressions?
Correct.
Okay. And did you also have follow-up interviews with other individuals?
Yes.
Okay. Who with?
I don't remember all the top of my head, but there were a lot.
Okay. Did you interview coworkers?
I didn't personally. My fellow ranger at the time, he did.
Now, from your investigation and from learning or speaking to different people, was there anything common from these victims that you learned?
Yes, their lifestyle.
What was their lifestyle?
They were prostitutes. They're into drug habits, and they were homeless for the most part.
Okay. And what about the manner of death? Was there anything consistent or familiar with all the victims?
Yes, they also sustained gunshot wounds to the head, and 40 caliber spent cases were found in all scenes.
Think tag. Pretty much all the other rangers do the kung fu action. This one seems to be defective.
So, we know that he left the Murphys because you obtained the surveillance. And what time did he leave the Murphys?
It's at about 10:56.
Now, in your report, did you mention when he was spotted after the bolo by the stripes
Yes.
on Jefferson and San Bernardo?
Yes.
What time was that?
I would have to look back at my notes.
Please do, sir.
We
Now,
received.
you mentioned that it was a trooper that advised you that they saw him.
Never answered
right?
the question.
Correct.
Do you know that trooper was John Henry Bradshaw?
Correct.
Okay. And what time did they let you know that they spotted him at the stripes?
I received that information at 1 o'clock on the 15th.
1 a.m.
That was 1 a.m.
Correct.
And this was September the 15th because it was right after midnight. So it was 1 a.m.?
Correct.
Okay. And this was in Laredo County?
Yes.
Okay.
Um,
I passed the witness, Your Honor.
Finally, Katrina. Everyone wants to know where that sleepy emoticon is. I think we're about done for the day. The chat seems blurry. No, that's just our eyes, Jill. We've been staring at it for so long.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's 5:45. We're going to go ahead and recess for the day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm going to instruct you again, not to discuss the facts of the case, not to watch any news accounts, read any articles regarding this case. Thank you. Well, I'll ask you to be here by 8:30 in the morning, please.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, so we'll keep listening for a hot mic, but they're done. Mics are off. Okay, so we're done. Long story over. Type in snore, as she says. I found it, says Tag. Okay, we're finally done. That was painful. It was not. I have to admit, it was not as bad. It was not as bad as watching discs 1 through 7. Those were awful. But it was pretty bad. But now it's time to go about our evening activities, whether it be dinner or out for a movie or something. But we're done with court for the day. If I could look into my crystal ball and see tomorrow and see it just as bad as this, I would instead follow the Aaron Dean trial tomorrow, honestly, because this is just it was rough. The DA was rough. Hearing the DA ask the question over the shoulder and just hearing the questions twice, and the second time it just asked so poorly, and then absolutely no emotion. It was bad. It was really bad. Michelle Johnson says, recovery addict, what law school did the lawyers attend? YouTube? I don't know on those ones. I'd have to research. I can see why the lead quit. Definitely. It's showing up. And Coleman, I did get some text from you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up today because it's been a long day. We've let me just look at the counter here. This might be my longest stream ever. 9 hours and 48 minutes and 20 seconds. That's pretty long. That's a very long time, and some of you guys have been here pretty much for the whole time. So, if you do want to follow this tomorrow, please give me a subscribe and click the bell. We'll be back. You will be able to chat and have fun like we're doing now. Oh, Stephen Lee comes in right at the last minute with a super chat, not to me, but to his mom. Hello, Mom. Hello, Stephen Lee's mom. Good to have you, Joanne. Good to have you in chat. Good to have the whole family. But Stephen Lee, thanks for your support of the channel as well. It's been good. Disc 1 through 7 were far more explosive than this. I feel bad for the ladies. I feel for English as their second language. Have mercy. It was really rough. At least the discs had Doritos. Yeah, and we got bathroom breaks periodically in that one too. All right, good night, addicts. Virtual hugs all around. I know we've got a couple people here going through some pretty heavy stuff. So just know that you're in our thoughts and prayers. Appreciate you all being here. You guys are a wonderful bunch. Would not be the same without you. We will see you in the morning, 9 a.m. For more craziness from Texas via Juan David Ortiz and maybe a little bit of Aaron Dean if that gets off the ground. See you in the morning. Thank you. Please give a hug to everybody you love. Smile at somebody, make their day better. And until tomorrow, please stay safe. All right. See you on the next live stream.